Your journey இந்தியாவின் நம்பர் 1 all-in-one travel brand. குறிப்பா காஷ்மீர் பேக்கேஜ் வெறும் 15,000ல இருந்து ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகுது.
What happens after, few hours, we will not be 63 cars no more.
Gabriel, thank you very much. And by the way, they weren't cheering Gabriel's very good answers there. It's because our Hollywood star is waving to the crowd and is basically a roadblock of. Hang on a second. Should we do this now? Because I can see him. Let's have a see if we can have a quick word with Ajith Kumar, who is the star of the show in every possible way. And let's just see if I can grab a quick word again with Ajith. Were you expecting several thousand of your fans to turn up here?
Honestly, I wasn't expecting so much of a turnout, but I love them. I love them unconditionally.
Now you're in two cars. Are you going to concentrate on the Cayman or concentrate on the 911?
On the Cayman, the GT4. So so get ready for Magello in March. Try to pick up as much seat time as possible because I had a bad shunt in the practice session. So I thought the best way to go about this would be to let my team, because they're doing pretty well. I think they qualified 7th, so as to not disturb their groove. And I got myself a GT4 so that I get all the race experience I can, since I have been away from racing for the last 15 years. So I think that's a better way to go about it. And following all the necessary protocols that, So thank you for your support. Thank you all. Thanks to Kravitic and Bascote and everybody involved. And
I mean, as an actor, you always have total confidence. You have total confidence in front of the camera as an actor. Do you have total confidence in the car, or do you feel nervous when you're in the car?
I think it's all the same. I mean, both acting and racing are very physically and emotionally demanding jobs, and so are other professions. It's just about how you compartmentalize and prioritize things, right? And I hate multitasking, so I wouldn't want to do that. Instead, try and focus on one activity at a time, and it's better. It's better in every way.
Now, you've committed to the European season. Does that mean you're going to have a quieter year on the film front?
Yes, I have 2 releases coming up. So I managed to finish 2 projects which are due for release. One would release in Jan, and the other one in April or May. So which gives me time to focus on my racing profession. You see these guys? I love them unconditionally. Yeah.
It's amazing. I don't know. Would you like to say something to your fans in Tamil for both the crowd and of course for the people on YouTube?
Yeah, I will, because I'll do it later. So.
Okay, we'll get you in the zone. That's fine. We'll talk about it later. Thanks very much. So Ajith will be on the camera a bit later to talk about that. We're now hemmed ourselves in with the unbelievable entourage he has. This is a bigger entourage than Brad Pitt had at Daytona, which is saying something. I suppose he's probably been in his area. He's probably a bigger star actually than Brad Pitt is. So we're just going to meander back out to the front of the grid to see if we can dig up some. How many we've got? A couple of minutes. So we can just put another quick interview in before we talk to the national anthem. I did see a good friend of mine on the pit wall. 3 minutes. Okay, let's have a quick word over here. Have I got the cameraman? I have. It's a good friend of mine. It's Max Hess. Max, first of all, congratulations on your performance in the German RC Championship last summer. Apparently, you're driving a car here as well.
Yes, I am.
So you've got the M4 GT3 Evo. You're in the what number? I can't see the number. It's
777.
So give me a very quick. What's different about the Evo from the previous version?
We have smaller mirrors.
Well, you don't use them anyway.
No, honestly, not too much. More like trying for the mechanics to improve the car, working on it. We obviously also brought some upgrades that hopefully make us a bit quicker over the long run. But we had a competitive car in the last few years, so car looks more or less the same for the fans outside, and it's still going quite well.
Now, we have a massive crowd here cheering on Ajith Kumar. Is this the same as the massive crowd you had on as your teammate was Valentino Rossi?
We were discussing, and I don't think so, no. Now it's more.
Thanks very much, Max. Best of luck for the race. John, back to you.
Nick Damon down on the grid for us as the intensity is ramping up. If you are just joining us, we are a little over half an hour away from a green flag that will kick off the 2025 Michelin 24 Hours Fairs of Dubai and the Michelin 24-hour series here at the circuit. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please, would you stand and remove your headgear for the national anthem of Dubai? Dubai.
We haven't got that very far, actually. We just had the car that's in fourth place. Let's have a quick word with Luke Hartog from the 24. Luke, a great performance, but the car's a bit heavier now.
Yes, we are a little bit heavier, so BOP changed. I think this will affect us a little bit, but let's say we have a good package, good line of drivers, so yeah, we're excited, but let's see what this 24 hours gives us.
I have to say this, because obviously I've seen your other team members are significantly smaller than you. I mean, how do you fit such different physical sizes into a race car? Race cars are not known for being roomy, are they?
Well, I was already planning the first time that you're gonna come to me. Probably the commentators are listening. They give me so much crap for my height, but yeah.
It's because we love you. It's not negative.
No, I love them. I love you back. But no, it works, and yeah. I mean, it isn't. Let's use it as a USP, unique selling point for myself. But it's yeah, it works.
Now, I understand that not only are you an excellent race driver, you're also very good at selling barbecues. Is that correct?
Yes, I heard you mentioned it on the broadcast yesterday. Yeah, there's a lot of creative ways to make my racing career possible. But luckily, we're getting there step by step. Now I need to make the step to the factory. That's next on the bucket list. But I'm very happy to be on this lineup, and it's let's say on the trajectory to make that.
Now, obviously, barbecues are one thing, but of course you were very successful over in America, in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. How much did that help your career overall?
Very good. I think nowadays in racing, if you want to make it professional, you need to divert yourself. So this was a way for myself. I'm very thankful for getting the opportunity to, of course, go overseas. Doesn't happen often that guys from Europe actually make it to the US. Racing is completely different, but I like it so much. But then again, also doing something like this, a 24-hour race in GT3, is something I definitely like. So I hope to be much more back in the States, but also in GT3 racing next year. It's looking good. So hopefully you see a lot more of me.
Hopefully, thanks to you, Luke. Now, the only thing I'm sure he puts in all his contracts, he must fly business class, because he'd be way too folded up in half if he was actually racing in, travelling in economy. Okay, so we're meandering on down. I'm not sure we've got, this is going to be, you're very excited to know, fans of grip walks, this is going to be a 3-part grip walk. We're on part 2 now. I may try and be a little bit more picking things out. We've got the first of our Ferrari 296s here, one of the Dragon Racing team. Can't see any of their drivers. Very naughty of them, not having people just available for me. The second of the brand new BMWs is actually the pole in the GT3 AM. This is the red Paradigm machine. That's number 991. Now, have they got any drive? Are they also hiding? There's a bit of people going to say they got too hot. I can tell you Toby Sauer is going to start in this car, mainly because it's his helmet on the machine. Going a bit further back, it is a very warm day, so there is a kind of element where some of the drivers decided perhaps, yeah, we're going to not hide as such. SMP Racing with their number 7 Mercedes. I remember seeing pointing in the wrong direction at one point. Probably shouldn't mention that, I don't suppose. And they have a mainly Russian team. Is that the team with Vitaly Petrov in it? Isn't it? So let's have a quick word with Vitaly. He's got his son with him. Vitaly, endurance racing, 24 hours in the GT3. Is this a new experience for you?
Almost. Last year we was here, but we did like Porsche Cup, so we know more or less what to do. It's my little race to drive the next one, and we're looking forward actually because all the week the car is driving well and the speed was there. Yesterday we have some just unluck, but we're looking forward during the race.
Yeah, I mean the Mercedes, it's normally done very well in Creventi competition. So was it a safe? Did you have a choice of all the cars, or did you say no? All we've got is a Mercedes. Was it always going to be a Merc, or were you thinking about other machines?
To be not really, because I drove just Mercedes, so I don't know how is it Porsche in driving style and everything. So like 2 years ago I drove Mercedes GT3, so this is why we choose Mercedes this year.
Number 7 car, starting from 7th. What's the plan for the first half hour or so?
So, like normal, survive on the first corner, and then we will see. We have a good strategy what to do in the next few hours, and then we will see how many full course here will be caught 60 and crashes, and then just luck.
Team's run by Hubert Haupt, who probably knows more about these cars than anyone else. What's it like working with someone like that?
It's easy. The guys is very professional. They know what to do, so we really easy to find the way how to improve the car on the setup. So they're quite professional.
Excellent. Vitaly Petrov there. Right, okay, let's carry on moving quickly because actually they're clearing the grid of the people, which would take them some time because there are quite a lot of people on the grid. Behind Petrov is the number 4. Actually, it's the man himself. It's Mr. Haupt. Let's have a quick word. Hubert, is this your last run out in the Mercedes before you change over?
For me personally, yes. We have another race next week, Abu Dhabi, but I will race with the Ford this year.
So how come Mr. Mercedes has moved to Ford?
Well, we were negotiating what is best for the future of our team. And finally, the decision is that Ford really wants to push in Europe, and we get great support. And I think it's a great brand, and it's a pleasure for us to work with them, and we are really pushing to get this car successful in DTM and at the Nürburgring.
Have you received the cars already? Are you already testing them?
Yeah, we tested in November and December. We are testing a lot in February. I think we'll be good prepared for the season.
There's a lot of people listening in Australia. They'd like to know whether you want to take that car to the Bathurst 12 hours sometime.
Oh, it's a far trip. Also with the Ford this year for sure not. But maybe in future you'll never know. I would love to race there one day. I've never been in Australia before.
If you win this race, I'm going to use a word that doesn't exist. You'll become the winningest driver of this event by taking your 4th win. Does that cross your mind? You could become the top driver in Dubai 24-hour history in its 20th year?
Well, it's always a bit in mind, but to be realistic, we are with an M car. It will be quite difficult. We need some luck, but you'll never know.
Just one final question on the Mustang. The Mustang is also a front-engine, rear-wheel drive car. Does that mean it's very transferable information and set up from the Mercedes, or does that not really matter? It'd be the same, it being a mid-engine car.
Well, you have to see the Mercedes was developed in 2014. The Ford was developed in 2022, 21, so it's 8 years of difference technology. So there are quite big differences, and the modern generation of race cars is really is very new. It's a front engine, yes, but that's more or less that's all.
Right, best of luck and go for 4.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I say it's one of my absolute all-time favourite teams now. I just hope that the right people are on the. Oh, they can't see. Where's Fabrizio? It's the Heavy Motors team, the multicoloured Porsche, and Oh, dear. Where's Fabrizio?
He just left. Yeah, you missed him.
Oh, it's a nightmare. It's great to see you guys back. You missed the back end of last season, but obviously you had some GT3 outing. How's the weekend gone so far?
Actually, quite good. I mean, I stepped in very, very last minute because Cosimo unfortunately got sick quite badly. Now he's getting better, but he's not fit enough to race, so I stepped in for him.
A late call, is that a problem, or is it because you're jumping into a GT3R, it's fine?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
When you have a late call like that, is that concerning, or is it just is one Porsche like another Porsche, just like a pair of shoes?
Well, obviously there are a bit different philosophies in the setup, but yeah, the Porsche is a Porsche. I know the car very well now, so it didn't took me too long to adapt. But obviously, yeah, it was all short notice, and now we gonna have a good race.
Well, best of luck, and that is the Heavy Motors machine. That was Patrick Niederhauser, who's the late replacement. I'm seeing there's the only McLaren over here, which is the 33 machine. And I think that's just a quick word with Benji. So McLaren for you here, not a family outing anymore, but a McLaren. How are you finding it?
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great to be in the McLaren. First time racing in the McLaren. No, it's really track suits the car really well, and yeah, would have been nice to do with my family again, but yeah, this time with the McLaren family.
So what was the decision process that just you out of the entire family got to drive here? You know, you haven't got your dad, you haven't got your brother. You know, poor old Stuart didn't get a drive either.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't know. Maybe again in the future sometime we'll do it as a family car. But yeah, this time here with McLaren, yeah, they asked if I could come for this race. So. Yeah, I just hope for a good race with them, and hopefully my family watching back home can support.
Great stuff, thank you. I'm just going to turn around because one of the most important men who we were trying to get a quick chat with is with us now, and I'm going to jump on you. Having seen you at breakfast, that's the man I was talking about who you lost weight compared to, from Michelin. This is the big news for the series. Michelin are part of the series. I mean, how did that come about? How did that happen? The Michelin partner with Creventic.
Actually, it started with the Prototype Cup Germany, which is a series that started about a few years ago. I think exactly 3 years ago, and that's how we started collaborating with Creventic. And then the collaboration was really smooth. We share the same values around motorsport and really having a great time on the track. And that's how we started getting the ball rolling. And then eventually we started talking a little bit about the 24-hour series. Now, of course, our friends at Hankook did it before us. And now we're super happy to be here. Yeah.
Now, which particular? We've got some very knowledgeable people in our chats and in the. So, what particular tyre is it? Because of course it's a whole range. So, where else are the tyres we see on these cars being used, or are they unique to the series?
Yeah, I can understand it can get confusing indeed. So this tire is specifically used here in Dubai. So we have a combination of H1 tires in the front. It's called the Pilot Sport Cup range. And then the H1 is kind of like a technical term, you know, but the range is the Pilot Sport Cup range. And then in the rear, we have an evolution of that H1. We call it the H1 Plus. So it's really the same tire. So it's a combination of H1 in the front, H1 Plus in the back for all GT3s, almost all GT3s, except for the Bentley. But yeah, that's the tire range that we're going to use, and then the H2 in the future for Europe.
Now, I'm right in understanding that these aren't the same as the Cup cars. So, for example, even though we've got a lot of Cup cars here, they're not on Cup car tyres. Is that correct?
That's right. So we have the Pilot Sport N3 for Porsche. That's a tire that we use in our One Make series. So when all cars are identical, so the 992s in the Carrera Cup, for example, and the Sprint Challenges, then we get to use that N3, N3R tire. When we have a multi-brand championship, then we use a tire that fits all cars, so that everybody is equal in the eyes of the Michelin law, let's say.
One final technical question. These aren't the same as the S9 range that's used in IMSA, and they're different from the IMSA S tires.
Yeah, that's right. So in IMSA, if my information is correct, we use the Pilot Sport Pro range. So this is the Pilot Sport Cup, and then in IMSA, it's Pilot Sport Pro range. And so that's a little bit different, yeah.
So are there any particular challenges that this track presents to you as a tyre manufacturer?
Not necessarily. I think it's really just the same issues that you can find in any 24-hour race. It's managing the pressures when the temperatures cool down in the evening, and then get the right flow in the night. But as far as the race goes, we expect it to go smoothly.
Great stuff for Michelin. So no challenges for Michelin, but plenty of challenges for the driver, John.
Well, I've been making notes there, and I'm sure our audience around the world have as well. It's brilliant from Charles, who we'll be seeing and hearing a lot about. Well, this track is, this is the 20th time we've used this track, and we've always used this layout. 5.3 kilometres, or getting on for just over 3.5 miles. Our average lap times, we've been down around about 2 minutes, actually, for the GT3s, and 2 to 60 kilometres an hour is 160 plus miles an hour in that particular scale of measurement. Down the front straight, it's downhill to turn 1, so that's a tricky braking area to the right-hander. Flatten out through 2, balance the car through 3 and 4, and then through the S's of 5 and 6, and it's basically left, right, left, right, left, right. Late apex to turn 7, straightening it up through the gap of the kink of turn 8, and then the parabolic turn 9, really important corner. It's slightly banked. It leads you on to the long back straight, where we're getting up towards that 165, 170 miles an hour. Hard down through the gearbox, biggest braking area at turn 10. Climb the hill through 11 to 12, another right-handed hairpin, which got a nasty little rise coming out of it, where you just have to feather the throttle into the 3rd section and down the hill through the kink at turn 13. To another parabolic corner, turn 14, and again there's a variety of different lines that you can take through there. Up and over the rise at 15, we've seen accidents there in the past, and then down through the final corner at turn 16. Be careful on the exit there. Track limits often an issue there when you're riding on your own, never mind if you are racing other cars.
And I have managed during that very exciting and comprehensive is the word I'm looking for. The language has deserted me already. I got down the pit and I come as far as the 992s. Now I'm with the car that should have been on pole, but isn't. And I'm going to ask the man who knows everything, Paul Trustwell, why aren't you where you're supposed to be?
Well, we are where we're supposed to be. We're on the grid, and we're looking forward to the race. So, unfortunately, we got a 2-place grid penalty because of we hadn't armed the fire extinguisher during qualifying. Nobody's fault, just didn't happen. That is now done, needless to say, and we're looking forward to the race.
Now, of course, Greg Hamill-Jordan's and yourself, many years' experience of racing the Creventic Series, but I suppose for you, it's all changed now with this new tyre.
The Michelin tyre was, I should say, a challenge. We got used to it now. It's a very different construction, very different compound. So it's taken a bit of getting used to, but we think we've got a good setup. So it should be all right.
So can you be more aggressive on the setup with this car? I've heard you've got a stiffer sidewall. Does that mean you can be more aggressive?
You can, but then you start wearing it out. So you don't want to be too aggressive. It's a much squarer tyre, so the sidewalls are much straighter. There isn't as much of an edge on the tyre, so you can't take as many liberties with the camber as you could with the other tyre. But as I say, hopefully, well, there's no question it's quicker. 3 seconds a lap quicker on these tyres than we were last year on the Hankook. So that messes up the fuel consumption calculation. And as I say, we just have to make sure it lasts a full stint.
Now, carried over from the end of last season is the change to the Code 60 rules, which, as the strategist, must be quite frustrating, because now in a Code 60 you're only allowed to stop once. You can only every hour. You only take 25% of fuel. Is that a frustration or an opportunity?
It's the way it is. It's the same for everyone. You stick to the rule. Yeah, it changes the strategy doing it that way, but it's okay. I mean, it does mean that there's not so much of an advantage to be gained during the Code 60. But then again, you don't lose if the other person gets lucky. Because of the length of the circuit, it can take you at least 5 minutes to get around the circuit when the Code 60 comes out. By the time you've refueled, if you're refueling 50%, that can set you back 10 minutes.
Paul, we're going to let you go because I know that everyone's sitting up and going. Good luck for the rest of the team. We're going to just meander down. I think we'll go a bit visual now. So this is the dual racing. This is the Mutran family outing, we like to call it, and they have painted their car in a very popular selection of purple, white, the green, the yellow. That is a 1989, I believe, Jaguar livery, and you can add the sponsor in. 1990, I've been corrected by. Do you know? You have to remember, I am not someone who indulged in the Group C was the greatest period of racing ever, world. I'm a little more cynical than that. It come back these phalanx of 992s. It's yeah. I had to walk. I kept on walking. I kept on walking past GT3s. I couldn't believe how far I got before I found anything else. This is one of Ajith Kumar's cars. This is the car, the Porsche. This is one. Oh, it's Baz. Hello, Baz. What's it like having a genuine star? Not you anymore. A genuine star in your car.
You see, we don't have to ask where our driver is, as we only need to listen to the noise from the audience. We know where the driver is.
Another year being a team manager. Did you miss being the driver?
No, this gives me the thrill for 24 hours. So otherwise, it's
thrill.
More than that, it's the advantage, the adventure. I love it. I love it to be on the side, on the computer, on the radio.
So how did it come that a Tamil movie star phoned you up and said, "Baz, can I drive for you?" Or did you go, "Oh, I've heard that a movie star's got some money"?
No, not about that. It's just about we're here for the sports, and we are here also to bring the sports to an upper level. And this driver came up with this request, and yeah, of course, we try to fulfill whatever he wants, but on a sporty side, on a technical side, that's our thing.
Well, best of luck, because you know it's great to see anyone who brings more attention to endurance racing is certainly a major Collywood star. I have been told it's not Bollywood, it's Collywood. I was told that by Joe apparently in the Indian film industry. We've walked past the GTX pole, unfortunately. That's Brendan Leach and his team of Lamborghini drivers. This is an interesting car on the side there. That's the 111. That's the new version in many ways, the Mark car, the all-Australian. The all-time favourite of all of us, which is the Vortex. That's the V2 in stunning new carbon fibre. The GT4 pole is 495. We just turn around this. I think we're going to get to the end. It's a very long grid, 63 cars. This is the 495. This is the pole in Janetta, and it's got the Tomlinson father and son. It's got Mike Simpson, of course, but of course the person in motion, he's got Nico Prost in the car. I'm not sure who's starting the car. Is it Nico starting the car? Don't know. He's all suited and booted and he's having a bit of a concentration. We carry on going back through the grid, and we get now to the TCR and the TCX. I think the TCE pole is the 102, which is the Cupra. Next to it is the car. First time I've seen this car, which is here, which is the Toyota, just on the side here, the red and white Toyota. Behind that is the second of the Cupra cars, but this is actually, I think we decided, the world's oldest car. Seat Learn Cup car, probably about 16, 17 years old. See if I can grab a quick word. I'm not sure who the driver is. Let's grab a quick word with the driver. You've got 60 cars ahead of you. How are you approaching the first corner?
I stay in the line, and I hope so that I can fight with the GT4 a little bit. And that's the reason.
Now, we're all thinking this might be the oldest car in the race. Do you know how old it actually is?
It's the slowest. Yeah, it's we do it for fun, and I think the old cup racer, I hope he do a good job, and hopefully when we have no technical problems, we will see at the end where's our position.
Now, quite optimistically, he has an Ayrton Senna replica helmet as well on, so you could channel Ayrton into the first corner. Don't forget, if you don't go for a gap that exists, you're being sensible. Final car on the grid is the 127, the 127. That is the Cayman, which we saw in qualifying having an engine change. They didn't take part in qualifying, but of course, Sorgren Sport's still allowed to take part in the race. That is, and I can say this because I've been here for 12 of the last 14 races, that is the most impressive grid I've ever seen here, and it is going to be absolutely stunning for 24 hours. And lucky old John and PMAC get to talk
down
about
on
it.
the grid. Are we going to see a rags to riches drive from the back of the grid for that Sorgren Sport car at the very unusual sight of a Porsche flat six engine with essential fluids pouring out of it earlier on this week? They will start right at the back of the grids, having not competed in the qualifying session. So at the front of the field, we've got Pure Racing in their 911 GT3 are on pole position. They inherited that. Remember, the Porsche's sorry, they didn't. They qualified on that. My apologies. They qualified on first position. Porsches are 20 kilos heavier than when we saw them qualify. Winward Racing, who were the quickest cars in the tyre test, the Michelin tyre test in December. They will line up on the outside of the first row. Dynamic GT is another Porsche alongside Alomar Racing by Team WRT. That is the new Evo, different light signature, smaller mirrors in 4th position for the 777. Behind them in 5th position, Dragon Racing Ferrari is the first of the mid-engined cars, and they've got Herbert Motorsport, Kai van Berlo starting the number 91 alongside them. It is a start that most of these races have been won from the first 4 positions on the grid in the last 20 years. An incredible statistic. Behind them on row number 4, it's SMP Racing in the Mercedes with Paradigm BMW. Toby Sari will start that car. Haupt Racing, second of the AMD cars. The Paradigm car is the best of the AMD cars. And then it's Haupt and MP Motorsport in a couple of AMGs. Benji Gotha will start the Optima McLaren, single McLaren in 11th position from Patrick Niederhauser, Manamauri Energy Porsche, which carries the number 1 for its exploit here last year. Haas RT, we've seen them winning in this championship before. They'll start from 13th position and 3rd in the AM category. Herbert Motorsports car, the Vincent Kolb driven 269 in 14th position. On the 8th row of the grid, Heart of Racing with SPS and their AMG is Ian James. Matisse Lismont for Come To You Racing, Aston Martin next on the grid. Matt Griffin, great to see him back. I still haven't managed to catch up with him yet. Into Africa Racing by Dragon. The Ferrari has Kalle Rovanperä, the WRC champion for Proton Huber competition in the 969, his first GT3 race. Hoffa Mercedes, Huber Porsche, EBM have moved to Aston Martin, and Tanard Sathin Thirakul will be starting that car. Scuderia Praha are back with a brand new Ferrari. Josef Kral, stalwart of this series, will start that car. Antares Au and Ryan DL will share row number 12 for Herbert, and Era Motorsport committed to the whole of the championship this year with that very pleasant Ferrari. Behind them, another Come To You Racing Aston Martin in 25th position. Team Motor Park Mercedes, Thierry Vermeulen will start that car. GWR Australia and Team Parker, the Bentley is back. Great to see that car. That had a bit more weight put onto it this morning as well, but it is great to see the big old thing out there. Porsche and Audi share the 15th row car collection in the red and white number 30 Continental Racing with Vasily Vladikin driving that car. Behind them, the GTX Paul Sittler is Leipert Motorsport. They've got Seblashu Racing for company there in the best of the 992 AM class cars. Rick Breukers is next up on the inside of row number 17 for Red Camel Jordan. The fire extinguisher pin not pulled out of that car, wasn't armed, so they lost 2 places. They should have been on pole in the 992 class. Dual Racing by Huber alongside them. Then the second of the Sebastian Ledoux Racing 888 cars in 35th from Team Motor Park and Thierry Vermeulen. From 35th will be Enrico Fernando Fulge, Fulgenzi Racing. Team CMR Ginetta, the 37th position car, 795 QMMF by HRT, pulled off a stunning victory in the AM class at the 992 Endurance Cup at Spa last September. Can they do even better here on home ground? Mathieu Dutré in the 901 Porsche, that's the Ajith Kumar Racing machine with Tierra Outdoor Racing alongside. Then it's TFT and GP Racing. Then we've got further down the grid, 7x7 Speed Lover, Rabdan, 111 Racing, the IRC car with that V8 GM motor, Vortex with their V8 car, Razoon, HRT, JBR, Mulner Motorsport, HRT for 2 cars in 52nd and 53rd, all Porsches here. Then the GT4 Paul Sitter is CMR. Behind them, it's WS Racing, AGMC, Team Zorg Rennsport, Razoon, soon. Back to Porsches. Then the Continental TTR Racing Toyota. Asbest Racing on pole with that Cupra with their team car alongside it. And then right at the back, we have the Zorg Rennsport rebuilt Porsche. What a grid. These are all thrillers, no fillers. Peter Mackay joining us on site here for the first time at Dubai Autodrome. What a place, what an experience, what a grid.
It's a packed grid, isn't it, with some top quality entries. We were discussing this in our production meeting earlier on. When you look at the number of GT3 cars, over 30 GT3 cars, 29 992s, you've got so many top entries and top cars. The pole sitter, Pure Racing, they were utterly dominant in qualifying yesterday, but as we discussed on the grid, they've had all the Porsche GT3Rs have had 20 kilos added. The Aston Martin has had 10 kilos taken away and an increased boost pressure added to give them a little bit more power after a difficult qualifying. The old Bentley has been given a little bit of extra boost, as has the McLaren too. That is the summary of your balance of performance changes since qualifying yesterday.
Whether you're tuned in on RS1, if you're bandwidth challenged, or maybe moving around listening to the audio, or on the live stream on the Creventic Motorsport channel, more than 21,000 of you on that at the moment. We've also got the Tamil TV taking our broadcast as well. Welcome to all of you as the 2025 International Endurance Racing season gets underway with the Dubai Michelin 24 Hours. The green flag is in the air and the pole sitter straight away tries to get a gap. It's a long run over the top of the brow and down towards the first corner. 1, 2, 3, 4 wide behind the Pure Racing, and right down the outside Winward Racing are challenging on the outside. It's side by side through the first corner. Gentlemen, there are 23 hours, 59 minutes and 30 seconds still to go, and they're still going up into turn 3 and 4 side by side. This could be a recipe for disaster, and it looks as though the Mercedes got through there in an audacious maneuver. Pure Racing holding on to second. It's the blue and white number 24 in 24, excuse me, the Dynamic GT car in third place, with Klaus Bachler getting a grandstand view of what was going on ahead of him. Well, this is a statement of intent here immediately by Gabriele Piana. He knows this championship. Winward Racing love coming over to the Middle East to race here. And the AMG leads from 2 Porsches, but it's side by side. Here's one of the new BMWs coming through as well. That's Max Hesser in the 777, the red car.
991, that's actually that's Toby Sowry from 8th on the grid.
Yes, you're right, absolutely. 991 on a BMW is going to confuse us right the way through this race, but that has been an absolutely quality start from Sowry then in the Paradigm competition car. That's the best of the AM cars. Of course, Toby very much not an AM driver, but there's no recommendation or indeed regulation as to who starts the race in terms of how much time they can do. The Pro drivers can only do a maximum of 50% of this race. We'll get into all of that later on. For right now, let's enjoy the side-by-side racing as Optimum Motorsports McLaren is climbing up through turn 10 and 11 through the final part of the track and down into that diving turn of the 16th and final right-hand corner. And at the end of the first lap of the 2025 season, it is AMG and Winward Racing who lead by half a second from Pure Racing in Alex Nezov in second. Then it's BMW in third. What a start from Toby Sowry. He's made up 5 positions, excuse me. He's the best of the AM cars. Then it's Dragon Racing, Almana Racing, BMW, SMP in 6th place as Sergei Sirotkin moves up his position. Herbert Motorsport and Kai van Berlo down a spot or 2 in 7th. Haupt and Hubert Haupt up into 8th position. Bachler's had a problem. The Dynamic GT 24 car, the blue and white cars, dropped down into 9th, and Benji Gotha makes up the top 10.
It's like a touring car race out there. Like you said, John, there's 23 hours and 57 minutes to go, but really frantic stuff. But great start from Gabriele Piana in that Winward Racing Mercedes AMG. He has won this race before back in 2018 and won his class 5 times at the Nürburgring 24. He's a peddler.
Roman Rusinov is under investigation in the Rossa Graf Racing, the awesome V10 5-litre Judd engined machine. That car in 56 sixth position, being investigated for a false start. They have a bit of a problem with the regulations, it has to be said. That's not the first time they've transgressed various of the investigations this year. We had 63 cars going through the end of the first lap, so I am delighted to see that. Ryan DL's dropped all the way to the back. In fact, come into the pit lane.
Yeah, he's pitted before the start. Not sure what's going on there. We've got the team down in the pit lane. They'll find out what's going on at Era Motorsport. A brand new program for them with the Ferrari 296. They've got a great lineup led by Dwight Merriman, the car owner, along with Ryan DL. Jake Hill making his GT3 race debut, and also they've got Oliver Bryant in there as well. But at the front, it's Winward who's starting to just begin to pull away a little bit. A 158 flat. That's the best we saw in qualifying yesterday in the dark.
Yeah.
So already the teams are really bringing out some extra pace. Alexei Nezov for Pure Racing, 158.3, but the best lap of the race so far, young Toby Sowry, 158 flat.
And that was through traffic. That's not like he started at the front. Remember, he was on row 4 as they came to the green flag. At RSL_studio, hashtag 24H Dubai. If you want to get in touch with us in the Radio Show Limited Global Broadcast Centre. My goodness, what a start to a race. I'm getting my blood pressure. I can almost feel Dr. Nicholson, my GP, on the text at the moment, telling me to get my blood pressure down a little bit after that. So we'll calm things down a little bit. And as the car's settling in now to race pace, I thought it was a good point, PMAC, that Nick made on the grid to, I think it was Gabriele Piana actually, about the fact that there are fewer slower class cars here, not so many TCRs and TCE cars, some GT4s, but the GTX cars are pretty quick in terms of their lap speed. So lappery is going to be very different to what we've seen in recent years.
Very different, yeah. I mean, when you think about it, over 30 GT3 cars and 20 992 Cup cars, that's almost the entire field. Yeah. There's not many left after that. You've only got maybe another 10 cars. And the GTX class, of which you've got 4 or 5, they're all pretty close to GT3 pace as well. So, yes, it is going to be a quick race. And that's going to make traffic actually arguably more challenging, because getting through a car that's not in your class is going to be more difficult.
Phil Anson, who you'll hear later on with Johnny Palmer and Joe Bradley. The distance record was 2012, and I think that was the first year we were here, and the magic number of laps, I think he told me, was 628. Does that sound right? There was a 28 in it somewhere, for sure.
Much shuffling of paper. In the meantime, we've heard from Nick Damon down in the pits. It's a puncture for Era Motorsport with their Ferrari, car number 81. So not a good start to that brand new program for Era Motorsport. We're delighted to have them here in the 24H series. A great addition to this wonderful championship. And we do have an answer on the distance record.
I surprise myself sometimes. 628, 628 laps in 2012. That was the Abu Dhabi by Black Falcon team of Khaled El Kebezi, Jerome Bleekemolen, who's here this weekend, of course, the much missed and much mourned Sean Edwards and Thomas Jaeger in a Mercedes-Benz SLS, as they were in that day. The race lap record goes back to 2021 with a 158.6, and that's gone. 157.7 by Gabriele Piana last time around. He hasn't broken that record. He's taken it up to 25,000 feet and thrown it onto the ground and smashed it to smithereens.
And that is 0.3 of a second quicker than the fastest time in qualifying set by Thomas Breining yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the wick has been turned up significantly.
Well, there's Evos of cars, and of course we have got the Michelin tyre, as we were discussing earlier on. McLaren down the inside into the bowl. And that was Optimum Motorsport making up a position on the Hubert Haupt car, I think. Benji Gotha, yes, going up into 9th position there. So a puncture on the out lap for Razzle Dazzle. Ryan DL, not the way they wanted to start their GT3 season in 2025. Big commitment from Era Motorsport. They've got the British touring car champion in the shape of Jake Hill, who's been driving with Era in some of their classic competitions, including driving some of the old Can-Am cars that Dwight Merriman and Kyle Tilley run in those classic events. So a 296 Ferrari is going to feel fairly sedate and comfy after that, I would think. They'll be in for the full European Series, so expect to see that dark blue and black Era livery throughout the Michelin 24H Series. We are on our 5th lap with still just under 10 minutes completed for the 24-hour Series Middle East Trophy, the first round of the 2025 Championship and the start of the Michelin 24H Series. Now we have a tiny little problem on the start-finish line, because on the gantry the logo banner has just pulled off towards the pit end, so that will have to be looked at rather swiftly, I think. Not sure if that's been spotted by the race officials at the moment.
Tom Van Rompuy on the move in the number 40 Aston Martin for Come To You Racing. He's just gone past Vincent Kolb in the beautiful green and white Herbert Porsche in the sort of alternative Salzburg colours, the colours that won the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1970 in red and white form. Well, they've got it in green and white. They've got the matching suits and everything. The car looks absolutely superb. But speed-wise, it's Tom Van Rompuy on the move in that Belgian run Aston Martin.
Hashtag for this event, sorry, is hashtag 24H Series. I think I said something different. At RSL_studio was right. Hashtag 24H Series. Thanks to the Sim Racing Bar Stewart. Proves that somebody's listening to what I'm saying. So this is settling in nicely. That first lap and a half, absolutely bonkers, as people were jockeying in for position. Now people settling into a race place. Aston, Porsche and Ferrari.
Yeah, that's Scuderia Praha returning to the championship. Isn't it brilliant to have the Czech team back? And they are on the charge as well, making almost 2 passes in one there. That's car number 50. It's 56 for Scuderia Praha. They're really on the move. They put their hot shoe in. Joseph Kral there doing a really good job making the way through early on in that silver and yellow Ferrari.
It's Peter Mackay with me, John Hindhaugh in the blue. Hello to Paul Ayling, says the fact I can spot the Team Parker Racing Continental GT Bentley anywhere on the circuit, day and night, thanks to its green lippy. Yeah, it does have that band around the radiator intake grille. How many hits before track limits get counted? They are being counted right now, but I know what you mean, Colonel. He says also part, he said, why do F1 race its Middle East circuits like Abu Dhabi and Qatar when this stunning circuit exists? It was built for F1. It was built for F1. And there's a whole story. If you go onto your favourite online encyclopedia, there's a whole story about that. But basically, once Abu Dhabi and Bahrain got it, I think there was some Formula One testing here, and then they banned out of season testing, and it hurt this circuit and Portimao, actually. Action in the midfield already, Peter.
Oh, it's not the midfield. This is a battle for the podium. Toby Sowery's moved up into second in that new GT4 Evo BMW for Paradine competition, and Max Hesse, the BMW factory driver, has moved past Alexei Nevov. So our pole sitter, Pure Racing, they've gone from first to fourth in the early 13 minutes of this race, and those new Evo BMWs are looking really strong. Yes, they have 2 strong drivers aboard, but it's looking good for that new Munich machine.
If our RFID information is to be believed, there is some very different tyre strategy at the front of the field. With Michelin comes the RFID. I'm not sure that that's right at the moment, so I'm going to wait for that to clear and see how that comes in. But at the moment, it would seem that quite a lot of people started on tyres that had done a little piece of work. Now, I believe that. I think you might have wanted to scrub off the release agents. There's a silver oxide that Michelin used that gives that shiny look when they come out the moulds. but I'm not sure that we've got tens of laps on tyres before we started. We're on lap 7 at the moment, so 8 and 9 and 10, yes, I believe. 46, I'm not sure about. So
certainly not the car that's pulling away at the front of the field to 3.5 seconds.
Either that or they've found something about the tyres that nobody else knew.
Exactly, its peak is not at lap 46, that's for sure. It does look like that late balance of performance change for the Porsche. 20 kilograms added on, that is really hurting them on the straight. The BMW of Toby Sowry there got a good exit out of turn 9, to be fair, but just blew by going into turn 10. So the BMW is looking very, very strong. And for Toby Sowry, he, to me, I mean, he's been climbing up the single-seater ladder. He's raced a lot in America, in the NXT, etc. But he really came on the radar in sports cars at Daytona last year, driving for CrowdStrike. He was awesome, and they put him in the car a lot on the Sunday morning, and he really put them in a strong position. They just missed out to Era Motorsport, but Toby Sowry, I think he's found his, not his niche, I think he's found his home in sports car racing.
I completely agree. Hello to Jesse Young. The fact that it's only 10 minutes in and we've broken the lap record, what stories await us over the next 24 hours. What indeed, Jesse. And that was a lap record that went back to 2021, let me remind you as well. Also, hello to Harry Chandler, our cyclist extraordinaire. He's on the turbo trainer but tuned in and watching at the moment. So good to see the Bentley back in competitive action. Of course, he's not biased at all at working as he does at a certain British car manufacturer based in Crewe.
Exactly, yeah.
Hello, mate.
They're quite good at stitching leather.
Yeah, very, very good indeed. Say hello to the family for me as well, Harry, will you? At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch.
The Porsche is really struggling on the straights. The number 88 Ferrari of Dragon Racing just, well, making it look quite easy there. But Alexei Nezov is trying his best to try and fend off the challenges. He's good on the brakes, good around the corners, but they're just losing so much straight line speed with that extra 20 kilo.
Now, well, that's a bit of bodywork coming off the Porsche as it goes through the corner. That was two side-by-side machines.
Ferrari, I think it's the back of the bit of, the Ferrari, yes, and there's a lot of aero work on both of these cars. These are very much the new generation of GT3 cars, the Ferrari 296 and the Porsche 992 GT3R. They've got a lot of aero. It's almost like the old, not quite to the level of the old GTE cars, but getting towards it.
Now that's coming down to the final corner now. That's the Porsche of Herbert, one of the Herbert cars, isn't it? The 92 that's right in that battle as they go across the line now with the Ferrari number 8, the Inter Africa car.
92 is Pure Racing.
Pure Racing, sorry, yes. See, they've changed numbers on me again. So that was Dragon Racing and Pure Racing, Matt Bell and Alexei Nezov. So Matt Bell going through there in the local Dragon Racing car into 4th position. I've now changed my tune twice on this over the weekend, because when I was here early in the week and we got a little sneaky look into the back of the Rossa, and Phil Hansen actually showed me a picture and I said, that's a Lamborghini or an Audi engine, and I can tell that just looking at the plenums. And then we got information that it was a 5-litre V10 Judd engine. Well, Jerasex, hello mate, thank you very much indeed, has tracked down the BOP, and I've been looking for this and I couldn't find it, so thank you for this. It is a 5.2, so if it's a 5.2, that is an Audi or a Lambo engine. So I go back to my first statement that when we saw it with the cover off, it was the plenums that gave it away. So I think as it was tracked down, it was an interview given about the road car that was talking about the Judd V10. And Peter Mackay, your considerably younger eyes than mine, were spot on. That was Ferrari bodywork at the back of that Matt Bell driven car.
Yeah, and the good thing about this latest model Ferrari, the 296, and we saw it at the Nürburgring in 2023 when Fricadelli won the race, and they wouldn't have won the race if the whole rear clip, basically the entire rear section of the car, can be replaced as a one. I wouldn't want to know how much it is in the Ferrari parts catalogue, but it can be basically clipped off the whole rear wing, the exhaust, everything, and then a new one put on. So Dragon Racing, if they've got a spare, I would imagine they may well be preparing one of those for the next stop, because the aero work on the rear of the car is so important for stability. The lappery has already begun, despite having such a fast field and a very little number of solar class cars. Already the lappery has begun after just 19 minutes of racing.
It's the first of 4 international endurance race weekends that we have for you live and free through Radio Show Limited, audio and visual channels, along with our partners Creventic and IMSA. We'll kick off IMSA Radio and IMSA TV not next weekend but the weekend after, with the Daytona, Rolex Daytona 24, Michelin Pilot Challenge, Mazda MX-5s as well on the high banks. Looking forward to that. And then the weekend after that, the Maguires Bathurst 12 Hours, back to the mountain. 4 consecutive weekends makes it a quartet of quality endurance racing. 4 fabulous race weekends, and it's all live and free on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. A variety of voices that you'll be hearing over the next few weekends. This is going nicely as into the pit lane. Not going nicely for Aston Martin and that very bright green and yellow, the MC platform sponsored car. This is the number 41.
Come to you racing.
Yeah,
they've got 2 cars here. Big effort from the Belgian outfit, and it's being wheeled back into the garage. The Aston Martin GT3 Evo.
And Nick Damon down in the pit lane is somewhat perturbed at what he's seen as he makes his way back towards that come to you machine.
Yeah. It's just, you've probably got the P button somewhere. One of the Ferraris just trundled down the pit lane, and I think it's Ferrari. It went straight for fuel.
Yes.
Is that the Era car? They're obviously trying. I think you know what it is. I think they're trying to get themselves out of traffic again. I've just had a really interesting conversation with a driver who knows an awful lot about Creventic racing, been doing it for a number of years. Asked to remain anonymous. And it's kind of apt now we're getting to lapping. He says one of the big differences between the Michelin and the Hankook is the Michelin is, he said, much more attractive to pick up and takes much longer to clear the pickup off. So, just so you know, people are going to be less inclined to go offline, because apparently you can take 3 laps to get the pickup off the cars, which wasn't the situation with the Hankook tyres in previous years.
Yeah, insight, well done.
That's compound.
Do you think, in general, a Michelin road tyre is renowned for its actually softness but durability at the same time? You put new Michelin tyres on your road car, you know, which I have to say all of our cars at home are all Michelin tyres. Make it sound like you've got this big grand collection, but all 2 of them have Michelin tyres on.
Hang on, let me think.
You've got more than me.
No, well, yeah, but all bar 1 are on Michelin, and the one that isn't is on Hankook.
There you go.
And that is bought, by the way, those tyres. That is
likewise.
Absolutely for the Hankooks was absolutely because of what they did in racing, and they actually won Summer Tyre of the Year at one stage. A couple of people asking what time it starts to get dark here. Well, actually, we've got under 5 hours of official daylight left now, believe it or not. The sunset tonight is 5:49 local time, and it's 21 minutes past 1. And then the sunrise tomorrow will be at 4 minutes past 7, so you can do the darkness on that. This race and the Rolex 24 Daytona vie for the longest amount of time between sunset and sunrise. It was dead even, I think, last year.
Yeah, it's a lot
to the minute.
The difference here is, I mean, Daytona is lit quite significantly, but not as much as here at the Dubai Autodrome. Nick Damon's got an update for us on what's happened with the number 41. Come to you, Aston. Nick.
Yeah, it's not good news at all. Actually, they've as you can see, no one's working on the car, and they've done the shaking hands and the this isn't great. The cameras here, but you cut up yet, but they are not very happy about what's been going on. You know, if we could cut the camera up, and what you would see is a rear drive shaft and differential system that's already been taken apart. They had some drive shaft problems from the differential as well, and they've done it again. It's blown again, and I think that's it for them. I think this car may well be parked. I'm not sure. I think Nicholas. I'm not sure if Nicholas was in the car at the time. Did you start the car, Nicholas Blair? Just so I can grab a quick word with him. Nicholas, were you in the car?
Yeah, I was in the car, but we didn't take the start because we had a small issue yesterday evening during the night practice. The whole crew tried to repair the car and find what was the exact problem on the car. Sadly, during the warm-up this morning, it looks like we didn't really find what was happening. And now, before the race start, we just also had the same issue on the outlap to go on the grid. So we spent, I think, now more than 1 hour trying to find out and repair. And that was, let's say, our last hope. I mean, that's racing, we know.
So I was told it was a drive shaft, but this is a mystery drive line problem, is it?
Yeah, it's something related between the drive shaft, the gearbox, and the diff. We need to inspect further to really know what's the real problem.
And it looks like you guys have scratched the car, yeah? Is that it?
Yeah, it will be difficult. We are missing some spare parts, so it's like this.
It's desperately bad luck. Thank you for talking to us. That's Nicholas Baird out of the 41 Come To You car. Really bad luck.
I'm not sure anybody had an Aston Martin down as their first retirement, but it seems that they haven't got the parts to finish that. Hello to Benny Carrillo, who has used the hashtag 24H series at RSL_studio. He said, am I the only one who finds it strange not to see CP racing on the grid? From the very first time I started watching 24H Series Dubai, they've been in it. It's a good point. Charles Putnam and the rest of the guys basically having their farewell tour last year and going out in some style, of course, with race victories and championship campaign in 2024. It is a bit of a miss. There have been a miss, in fairness, one of the stalwarts of the teams. However, you know, racing moves on. But we've replaced them with people coming back, like Scuderia Prague.
Yes, that's very true. No, CP Racing will definitely be missed. They're a great crew. A bunch of American drivers used to make the journey over for the whole season, and they were just, you know, every family has a member that's the glue of the family. And the 24H Series family, CP Racing, were that glue. They were just such a joy to have around. They were a joy for us to work with. We always had great fun with them. Shane Lewis, one of their drivers, had the most amazing pair of sideburns. He does have the most amazing pair of sideburns, and we even measured them on air once. They're great fun and greatly missed. Hopefully they're tuning in. If you are, guys, we miss you. But what great years they were. But you're absolutely right, John. There are so many great teams returning this year, and some new faces too, which we offer a big welcome to the 24H Series paddock. But at the front of the field, it's Windward Racing who are just marching on. 2.8 seconds to the good right now. Gabriele Piana putting in an excellent stint. Then it's Toby Sowry for Paradine competition with their new BMW, and then another of the new BMWs, Max Hesse, for the 777 Almanar Racing Team by Team WRT. So proper factory stuff going on there. Then it's Matt Bell, number 88, for Dragon Racing Ferrari. Alexei Nezov in the pole sitting, Pure Racing Porsche. They're going to have to fight hard. They sit in 5th. Sergei Sorokin, the former Formula 1 driver for SMP Racing, is 6th. Then it's Kai van Berlo making moves forward in the 91 Herbert Porsche. He's being chased by Klaus Bachler. Bit of a mystery, John, Klaus Bachler, because he started up a little bit further up the field. He's dropped back to 8th. Hasn't been the best weekend for him. He had a difficult qualifying session yesterday as well.
Well, you can't write them out, though, can you? Nor that car. And we've also seen with people like Ralph Bourne how there can be tyre whisperers and how that works. Throughout the second part of the race, there's been some discussion up and down the pit lane about double stinting tyres, even potentially in the heat of the day, but double or triple stinting the Michelin Racing slicks here in the cooler of the night, depending on which table you look at. I've got sunset at 17:49 tonight and sunrise tomorrow at 7:04. That would be 13 hours and 15 minutes. But that's a very long official darkness period.
and it's not a dimmer switch here, it's a light switch. It goes from daylight to off. Problem for the number 127. This is the SRS Sorg.
This is the car that started last.
It did. It's running in the TCE class. It's a GT4 Club Sport machine for SRS.
And they'd moved up to second place in that TCX class and moved up a couple of positions at least for Yutaka Seki, who started that race. They've just had a little stall or something, and
spin there. They've just
it was a spin, was it? Yes, it was a spin. I saw the recovery. Didn't see the
Yutaka. He's won his. He's been with SRS team Sorg Rennsport in the past. He won his class last year at the Nürburgring 24, and he's won his class twice at the Nürburgring 24. So knows how to get the job done in 24-hour races.
So they've got ahead of the Asbest Racing Leon Cup car, and they're trying to chase. They've been trying to chase down Christian Ladurner in the Asbest Seat. No, that's the other way around.
Yes.
Right. So the pole-sitting car from TCE was the Cupra, the full TCR car. That's down in third in the TCE class now. The Leon Cup car, which I think is a 2017 version of that car, wasn't the original version. That's now leading, and it was being caught by SRS Sorg Rennsport before they just put a bit of a slow lap in with that spin.
So that's going to be a battle. Porsche against the Cupra and the Seat right through in TCE. Three cars having a good old battle, but there's a great battle going on between two Porsches. This is the battle over 7th position, Kai van Berlo and Klaus Bachler. Van Berlo in the multicoloured Herberth car. Herberth coming out with another great livery. They had a black and gold sort of late 70s Lotus throwback last year. Now they've got this real multicoloured effort. It looks fantastic. Chasing down the Visit Dubai back dynamic GT Porsche of Klaus Bachler. So both cars, your die-cast model maker's dream there. I wonder how long it'll be before we see one of those, and maybe even a Skeletrix model for Joe Bradley to add to his collection. So that's your battle over 7th position, those two Porsches. It's difficult to judge too much about the pace of the Porsches after that late balance of performance change. The Pure Racing car does appear to have its pace blunted a little bit with that extra 20 kilos. Of course, all the Porsches carry it. It's not down to one specific team. It's down to the car itself. And they're being chased by the McLaren of Benji Gota, who's made a great start to the race, moving up the field. He's up to 9th, and the McLaren was one of the cars that was given a little bit of extra boost pressure overnight.
Hello to James in Waite Park, Minnesota. Have no clue what early hours or late hours it is with you. I can't do that arithmetic.
5 in the morning?
Yeah, it's going to be quite early on, isn't it? It's 9:30 GMT at the moment. Minnesota, I think, is -5 to that. So could be 4 o'clock in the morning. James, thanks for joining us. Jesse asking, do we know how many are doing the Dubai Daytona double, or the Dubai Bathurst double, or the Daytona Bathurst double, or the Daytona Dubai Bathurst triple? Ryan DL's doing here and Daytona. I'll need to go through the other entry lists. But we've got Abu Dhabi next weekend as well, of course. 3 wide, a moment or two ago, going into turn number 7, and coming out at the front of that as everybody breathed in just a
Benji Gota
little bit was Benji Gota.
Flying, isn't he? He's a young Benji. Who went past Kai van Berlo there in the Porsche. It was a big slide coming through one of the little switchback sections there. So the McLaren 720S of Optimum Motorsport, the British crew that run the Inception Racing team, you might have seen them at Le Mans, etc. Pulsators actually at Le Mans last year, but they're brilliant. They've got brilliant hospitality there. When you go into the back of their garage, they've got a coffee machine with the for those who have watched the Ted Lasso series, and Ted Lasso is all about positive thinking, and they've got this sticker above the coffee machine that just says, it's got a picture of Ted Lasso giving the double thumbs up, and then it just says believe underneath. So when you're in the middle of the night at 3 in the morning trying to fight back, that's for a little reminder for the team to keep on fighting. And boy, oh boy, are they fighting at the moment, as Benji Gota's up to 8th place and does not show any signs of slowing down at all.
Team CMR Janetta being spotted by Calibra 95 going slightly slower than it did yesterday, only 2 seconds quicker than the GT4s. Yesterday in quali it was 7 seconds quicker, lost almost 20 seconds at the start. From Spain, that's coming in. We'll see if there's a problem there with Rodrigo Gion, just ahead actually of the recovering Ryan DL in the ERA Motorsport car, who's already made a pit and a fuel stop. Pit for a tyre on the outlap and have come in and topped off that ERA Ferrari, so sitting down in 13th in Pro-Am and 29th overall of the GT3 car, so well off the pace at the moment, and I think off the lead lap. Yes, just off the lead lap right now, with Winward Racing's Gabriele Piana just holding it, what appears to be just holding his pace at the moment, lapping 2:01.1 last time around. So Toby Sowery took a couple of away from him, but around about 1.5 seconds, that gap between first and second, Peter.
That's the closest it's been for a little while, so Toby Sowery is really good, and this is something that the BMW factory have worked really hard on with this new BMW M4 GT3 Evo. On the outside it doesn't look a great deal different, but a lot of the changes are underneath the surface. It's got new front and rear anti-roll bars, it's got a much finer and easier to adjust differential. The whole target with it is to reduce the tyre wear and to reduce the brake wear. It's actually got slightly larger rear brakes as well, so as we get deeper into the stint, the longevity of the tyre is so important, and that appears to be working for BMW.
Devi Awema from Sportscar 365 is on site. Believe it or not, though, we've been here for a few days. I haven't managed to bump into Davey yet. They posted over 20 stories on Sportscar 365 yesterday between Jamie Price, Davey Awema and John de Geese. Incredible stuff from as far afield as here, Japan and back in the US. He says that Zachary Robichon is doing the triple. So here, Daytona 24 and Bathurst 12. If you know of any more, please let us know at RSL Studio, and the hashtag is 24H series. I almost don't want to say this, Peter, but we've settled nicely into a run of laps with leaders coming through the field. My tracker has everybody spread out around the 5.3 kilometre track, so this is very much at odds at what we saw at the start of the race, which frankly was bewildering. There was so much going on at the start of the race. A brilliant start to the 2025 season.
So it was like a touring car race at the start, and the thing is, when you have a racer's mindset, a racer's brain, you just do not want to give the best to your rivals, and always you're going to have the team on the radio saying keep it calm, keep it under control.
Toby Sowery in the bright red BMW started from the outside of the 4th row and didn't actually get a blistering start. He was up into, well, no, he was still 8th at the first corner, but he managed to pick his way through. It was the side-by-side action at the front of the field between the Winward Gabriele Piana car and the Pure Racing pole sitter, and Piana just about to squeeze through turn 2, but then he was on the wrong side at 3 and 4, and I thought he was going to lose that there, but he hung it out. So by the time he got to 5, he really attacked that curb on the left-hander, and 6 and 7 he was in the lead. But where and how did Toby Sowery get through? He just absolutely carved his way through. Now
he's going to make a move for the lead now. He does. So Sowery to the front. He's run down Gabriele Piano, who's maybe gone a little bit too hard too early, taking a little bit of life out of the tyre possibly without setting that lap record early on. But Toby Sowery, for Paradin competition, goes to the front of the field in that brand new BMW M4 GT3 Evo. I would imagine the folks at Paul Miller Racing and Turner Motorsport, who are expecting delivery of those cars for Daytona, they're probably getting a little bit of a wry smile at the moment, thinking we have got a good car on our hands. Again, it looks pretty similar on the outside, but underneath they've made some improvements, and Toby Sowery is doing an amazing job. To the front of the field he goes, ahead of former winner here, Gabriele Piana, and of course Max Hesse has gone onto the scene as well. He's right there in 3rd behind Piana.
I think it's very interesting the way Toby Sowery's gone about this, because he didn't make the big jump off the start line. He was still in 8th at the first corner, still in 8th as he came through turn 9, and then he just started picking people off as they were having their scraps. It wasn't the side-by-side that was going on at the front of the field that eventually netted Gabriele Piana in the number 16 Winward Racing AMG the lead. But the top 3 now absolutely together as they ride the left-hand side curbs coming down to the final corner. Ahead of them, a whole gaggle of 992 Cup cars. They cross underneath our feet right now and head towards the first corner. Grandstands full of excited fans, and we've had even more this year thanks to our Tamil movie star. There is a big Kumar fan club here, I think it's fair to say. And whether they know about his racing exploits or not, I'm not sure. So the top 3, well, they do now. Also, by the way, I should say that Dubai 92 have been running ads, and I think Dubai 92 are doing a live broadcast from here as well today. I was listening to them in the new Porsche Macan. Thank you to Porsche Middle East.
Is it the electric one?
Yeah.
What do you think?
You'll have to wait to my real-world road test. Testing the infrastructure as well as the car.
I wonder if it's going to be as good as the Bentayga.
Well,
it gets quite a good review.
It just did it really.
I rolled onto my back there. This is wonderful.
Battle at turn 10 for the lead. And picking their way through traffic. Sauri. That new BMW looks exceptionally planted. Exception. Has Hesse gone
Hesse's
through?
Got through. Yeah, Hesse's through to second in the Almanar Racing by Team WRT car. Hesse, he was on the headlight flasher there. I think it's got a new headlight flash system as well. And
of course it has.
I'm not going with that joke. That's too easy. But yeah, Almanar Racing pair up with Team WRT, a team who have had a lot of success here. Very good, but into the pits.
Yeah, the 938, that's one of the many 992 Porsches. It's the GP Racing team. Well, it's mostly got this very lovely blue wrap, but it's come in for a pit stop, and it's obviously absolutely not a planned stop, because they've come in, and I'm pretty certain the driver has reported it feels a bit funny. They've waggled all the wheels looking for a wheel issue. They actually had prepared one of those very famous and very expensive rubber understrips that the Porsches have right in the front of the nose, thinking perhaps what he's saying is because that's fallen off. They've had a look around, but they've actually changed driver, and Mr. Permanent has got out and somebody else has got in, but they've and they found nothing. So Gabriel Permanent got out and they found absolutely nothing. So that's very, very strange. I don't know how good Gabriel's English is. I'm always prepared to give it a go, see what's happening. He's just been chatting to his team for a second. Gabriel, English? He can tell me very good English, he doesn't speak English. So there we are. But yeah, so he's obviously felt the car was wrong, and they sent somebody else to feel the car is right. Quick thing, by the way, the other piece of information I got from my tyre man conversation was the tyres begin to go, not so much go off, but drop off after being 15 and 16 laps, and then they don't feel bad, they just get slower. And I suppose the longer how you've treated them in those first 15, 16 laps will depend on what the drop off is.
Qu'est-ce que c'est le problème, Gabriel?
Yeah, well, I've only got CSE grade 4 French. I've got a qualification so low it doesn't exist anymore.
Absolutely.
Well, that's exactly how it's played out, because we've gone from 150, let's call it 158 flat would be the top running pace. It's now gone to 202 being the top running pace in 20 laps time. So you've got that quick peak early on, and then goes to a plateau. And then I wonder how long it's going to stay at that pace. And this might come into the conversation of how do you go for that double stint or not, or do you just keep throwing new tyres at it, which you can do. There is no limit here.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a very, very good point. Hello to Stephen DeRay. Happy New Year, great to hear you again, he says. Missing Nico Verdonk, but he is there coaching the two Porsches 929 and 930 in the 992 Cup class, and says give him all of our best, particularly from my son Senna.
Good name.
Great name.
Good name. Hello as well to Felipe Fernandez-Lazar, winner of the 2023 Nürburgring 24-hour, who's watching at home in Germany.
And that, by the way, is the two of the HRT performance cars. They're sitting at the moment in 17th and 18th in 992, 10th and 11th in AM. Sylvain Karoff and Stefan Adler driving those two cars that Nico Verdonk is coaching. Thank you, Stephen, at RSL_studio, hashtag 24H series, as we're coming down. That's 45 minutes that we've had already. We expect, certainly at the start of the race, everybody would have brim-filled their tanks. Don't want to get too confusing, particularly for those of you who perhaps are watching this for the first time, following a particular driver. Maybe you're a Kalle Rovanperä fan, or you are a fan of one of the former F1 drivers. But the amount of fuel that you are allowed to put in the tank is not necessarily the amount of fuel the tank can take. So at the start of the race, everybody brim fills their tank. So you might have a fuel allowance that, let's say for sake of argument, is 110 litres, but you might have a 130 litre tank. So you'll have started with 130 litres in that tank. And that's why fuel strategy and using the code 60s and how you use it and when you use it and the balance of performance of how much you're allowed to take. There are some cars that are allowed to take more fuel. There's a balance of performance on the fuel floor as well. That's all brought in to being. Rick Breukers for the Red Camel NL machine, Jordan's NL. Not a banner year for them last year. Had rather too many problems. They lost a couple of positions from their qualifying because they didn't arm the fire extinguisher. I had exactly that problem in my first ever car race, and I was just about to go out into qualifying, and I was reminded by a friendly marshal that that needed to be done. That was a Ford Fiesta in 1997 at Croft on the British Touring Car Championship. And funny enough, also on the British Touring Car Championship at Croft, in a Ginetta G55 Super Cup car, as I was about to go out for my race, I think the first race, I looked across and saw that that I didn't have the pin out. But once it's happened once, it becomes second nature for you as a driver to look across either the left or the right to see if the pin's in, and if it's not, you wave to your crew member or anybody who's standing outside, pull that pin for us, mate. So that car has fought its way back up. And Rick Breukers now
about where they were, because they qualified on pole and they dropped 2 spots, so they're exactly where they were. Interestingly, though,
10.5 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, they were only a sort of, not that long ago, they were only a kind of 1.5, 2 seconds off the lead, and they dropped back quite a bit. It's Paul Meyer who's actually leading the 992 Cup category in the number 992 Seb Lejeune Racing machine, which is actually an AM entry, but they're leading 992 overall. It's Paul Meyer that's at the wheel right now, the semi-pro graded driver. Huub van Eindhoven in the number 912 TFT Racing, Tierra Outdoor Racing car, and then it's Red Camel Jordans in third.
Hello, Dave Alcock, who is in a snow-covered northwest coast of England. Hello, Dave. One of our regular listeners and viewers. Watching in 1080p with 60 frames per second. Loving it back in the UK, bringing a bit of sunshine from Dubai to you wherever you are in the world. If you have to leave the TV coverage and move around, or you're getting in your car, we don't want to be distracting you, or maybe you're a little bit more bandwidth challenged, then don't forget the audio is available over on the RS1 channel at radio-show.co.uk or radiolemans.com, so you can take us with you right the way through this race. As the battle for first rages on, let's head back down to the pits and Nick Damon.
Yeah, so second of all, perhaps actually the third of our stoppers out of sequence. It's the 7x70, the Japanese piloted Porsche 992. That's car number 989. They've come in, they've done the driver change, but they've actually got an issue. It looks like it's electrical. They've taken off the electrical cover box which sits in the passenger footwell. they are having a real poke about with the electrics. And maybe it's simply trying to see if there's a fuse gone or not, but they've taken the front right wheel off to have a bit of a chance to see what's going on. There's a man with a screwdriver trying to screw down the edge of what I suppose in a normal car we calls the fuse box connector. So they just obviously aren't getting power through they want to go. Bonnet goes down. I think they've got a successful element to it. I'll tell you what, the one thing I would say, there's a huge amount of lead screwed into that car. I assume that it being a 992 car, that's nothing to do with the change of bop we saw for the GT3s. Oh no, they were very confident. Now they stopped again. Just trying to undo. They also got an issue with the bonnet not closing properly either. That is the front engine, front cover. Obviously, there's no engine under there. They're taping that down as well. So a couple of annoying little niggles already for this 7x7 car, but I think they'll be going out very soon, John.
Nick Damon down in the pit lane. The 20 kilos added was only for the GT3 cars.
Yeah.
Didn't affect the
Cup car, no.
Cup cars.
No. That would be a bit pointless, giving the whole field the same balance of performance adjustment, wouldn't it? Because, of course, the 992 field, they've all in 992 Cup cars.
And I'll say it now, 992 Paul Meyer is in 29th position. Those cars go an exceedingly long way on a tank of petrol.
They do. It's often when the GT3s take their first stop, you'll see the 992s forced to the front of the field, which at the moment is led by Toby Sowry. He's doing just such a good job, isn't he? He has raced in IndyCar in the past. He did a limited program with Dale Coyne last year. He's won races in Indy Lights, now known as Indy NXT. But right now, he's matching pace toe for toe with a BMW contracted factory driver in Max Hesser, who's been through their junior program, won several races at the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Moved to the Nürburgring, didn't he?
Yeah, moved there. Yeah, he won. Him and his teammates, along with Dan Harper, who's in this race as well. They won the 50th. Sorry, start that again. BMW's 50th win in the NLS. There we go. Yeah. We got there in the end. Problem though for the number 30 car collection Porsche seems to be going a little bit slow and is actually about to drop a lap down. That car is running not where it should be right
Correct.
now. It's running quite a bit down the order. Car number 30 for car.
It's running down in 33rd position. Yeah. This is Matej Knetz, 12th in the Pro-Am, 28th GT3. Has dropped off the lead lap already. So is that a second lap he's about to lose?
Oh, no, it will be. Yeah, car collection. They've not really had the luck. They were, well, actually yesterday in qualifying they did have some luck because they just missed being involved in the huge accident we saw on the back straight,
which has cost us an entry.
It has, yeah.
The Tresor Audi
Attempto, yeah, the car completely destroyed and no backup available at late notice. I believe we will see them in Abu Dhabi next weekend, though.
They'll be scrambling to do that. Literally, as I drove the Macan in this morning into the back of the paddock, they were picking up the remnants of the car from Parc Fermé, which included a sizable pile of just scrap bits of wheel, metal, broken bodywork, and the car was sitting somewhat forlornly on dolly jacks because that's the only way they could move it. And there's a lot of work. The rear subframe was ripped off, the rear crash structure was ripped off. There was a scrutineer inside the car taking pictures of the roll cage in there to check the integrity, I think. Meantime, the lead goes on, and as they come down towards turn number 9 and through onto the long back straight, Toby Sowry has a half a second on Max Hesser. 991 BMW from 777 Almanar Racing BMW. Then is 3 seconds back to Winward and Gabriele Piana, the early pace setter. End of the back straight, all the way down from 170-ish miles an hour. First or second gear, depending on how you have the car set up, starting to climb the hill through the kink at 11, up through 12. And into the hairpin there. And just as you come out at 12, there's just a little rise. Very easy to get the back end of the car loose there. Then it's downhill again through the left-handed kink at 13. That's absolutely flat out. Won't even go to the apex there. They'll stay to the right-hand side for the bowl, turn 14. There's about 27 different ways you can go around that corner. You can hook the inside blue and white curbs, you can go wide and then cut back, or you can go shallow and drift wide. really doesn't seem to make a lot of difference unless you've got somebody right up your tailpipes, and then you tend to want to make them go around the outside. You'll stay slightly tighter. It's not necessarily the fastest way around the circuit. Another lap completed, the 26th. 201.729 by the leader, 201.788 from second place, as they've got a little bit of clear track now as they go through turn 2. Next car that they will go by is Tommy Gröberg in the SRS team Sorg Rennsport Porsche number 427, fifth in GT4. Bit of a battle going on further back as well between the Mercedes of SMP Sergei Sirotkin and Klaus Bachler in the dynamic Porsche for 6th and 7th position. Ajith Kumar racing by BKR, the 901. This is the caramel wafer coloured car, as Peter Mackay pointed out earlier on.
Shows you how my mind works.
Yes, I see what you mean though. Yeah. Grey Duns or originally, or Tunnocks more recently. It's Mathieu Detré behind the wheel of that 901. Asymmetric liveried red, white and orangey yellow there. Just needs a little bit of metallic silver on it to read.
They have to for Mugello. They need to do that. Get a bit of metallic silver to replace the white. The car's being run by Bas Kooten Racing, who are a total stalwart of this paddock, and they're looking to kind of bounce back. They were absolutely robbed at Barcelona. They were in place to win the GT4 category, and they had some sort of bizarre fuel issue late on in the race, which cost them the race. It was really, really painful to watch. I can't imagine what it was like for that crew. But Bas Kooten, he's won lots, he's lost lots. He knows exactly what it's like. And that crew, they're running that car and running it well.
And this is, of course, the battle for 7th position in the overall and in GT3.
Yeah, Sergei Sirotkin sitting in 6th at the moment in the SMP Racing Mercedes. It's been run by Haupt Racing Team. The dynamic GT car, the white and blue Visit Dubai-backed machine, is driven by Klaus Bachler, reigning world champion in the World Endurance Championship in GT3 LM. I do love the Dubai skyline picked out in blue on the side of that car. Dubai Tourist Authority have supported our traditional 8 o'clock local time firework display tonight, which sort of brings in the new year of motor racing, if you like. And it's been extended a little bit this year to take account of the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours at Dubai, our first of 2 rounds this season of the 24H Series Middle East Trophy. Abu Dhabi next week with a huge grid. I don't think there's been more than about 30 cars down there, 32, 33 cars down there in any series in the past. There'll be over 50, we hope, next weekend. Meantime, the 2 BMWs have changed position as Max Hesse now has a 3/4 of a second lead in the red and white and black. Honestly, there is a bit of red on that car, so I can say it's red, white and black. FA Cup weekend back in the UK, 3rd round today, so a lot of people here I know will be watching the results coming in later on today. You know how in the late 90s there was a Lister Storm that ran in a certain football club from the northeast of England, white and black, and then there was what became the Sunderland McLaren.
The West McLaren.
Yeah, the West McLaren, which was the Sunderland car. Is that what we've got here? We've got a white and black one at the front, the Almanar racing car, and then we've got a red one.
There's red on it as well.
There's definitely plenty of red on the Paradine car. So is this the Northeast Derby that's playing out between these 2 BMWs?
Could be. Yeah, Adidas sponsored Lister Storm. Tiff Needell drove that car at various stages as well. What a beast of a machine that was. They all came to Le Mans in, I think it was 96. And Freddie Spencer, son of Freddie Hall, son of Sir John Hall, who was the owner of the club at the time.
our very own Peter Snowden drove one for Creation Autosportif. Yeah, the blue and yellow machine. It's great hearing his stories about that era and with the engine, the big massive engine in the front of that Lister Storm. So 2 BMWs marching away at the front of the field. It's always an unknown with a new car what it's going to be like, but BMW is certainly looking very strong. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Nick, what have you got for us?
Well, I was about to say, here comes the Rosso LMGT of Graf Racing, the 797 car, coming in for its first pit stop, but actually it stopped at the penalty box. It's got a penalty. I would like to say that if anybody was to say that's a Maserati MC12 just not quite so wide, I would accept it. It is very much a tribute machine. We know now with a Lamborghini stroke Audi V10. It comes to a halt. Getting into the car with the Cypriot-based Evgeny Kriev. And they come off and the first whiz of the tyre. Just going past me now is the GTX leader. That's the 710. That's the Lippert Lamborghini. That is stopping as well, and that is getting tyres, but not a driver change. I think the tyre degradation is such that certainly in the sun, it's not worth trying to double stick them because you just lose too much time. Just the final bit of cleaning going on for the LMGT. A very big sort of huge number of people taking pictures left, right and centre. Very popular machine to look at. I think it was Roman Rizanov who ran that first stint. They are having a little bit of a fit. I think they might be taking the rear deck off. I know, tightening up the rear deck. They were worried that was coming loose. General checks around. Remember, this is the 5th day of racing for the entire history of this car. And obviously, by far the most important. And they pulled into the pits, I think, quite a way down the field, but they are moving their way from the back of the grid, of course, because they were penalised in qualifying for not reading the rules and putting a pro driver in the first session when you have to put your AM driver in. But they are away. First stop of the first competitive stop has been completed.
Just going back to that that Adidas black and white Lister Storm. Was Freddie Shepherd who was the... So John Hall was the owner. Club Freddie Shepherd was the chairman at the time, and their 2 sons were at Le Mans. And Joe Bradley and I, being staunch Sunderland supporters, there's this great battle going on at the in the Porsches. Second
Matt
place.
Backler, we're going straight past Sergei Sirotkin. Yeah. Sirotkin just got a little bit stuck behind the car collection Porsche. Yeah, and that's, I mean, the thing is as well, as Klaus Backler is driving multi-class racing almost every weekend, whereas Sergei Sirotkin won't be a yeah, but of course a very, very quick driver in his own right, raced in Formula 1 for Williams, so, you know, there's quite a lot of ex-Formula 1 drivers in the field this weekend.
Yeah. Maybe not just quite reading the traffic of where the car collection number 30 Porsche was going to go, and Backler taking the opportunity there through the switchbacks of 4, 5 and 6 to make that position. Just want to finish this thing about Brothers and I. So we decided that we were going to adopt that West McLaren as the Sunderland McLaren. It had a red and white striped roof, and it was red and white, but it was the red and white striped roof, and of course John Nielsen drove the car, and John Nielsen's helmet was also red and white striped. And some years later, I sat next to John at a WEC banquet in Paris, and John didn't speak a lot or any French, and so I was helping translate what was going on. And we were talking about those days, and I said to him, "Did you realise what we were doing?" And he said, "Oh yeah, because we got, you know, in Scandinavia at the time, we got a lot of British football and the English leaves, so we absolutely knew. I exactly knew what you were talking about, and every time I got out the car and heard you on Radio Le Mans, I was having a chuckle to myself when I saw my red and white helmet when I was on that air blower. So it's all very good. In the pit lane, Nick Damon.
Yeah, I'm just sad there's no Julian cars for some reason. Oh, that's right. It's because we're rubbish. Yeah, well, yeah. I would not want to put our quality and fortune upon any other driving car.
Didn't you once trade a player for a set of tracksuits? Tony Cascarino, was it?
Not a player. Tony Cascarino, our best ever, well, equal best ever player, who obviously later sold with Steve Bruce. We are in the heart of the pit stops now. And when you were going to come to me, there were 2 cars that have been in. I'm now going to tell you the 91, the multicoloured Herberth car's gone past me. There goes the IRC. That's the big Australian singles in. So far, I think everyone has stopped for tyres. There's 69. That is one of the Audis. There is the MP Motorsport, Mercedes as well. In fact, the only car that's not stopped for tyres is that big Australian Bruiser, the 2IC 111 machine. But apart from that, we had just a minute ago, we had the Bentley came in. That was the 31 Parker racing machine. That did a full service and driver change. And we had the faster, the GTX Ginetta also came in. All of these so far have been absolutely trouble-free. These are not checking for problems or all these are an issue. They're all just running to time. But the interesting thing is, I think, is that people are just not wanting to double stint those tyres at the moment in these temperatures.
No, it doesn't appear that way. The IRC, it might be, because it's quite a light car, the IRC. It does have a big engine, but it's because it's a tube frame, it's only 1,100 kilos, so it might be that they feel they can get those tyres to work a little bit more.
You're listening to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels on the Creventic Motorsport channel on YouTube as well. It's the opening moments. We're just over 2 hours into the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the booth. Already we have our replacements rubbing themselves down with warm halibut oil and going through their pre-race warm-up exercises. The voice of the Dubai Autodrome, as he always has been since we've been coming here, Phil Anson, and RSL's voice of the WEC, Johnny Palmer. Now into the pit lane. This is the car collection, number 30, coming into the pit lane. This is the Porsche. That car reported as stationary on the circuit.
Looks like there's some sort of electrical issue, because it stopped on the entry to the pit lane as well, but Nick Damon is beside with it now.
Yeah, no, so you've taken the words out of my mouth. I was watching it come in and it just stopped, just really sort of before you have the blend line into the penalty box. Stopped there for a while, didn't do the normal flashing lights I've done Control Alt Delete, and then just got going again and trundled down and passed, which was a bit odd. We've had the SMP Mercedes number 7 with Sergei Sorokin's come in for service as well. We're about to pick up another one of the this is the second come to you car, Aston Martin, coming in as well. Obviously that's the car that's still running. I'm sure the teammates are enviously looking at its differential and drive shaft, if only that was us. From 22nd place, that car, and they are also doing a full service, number 40, full service driver and tyres. So, yeah, I'm still outside that ARC.
Thank you, Nick. It's car collection, a strong outfit, and yeah, just their Dubai 24 Hour has not started off well at all. The Rossa LM GT making its race debut in the GTX class, a class which really can catch all, a class that's at the moment had been led by the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo of Brendan Leach for Leipert Motorsport, who have competed in all but 3 of every running of the Dubai 24 Hours. They are truly a stalwart. But yeah, the GTX class, you can put lots of different things into it. We've seen KTM crossbows, we've seen lots of different GT2 cars, Lamborghini Super Trofeo. You could put a Ferrari Challenge car in it, for example. Even 911 Racing, they bring a sort of adapted version of a 911 Cup car with a Manthey Racing kit on it. So you can kind of put lots of different things into that GTX class. So this new Rossa LM looking to go up against them. They've got ambitions to build a full homologated GT3 car, a GT3 version of that car, but also a GT2 and a road version. I've actually seen a road version testing out in the snow. Slightly better weather conditions here in Dubai.
Ethan Gialdini has just put the fastest lap of the Team CMR's Ginetta in last time around, the number 795, 2 minutes 2.5. That car perhaps going a little slower than it had done earlier in the week, as pointed out by one of our correspondents earlier on at RSL_studio, using the hashtag 24H series, please. Good to have your company wherever you are, watching or listening around the world, as the Rossa is into the bowl. And Nick Damon can give us just a wee bit more in the pit lane. What you got, Nicholas?
Yeah, we had the 88 in from 4th place, Dragon Racing with Matt Bell. That was tyres, he stayed on board. We also had the Manamuri motors by EB Motors, that has Patrick Niederhauser. He stayed on board as well, but got a free set of boots before going down to the fuel. Right in front of me at the moment is the 470. That's the WS Competition BMW. That's the GT4 version. Here comes Max Hess from the lead, just going past me now in the 777. And then behind him, from third place, is the Winward Racing. So first and third are in the pits together, trundling down. Second place, the red one, not there. So 33 laps they've done as they come in. We also have the 24, that's the Visit Dubai Porsche 911 as well. So 3 of the top 5 or 6 have all come in. Just wondering whether I might have missed the other. I don't think I missed the other. I don't know. Did I miss the other BMW? Yeah, it's on that one. I'll say that because the red car just left the pits, and I've been looking at a couple of other things going. So we are right in the heart of the changeover situation now. Interestingly, it's I'm looking ahead of me, and do a tyre change, that GT4 car. I think that's taking an age. And of course, you realise they have to do 20 wheel nuts, not 4 on those things, because it's still with nuts rather than with the centre.
Good opportunity now to explain what is going on in the pit lane. People perhaps who aren't au fait with this championship will see people wandering around in shorts and be wondering, what, do we not care about safety here? That's not the case at all.
No, we've gone back to the 70s, that's what happened. No, what it basically is, for those of you who don't know about how the 24-hour series works, is that the fuelling is done in a separate fuel station, and the people in the fuel station, they are fully fireproofed up. Now, it can be, depending on the circuit, at pit in or pit out. Here at Dubai, it's at pit out, so the cars will run all the way down to the end of the pit lane, past the 2 Dragon pits, which are the last 2 on pit out. They'll then make a sharp right-hand turn, travelling at 15 miles an hour, they then curve back on themselves. I think there's 10 what look like standard supermarket fuel pumps, but they are actually smart pumps. They've added quite a bit of technology to them over the last few years. They will then receive the correct amount of fuel, which they preset, so it'll be the correct amount of fuel for your maximum refill, which may be 95 litres or 100 litres or what it may be, or of course in code 60 it'll be less, and they will then go back on their way again. If they do get the fuel number wrong, they will be penalised if they go over the fuel number, because they know exactly what's going in. And coming towards me, and Toby Sowery, who's put in a fantastic first session with the red and gold Paradigm BMW machine. He's on an extra lap from the first 2. There is going to be a driver change on that one. It's a bit right down the far end of the pit lane, so I can't tell you exactly who's getting in. But of course, being the pro and the Pro-Am team, you are going to be careful with it. I just say that, actually. Yeah, they are doing it. The guy I thought it was actually waiting for the car in the previous pit. But there is a third driver change going on, as we have a couple of cars coming towards me now, which I believe, one of which looks like the Optima Motorsport. It is the Optima Motorsport McLaren with Benji Gota on board, and that comes to a top. We have the Team Motor Park Mercedes that came in from 5th, because that was that's out of sequence. It won't be 5th when everyone's finished their run. We have on the front of the car, we have both the positions when it came to the pits. It says 004, for example, Oxman, and the first 3 letters of the driver. They are going to run through, and we have another Aston Martin, and are about to run away. It looks like a pretty standard. So just for the Oxman, they're having a little bit of a look around the rear right as well. It's not quite as straightforward as the others, so they are perhaps worried about something on that car. They've now got less worried about it. They convince themselves it's okay, and that back left tyre has gone back on again. But we're right in the thick of the pits.
down there in the pits as the Optimum McLaren leaves. Nicely done. And heads towards the pit lane. The 992s will now, 992 class car will gradually climb up. The best of them, Paul Mayer, in the Sebla Racing number 992, is in 19th position. I think next time around, James Winslow will be scored in the lead for Haas RT. Certainly if he doesn't come in, he will. And it might even, well, Josef Kral might be in 2nd place for Ferrari, but they've not yet made their fuel stops as far as I can see. James Winslow coming round towards the last part of the circuit now in the number 21 Haas RT Ferrari. 2nd in the AM class until he crosses the line. Paradigm Competition is the leader, but that car stationary in the BMW, and there goes into the pit lane, but scored as the leader, so he's got into the pits just underneath our feet is the timing line, and the Haas RT then scored as the leader at the end of 35 laps. So that's another manufacturer who have led a lap. There goes Kalle Rovanperä. He'll be scored in 2nd, so he might be leading next time around in the 969 Proton Huber Competition Porsche. He's the best of the Pro-Am class at the moment. So now there's a headline coming in 5.3 kilometres time, Peter.
Rovanperä leads in Dubai is what we're going to have.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who would have thought being a WRC driver would make you really good at fuel saving?
Very good. Yeah, very good. He hasn't got to worry about hybrid here. Well, they won't have to this year either, in fact.
No comment. Kalle Rovanperä, yeah, great to have him here. I mean, he impressed so much last year, dovetailing his WRC commitments. He did a limited season in WRC last year and raced in Carrera Cup Benelux with the Red Ant team, who aren't here with us in Dubai this year, but a real stalwart of the 24H series as well. He won actually some races in the Carrera Cup Benelux straight away, and he's now stepping up to the full GT3R and has his sights set on some more GT3 racing.
Well, as we're talking about newcomers to GT3 into this form of racing, and we've got a new member of our team back in our London production studios. Hello to Pete, who is pushing the buttons for us there, and also to all of the team in Cologne, audio engineers, sound engineers, directors, vision engineers, graphics. Hello to the full team there, Ulf, Natasha, Florian, all the rest of you, Hi Flo, and all the rest of the team. Good to have your company. And of course we got Flip here as well. So, big team making this happen for you in sound and vision. Tim Gray up in London as well for us this Saturday morning in the UK. Well, coming round, Peter, to what? 2:15, so 2.25 hours or sorry, 1.25 hours, should I say, since the start of the race. A couple of hours since we've been on air. Your initial impressions of what we've seen, the pace of the various cars at the front of the field, and while you're doing that, I'll swap over with Johnny Palmer.
It's been very interesting. I think the BMW factory will be delighted with their new GT3 Evo, the BMW M4 GT3 Evo, both in the hands of Paradigm Competition and Almanor Racing by WRT. Very, very strong so far. The pace looks ominous. If they can avoid mistakes, if they can avoid issues, they're in a really strong position. I would think that Pure Racing with their Porsche, they might be a little bit disappointed. They, shall we say, showed their hand in qualifying. They showed what they could do pace-wise. All of the Porsches were hit with 20 kilograms of additional weight this morning, actually, before the race, and that appears to be holding them back for now. But we are such a long way from the end of this race. But one thing, well, I never thought I'd be saying, but I'm very glad I am. Kalle Rovanperä, the double WRC world champion, is leading here at the Dubai 24 Hours and proving himself to have one of the quite key attributes of being an endurance racing driver is being light on fuel. So he leads after 36 laps. Only Ian James in the Heart of Racing Mercedes has been able to do that same length of stint. So an amazing job so far from Kalle Rovanperä. He was quizzed by Sportscar 365 over whether he'd be up for driving a new Toyota GT3 if or when it turned up, and he said, yeah, it would be natural for me to drive it when it comes out, as he comes into the pit lane right now. Joining us now in the commentary booth, Johnny Palmer. Johnny, what do you make of this? Double World Rally Champion at the front of the field.
It's not a surprise, in all truth. I was lucky enough to call Kalle in a couple of Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux races last season. I know he did an awful lot more than just the two at Imola, but he is just a mean force behind the wheel of any kind of racing car, whether it be on a single lap stage or around the Dubai Autodrome. So very, very capable pair of hands. He's going to get out of the car then after that superb couple of stints, and the 969 car scored as the race leader. It is all change in our global broadcast centre at this point, because in just a tick we'll have a chat with Phil Anson back on the airwaves, but Joe Bradley is in the pit lane taking over from Nick. Good afternoon, Joe.
Afternoon, everybody. What a great way to start my Dubai 24 Hours with the World Rally Champion handing over the 969 numbered Porsche from the lead of the Dubai 24 Hours, and he's handing it over to his teammate who has a disability with an arm. So it's not a straightforward driver change, an actual steering wheel change as well to assist the new driver. Which I'm not quite sure the name of the driver because it all happened very, very quickly and I was screened from seeing it. That is done, and that car is on its way. So all very, very neat and tidy, even with a steering wheel change to boot.
Kalle Rothenberger's teammates in the 969 in the Proton Uber competition car, Jukka Honkavuri, Yanni Kekela, Joel Monegro and Bashar Mardini to make up 3 Finnish drivers, a driver from the Dominican Republic and from the UAE. So that is Bashar Mardini. We'll find out precisely who's been put into that 969 just as soon as it's exited the fueling area. Oh, big problem though for the treble 8 Porsche Cup car, which has spun, and there were other cars involved as well, although that machine looks pretty straight at the moment for Sébastien Lajou himself. Seb Lajou Racing have brought 2 cars here this weekend, and the triple 8 was right up there during qualifying that Phil Anson and I called yesterday. So Seb Lajou maybe just stuck in the wrong place at the wrong time there. Amazingly comes out of it unscathed, I think, but just lost a lot of time in that whole process, Phil.
Yeah, he did indeed, and obviously got a lot of dirt onto those tyres, running 19th and 4th in the 992 AM category. Sébastien Lajou at the wheel of that one, and that was a lose on the exit of turn 4 going into turn 5, which is commonly known as Porsche corner. And it's when you have to get off the throttle in the middle of a very, very high G corner, and it's not the way that you want to exit that. But I think he stayed out of trouble and not hit anything, and is moving again, which is very, very good to see.
Yeah, just waiting for his... it's come through now, the first split time, so it cost him about 25 seconds, that spin. I'd expected it to have been a little bit more than that, but 4th position in the 992 AMS, ultimately trying to hunt down Ben Pack, who's just brought the TFT Racing Porsche in from 5th position overall, and the lead in the 992 AM division. 992s without the ambit afterwards, led by Oop van Eindhoven in the 912, and if he continues to stay out, because the Porsche Cup cars have slightly better fuel consumption, there is a chance he might even take the overall race lead. He was 90 seconds back, for example, when Kalle Rothenberger pitted, and Ian James came in as well. So does Oop van Eindhoven now lead the motor race?
We said this last night, didn't we? The first couple of hours you will see those 992 Cup cars right up there, because they have that a little advantage of being able to run longer on that tank of fuel. And obviously these Michelin tyres are very much up to the task this weekend. We've already seen the race lap record broken within about the 5th lap of the race, which was very special indeed. But the top 5 now either in the pits or in the fueling area.
And Oop van Eindhoven does lead the race, but he won't stay out on track. He pits as well in the 912 Porsche Cup car after 38 laps. Meanwhile, Kalle Rothenberger has got out of his mount and is right with Joe Bradley now.
Kalle, did you enjoy the start of that race, your very first 24-hour race?
Yeah, actually I enjoyed. Quite different than what I'm used to. Not taking so many risks in the start, just trying to survive. Not the easiest start. We didn't have the best pace, but yeah, anyway, it was a clean start, so that's the main thing.
Remarkably, you guys made your way to the front of the field. You actually came into the pits in the lead. Was that a surprise?
Well, I don't know, to be honest. I just tried to keep my own pace, quite steady. Not the fastest pace, but at least I was quite steady through the stint. So let's see what we can do.
Now, Kalle, it's your first 24-hour race. I'm going to ask you a question that I asked a former Formula One world champion, Fernando Alonso. So I'm going to ask a world rally champion the same question. Are you looking forward to being woken up in the middle of the night and asked to perform?
Yeah, basically, I think that's the important part of the race. So I think, yeah, it's gonna be first experience for me in the night and all those things. So yeah, I think that's when all the action is happening, most of it. So yeah, we need to stay awake well.
Yes, working up in the middle of the night, unable to see because you've just been asleep. Have you already worked out what your tactic is going to be with regards to you and how you're going to prepare yourself?
Yeah, I think we have quite clear plan what we should do and how we should drive. So I think I will do a bit of the night driving. So yeah, let's hope I wake up.
Yeah, please. Well done, Kalle. Great start of the job. And Kalle Rovanperä, we know how good he is in a rally car. He's proven to be very good in a sports car.
Very
as
good
well,
at stifling a snigger as well, because there wasn't even a blink there. So either he's the ultimate professional, or that went straight over his head. Possibly the latter.
Possibly the latter. And Ryan Dalzell from Era Motorsport. Now, Era Motorsport have had all sorts of trouble on this one. A puncher on before the race start and coming into the pit lane, and then they came in also on lap 10 for tyres and fuel, which means he's going to run a little bit longer, and he's gone from the back of the field to the front of the field in that car, because they came into pit on lap 10 for tyres and fuel. So they're running an off strategy now. Now we've just had all of the major cars, like the GT3 cars, pit for their fuel consumption, obviously after running that first hour with an absolutely brimful tank, and now they're on their BOP tank limit. So we're going to see a little bit of things change. Also, if drivers double stinting, they can only do a maximum of 2 hours, okay? And then they have to have at least a 50% of their drive time break before jumping back in the car. So what we're going to see is probably some positional changes, because we got different drivers now in the cars.
Is there ever going to be a scenario with these new, the most latest regulations, where you can get to the full amount your tank will allow? Because you can't come in twice within a code 60 unless it's longer than 60 minutes.
Yep.
So at any point can you, under a code 60, you're only given 25% of your fuel, with the exception of some of the other
AM Advantage cars and a couple of junior cars.
I just want to, is anybody going to get a brimful on their tank other than the start of the race? That might.
Well, I don't think so, because the limit is done for BOP purposes, and they do it with fuel flow and capacity, and then your team lineup also dictates what you get. So if you're running full GT3, you -5 off the BOP. If you're running GT3M, you're plus 15.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get that, and also the GT3s get a 30 kilo weight ballast as well. So the BOP is done very sensibly, because it doesn't cost the teams a lot of money. We're not doing electrical or mechanical things to the car. We're doing it on drive time. We're doing on, like, if you're running a GT3 team, you've got an AM driver. This year, they have to run it 4 hours instead of the old 2 hours. So it's given them a bit time so they don't become the code 60 stalwarts.
I kind of prefer that way of balance of performance, because we can all see it as well. So yeah, 1 or 2 cars are compromised during their pits, and we live that rather than it all being done in the gubbins inside the car, which not a great deal of us understand anyway, quite frankly. Let's get straight back to Joe in the pits.
Yeah, what looked like a quite innocuous, regular sort of standard pit stop for Team CMR. Their number 795 car came in for the Ginetta, of course, the G56. It's in the GTX class, and it started from the pit lane, this car, and their wars continue, I'm afraid. The car has been swiveled round. They came out quite late in the pit stop and put it on the jacks and the trolleys, and then they brought it in backwards into the pit. Never a good sign. I think from the amount of mineral water bottles, I think this is a cooling problem. I'm surrounded by trays of water bottles, and it's not because the mechanics are thirsty. I think the Ginetta motor might be thirsty, and they're cooling the cooling properties of the car. It also looks like they've had a fire extinguisher go off in the car. They've had a fire extinguisher go off in the car, so I may be wrong. Now then, the water's got nothing to do with cooling. Go back on
Joe, what have you got for us?
The water's been brought in. Yeah, the water that I'm surrounded by has got nothing to do with cooling whatsoever.
It's got to do with cleaning, yes.
The extinguishant from the car. Now, having been here and got the T-shirt for having to clean a car that has happened to, it is not pleasant. You can never get into all the nooks and crannies. I'm telling you now, the electrics are covered, all the wiring looms, all the connectors inside. I'm overlooking the shoulder of the mechanic in the passenger door of the Ginetta now, and it is absolutely covered in fire extinguisher dust that will get everywhere. So they're taking the opportunity while they're doing this. Now, why that extinguisher's gone off, I don't know. I've had a driver pull on the fire extinguisher instead of the ignition before we pulled out the pits, but like I say, it's never pleasant whenever it's gone off, so that might have caused consternation. I'll try and get the inside from the driver who's just got out and see if that blew up in his face.
Did it happen before when they were in the pits? Because it can be activated from the outside as well. So it's inside and outside. So
That's right, yes.
And they're push buttons these days, not the old pull handle. So yeah.
No, the outside.
It still is the pull handle.
The outside has to be a mechanical operation. Yeah, because you can't
but the push button one in the inside is definitely fumbling fingers. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, leave it. The one on the outside, I can tell you, the cable hasn't been pulled, so it's gone off. It might have gone off
Thank
itself.
you very much.
I'll look into it.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane, as we only have 22 hours, 32 minutes and 15 seconds to go in this, the 20th edition of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. And that first hour just flew by, Johnny. It just absolutely flew by. We had the BMW team leading that since lap 20 until they came in and did their pit stops. And what I think we're going to see now is with driver changes, we're going to have a little bit of change, but Biana's staying at the wheel, so he's going to run his full 2 hours. So he also has the now race lap record. So yeah, it's going to get interesting through the class as well, but we've got 2 Pro-Ams leading the GT3 category. And as we said, balance of performance evens this whole thing out.
Terrific to watch Rob Huff, who's not on the same lap as Thomas Preining in the all-white pure racing car, but Preining really struggling to get by the big Bentley. I don't think Rob was doing anything wrong, but it's a lot of car to try and drive around. Preining got in front, and then Rob Huff's sheer straight-line speed nearly zipped the Bentley back in front again. He has now pulled off the Lapri, though, on the Continental, as we can head to Joe in the pits.
Now, we talked about the fire extinguisher going off in the 795. I've got the driver, Ethan Gildini. Ethan, that fire extinguisher went off in your face pretty much.
Yeah, it was very, very, very hot. At the exit of the turn, there is a big flame on the right and go to my face and, yeah, burning on me.
Oh, so the car was on fire. That's why you pulled the extinguisher. Oh, right, I got that round the wrong way. So you actually have had a fire on the car.
It was on my last lap, and I go to the pit, and the mechanic takes the extender and...
Right, okay, so the extinguisher was off the mechanic. The mechanic fired the extinguisher to put the fire out, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay, but you're all right, yes? You're fine?
Yeah, all right, but a little bit burn on my face, but it's okay.
Okay, you still look pretty. Don't worry.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Ethan. Thanks, Ethan. That's, guys, why these guys wear fireproof overalls and balaclavas and helmets and the like. He is getting, and as I say that, he's getting some drops in his eyes, so he's obviously been
what
affected.
a frightening moment.
Oh, definitely.
Quite know. I mean, it's all very well talking about it now to Joe, but in that exact moment, he didn't know the resolution of it, and well, did quite the right thing to pull the fire extinguisher. It's made a mess of the inside of the car, clearly, but far better that we keep our drivers as safe as possible. And one of Joe's favourite phrases is that you have soap operas happening behind every single garage door. Exactly. That was a little bit more than a soap opera.
Indeed. Unfortunate for the 795, the Team CMR Ginetta GT X are running this 6.2-litre LS3. Sounds amazing, that car. We first saw that one in Kuwait last year, and what a beast that was. We just had a spin behind this Porsche in the bowl. Just trying to pick up that car. It's going around again. It looks like it's one of the Caymans that's just coming back onto the circuit. Just have a quick look at that. I just caught that out of the rear end of that camera shot as he's now making his way down towards turn 16. And we have a replay here. Yeah, just lost the rear end of it. Coming in under brakes.
It's a good spot, Phil. I'm now on my feet to just see whether we can pick it out going through. 487 possibly, which has rotated and rejoined.
That may be the SRS team, Sorg Rennsport, 427.
427, yes. Yep. Yeah, got one of the. I got two of the digits.
You got 2 out of 3, man. You're good.
That's a pretty good hit rate considering my previous form. Ryan Dalziel, fresh out of a car as well. Now talking to Joe.
Ryan, you've already got a textbook of stories to tell us. I mean, that early pit stop put you right on the back foot.
Yeah, as soon as we left the grid, we had a puncture. So it's one of those, like, do you take the risk, take the start, see how bad it is? Try and kind of get off sequence, but unfortunately we had to go off sequence lap 1. We couldn't fuel, so it was fun though. At least I got to play some catch up. It's been a while since I started a race, and I still didn't get to try and start it, so I guess we'll try again in the next one.
A little bit different to perhaps the regulations that you're used to across in the IMSA series. No full course cautions. We're now under code. We've got to work those tactics through the code 60s. I think it makes the job harder. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it does. We knew that coming into it. I mean, we had a big discussion at the end of last year as to where we go race with Dwight and a Ferrari, and it was between this, obviously, and European Le Mans, but we felt like for seat time, this was the place to be. We knew the limitations with the FCYs, but, it is what it is. We're clearly pretty quick. Ferrari seemed like it's pretty good on a long run, so we're going to use this as a learning experience. It's obviously not part of the European Championship for us, so this was definitely put us into the deep end, see if we can swim.
Pressure's off, mate. Enjoy the drive.
Big incident on the main straight here at the Dubai Autodrome. We are not yet, just an hour and a half into the race, and the 990 Porsche has had a big crash. We think into the wall on driver's right. 990 is the JBR entry of Japan. Where in the order, and who was it battling with? It's Kawumu Katayama, who has had a crash with the 7x7 racing car immediately behind it on the timing screen. I didn't see the incident as it happened. I'm sure with plenty of camera coverage there, we can speak through it in a second, but not a nice place to be sitting, Phil Anson. No. Off the racing line, admittedly, but about a quarter of the way down the main straight here.
Well, we've seen this happen on the exit of 16 where they get out over that rumble strip on the left-hand side and come around and near where the main gate is. And we just hope that he is okay. We are under code 60, our first of code 60. Just on the code 60 regulations, 25% refueling, except for those AM Advantage cars. We have one car, which is the TCX, the Team Sorg Rennsport, that can take a full load under that. No penalties to be served, and you have a 2-hour moratorium on your penalties. So if it happens, your 2-hour expires during the code 60, you don't have to do an extra pit stop. You just have to do that at your next scheduled service. So code 60, a lot of regulations, no penalties, 25% from the majority of the field. They can top up their tank. They use smart cards down there, JP, and the team have to flash the card up against it under a code 60. It'll see what the card is, it will see what its BOP is, and only give it 25%.
And the amazing thing for me these days is that if the track goes code 60 after you've started the refueling, there is then a point where it goes, oh, well, the fuel allocation has still not been reached, but we're code 60, so all you can get in addition is the 25%.
But not, and it still won't allow over your 100% of BOP.
So if you're at 80% of your allocation and we go code 60, it'll only give you the further 20%. It doesn't give you an extra 5 in that scenario. If you've not seen Creventic / 24H series racing before, you'll probably be wondering what on earth a code 60 is. Well, it is a way of neutralizing the track almost instantly, slightly less instantly than we used to have, because there is now a countdown into this phase from the race director, or at least somebody from race control. However, once we get to the proper code 60 kicking in, everybody must circulate at 60 kilometers per hour. That's the 60 in the name. And it's a bit like a virtual safety car in Formula One, therefore, only we won't end it with a proper safety car. There is no safety car procedure in Creventic racing, just this 60 kilometers per hour speed limit. And once the issue is solved, it might take 5 minutes, it might take a couple of hours in some cases if a barrier has been damaged, but it is all dealt with under this speed limit. And then once everything is safe to go racing again, the code 60 is released, withdrawn, and everyone can go back up to racing speed again. Needless to say, you can't overtake under a code 60 either. In fact, you can't overtake before, just at the point of announcement of the code 60, which is when the flags and the lights are illuminated.
Yep.
I still think there's an element of confusion there, which might need to be ironed out over the season, because everyone's going to see a code 60 flag, even though the speed limit hasn't actually been brought in yet. That only happens at the end of the countdown, and we're there now.
Exactly. So I think it's time to give the drivers to stop them jumping on the brakes, because they'll get picked up at the next microsector, and that's where the problem is. Code 60 comes out, you're flat out down the back straight, you hit that microsector under code 60, you're going to get done for speeding under code 60. So they may put a couple of sectors together to allow that to happen. Now they're doing it with a countdown. We'll also get a countdown the same as when the code 60 will be lifted. We'll get an indication up here in the commentary box that they're less than 1 minute, but they will have. Yeah, they will have in their car the code 60 on the luminary display. There'll be a countdown to when it gets released as well. You won't have the voice of Eduardo Freitas like you do in WEC, counting down to the end of a area, but here it's this code 60 has been a revelation to motorsport.
Yeah.
About keeping gaps, keeping things together, and controlling the pace so that we can have people on track doing things.
The Bentley, which we were talking about a moment or two ago, being embroiled in a load of some of the leading traffic, even though Rob Huff was not on the lead lap at the time. You have a story, Joe, in regard to the big British car?
The story is it's not Rob Huff now at the wheel of that car. It's Sean Lynn, and they're aware that the driver ident has not altered to show that Sean's in the car. I can confirm that is the truth because I've just seen Rob Huff, and he's definitely not in the car. He's at the back of the garage, just relaxing. So Sean Lynn at the wheel of the number 31 team Parker B.
Okay, thank you for the clarification there, and ultimately they'll try and solve that driver ID. I'm sure whether that can be done mid-stint, we'll have to wait and see. Now, big crash for the Porsche that we've been talking about on the main straight.
Oh, he's gone straight into the wall. He tagged the car that's coming towards us with the lights on, and he just tagged that and got basically head on into the wall as it's coming back into with the track. And good news is Katayama has got out of the car and has made his way to the ambulance on his own 2 feet. Very thankful that that's a hard impact because there was contact between 2 cars as he moved across, and basically it flicked him to the left and straight into the wall that's actually coming back in from turn 16 onto the main straight. So a nasty head-on impact for the 990, and that is well, that's not going to be racing anymore this weekend, and it's a big shame for that Japanese team. 2 Japanese teams here this weekend, the JBR, Taku Bamba, Noriyuki Chaga, Kaomu Katayama, who was the driver there, Yasutaka Ando and David Tan, the lone Brit in that Japanese entered Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car.
Katayama, still relatively new to motor racing, certainly from an international perspective. He began racing in 2023 in the GT World Challenge Asia Championship, but this, I think, is his first ever Dubai 24 hours. It might be his first 24 hours full stop, and not the way that they will have planned it out, to have had a big crash halfway through the second hour. But great news that Kiwamu is out of the car and straight into the ambulance, the rescue unit, to be attended to in the medical centre, I'm sure. So had there been contact which sent him into the wall? I have to admit, I was looking away for a second time.
There was another car there. I couldn't pick up the number of it, but he just glanced off of that, and then it pushed him. He just glanced off it and went left.
To the outside wall.
To the outside wall. So he ended up near the inside wall, but he got thrown across the track because he hit that outside wall on as it comes back in on turn 16. So he head on to that wall and then bounced out and ended up underneath the start-finish gantry. So that's a very, very large impact. But these cars are built very, very solid. All the cars are being told to keep to extreme left because there is a lot of debris across the circuit at the moment. If they really need to clean that up, I wouldn't be surprised if well, it's hard under a code 60 because you have to do direction on track. If you were a safety car, you could just take them through pit lane.
Yeah, and we've seen that many times.
Indeed.
Which is a great idea. I'm not sure who first came up with that, but the pit lane, although not part of the racetrack, is accessible because there are so many start line incidents at the beginning of a motor race. Thankfully, we avoided that and managed to get through just about the first 90 minutes before this first code 60. The front left corner of that Porsche, sadly, no longer there.
It's still in the wall, I think, and you can see it here. The car on the centre of the track stays there. He moves across, and he may have got flicked on the back end of that curb. He may have caught the back end of that curb, which has brought him back across the track. One of the Cup cars really, really hard on the brakes to avoid that incident and all of the debris that is associated with it. As the yellow flags were already waving for our exceptional track crew here at Dubai Autodrome Circuit. Now they're leading the cars off the circuit, and you can see where he impacted the wall. There, as the cars are going off there, right on the Union Properties sign, who own this area of land. Union Properties own Motor City and run Motor City, and that's going back into the pits, but sadly not going to take any further up. Joe's down there with the 7x7 team.
Yeah, it's the sister car actually to JBR. They're all being run by MRS actually, the team for the mechanics looking after both of these cars. Right now I'm talking about the 989. It's the bright yellow one with the black bonnet. It's the 7x7 Racing. Again, full Japanese driver lineup. That's in for taking advantage of this code 60. I'll try and get a word with the driver. You guys can tell me which of the drivers it was that jumped out of this 989. But again, this is now the sole car that everything's depending on from this garage, and still waiting for word and still waiting for that car to return just to assess the damage, because you never know, it might not be over for the 990. It's when they get it back, they might be able to
one
repair
argument for that is it's not the business end of the car, the engine right on that rear bumper. It was Kiwamu Katayama, Joe. Katayama, the driver, and out rather swiftly to the medical centre. So it might be a few minutes before he's heading in your direction. I think that's a bit too much of a hopeful wish for Joe Bradley to see that 990 car back in the race. I don't think it's a wonderful thing.
I think once he gets a look at it, he may. It's almost a replica of a different end of what we saw for the Audi yesterday. There could be structural damage, which makes it here for Joe. That's going back into Parc Ferme, just behind the technical bays, as they're making their way in there now. But good work from our team here at the Autodrome. Thank you to all of our Orange Army all around the circuit this weekend. They've got a lot of hours to put in, and they've been putting them in all week since Monday, since they've been having a track. The track was open to put your race car on it, and for all of these teams. Only the official stuff started on Thursday, but this was all happening all week for the teams to get used to the Michelin tyres. And a lot of cars got a lot of track time. So I think part of the reason for that, for our really good start, is that people have got a handle on these tyres now.
Yes, and they take a little bit more unlocking, shall we say, to get the real pace. Some of the AM drivers are happy to sit at their delta time, but then the pros really want us to know how to switch them on, how long it takes to do so. Rick Breukers was the real star for me in that he was able to do that in a single outlap, do an incredible time. I think the best time across all 3 sectors in the 992 qualifying sessions, a 2:01, the only driver to get into the 2:01s, and then he parked it. So, you know, I mean, he did an inlet first. He did an inlet and parked it and handed it over, and it was almost as if those tyres hadn't even been used by Rick.
Yeah. Okay, so it was the number 21 that was the side-by-side contact, and that was Alex Bukantov coming. Alex, very experienced around here, runs in the Radical Championship, also runs in the European Le Mans Series in LMP2, Asian Le Mans Series LMP3, so very, very experienced driver.
The only thing I'll say is that the car has had a pit stop since then. So was Alex at the wheel during the incident?
Sure. Let me have a look.
Scrolling down to see
what's his stint time.
That will provide us the answer. Indeed.
Well, you probably want to have a look just to make sure that it's not anything bad.
Bukantsov. 21 we're talking, aren't we? It may well have been Fred Chaussee who was at the wheel during the incident, and yeah, there is a mark on that left side, on the sill and on the door.
Yep.
And it's driver's side as well.
Here we go.
So the 21 car exiting turn 16, minding its own business. It was ahead. No, it was alongside the Porsche as they came through.
Yep.
Then all of a sudden, the Porsche of Katayama,
I reckon he's
jinx right, isn't it?
I reckon he's spun up over that end piece of curb there. Instead of having all the wheels across it, he probably had that left rear on there. And we've seen that gate down on that pit wall actually get demolished by a Clio Cup car in one of the earlier sessions of this race back in probably 2 decades ago. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
When the field was full of them. Yeah, you can see the mark on the door there of the Haas, the 21. I spoke to Alex on Wednesday in the pits, just about how it's driving because he's mainly an LMP2, LMP3 driver, and getting in a car like this, he said it's the mass. Getting used to the mass of that car, because obviously LMP2 and LMP3 are a lot lighter, and it's just the mass of those vehicles, of getting them to rotate. He's so used to big aero, but he was very complimentary on the tyres. He said the drivers have to get used to the tyres, and once you get used to them, then you can start working their benefits out. And he was very complimentary on the tyres, because he runs on different brands all the way over. He's been a champion here, and he's running the Michelin Le Mans Cup, European Le Mans Series, last year in 2024, and in the Prototype Cup in the Ligier. So he's done a fair bit. He did run in a Porsche 911 in 2024 in the Middle East Trophy, but a Radical champion here as well, lives locally.
And now I've had a chance to really interrogate the timing screen. Can I go back on my decision?
Yes.
It was Alexander Bukantsov at the wheel in the previous stint, and indeed now, for some reason, the names of the driver, and rather the car names, have become slightly misaligned, I think, on my screen. Anyway, Chaussee is in a car, but it's not that 21 Audi. He's in the number 5 Mercedes, in fact, for Team Motor Park. And Fred Chaussee is there in 17th position. So your point about the ripple strip is that because it's corrugated, you're booting the throttle, but the contact patch of the tyres going to sometimes not be in contact with the ground,
and it's going to be your right rear that's going to be driving. So that one spins up, it's going to turn you left.
Of course it is. Yeah.
And so that grips up because you're on the sticky part of the circuit. Your left-hand tyre's bouncing off the ripple strip, and in one of those cars, we've seen that happen many times in turn 16, and it springs the car across the circuit.
Thomas Preining's just brought the number 92 Pure Racing Porsche into pit lane. That was from 2nd position. So that'll elevate Luke Hartog in the Dynamic GT Porsche GT3R to the race lead now. 47 laps in. And Hartog leads in car 24 from Thomas Preining, who's rejoined in second, and it's Sergei Stolyarov in the Winward Racing Mercedes, currently in third. Here's Joe again in the pits.
And Sean Lynn's identification showing on the windscreen of the car. So they clearly have sorted out the driver ident there. But no tyres. They did something inside the car and cleaned the windscreen and stuff. So just to sort of take an advantage, do a little bit of servicing during this Code 60. I think the Bentley has now gone on its way. So I'll stand by for Pure Racing's car coming out of the fueling area. However, it might not pay me a visit. It might go straight by like most cars are
They're
doing.
ignoring you, Joe.
Yes, they are. How rude.
So with all of these pit stop, it's Dynamic GT Porsche leading the GT3 field. Loic Hartog at the wheel of that. Thomas Preining in the second position in the Pure Racing Porsche. So it's Porsche's back at the top, 2 GT3 cars and 2 GT3 Pro-Am cars. Matt Bell in the pits at the moment from the Dragon Racing Ferrari, and Sergei Stolyarov in the Winward Racing Mercedes is just gone through. Dustin Blattner has jumped in the room behind the wheel of the Dragon Racing, and yeah, we've got positional changes a lot at the moment because everybody's jumping into the pits. They can do their pit stop, but they can't take the full amount of fuel, and we may see some AM drivers getting in, but we're looking pretty good down there at the moment. We've got a lot of fluid down, but it's off the racing line. It's on the right-hand side, drivers right, as they come underneath us, so they're putting the drivers through to soak up a bit of the quick dry that's gone down. And now they're working on the other side of the track, which is the racing line. So they're getting that all cleaned up now, but with a bit more, but yeah, they're getting on with it.
It's an Audi.
So the 21 Haas RT Audi has been getting plenty of attention because of it being involved with that start line incident. Not at fault, I would say, as far as Alexander Bukantov is concerned, but a little bit assaulted by the wayward Porsche. Another driver in that 21 Audi is James Winslow, now with Joe.
Yeah, you guys know what I used to do for a living. If only my work was as easy as this. I'm walking past the Haas RT pit. James come out, he says, "It was me, Gov. I'll tell you all about it. I was a cop for 30 years, James. That's what I'm on about." So, mate, what's your confession?
Oh, yeah, I saw the incident. Alex has jumped in. Obviously, this has caused a code 60. There's so many track limit warnings and stuff around this circuit that you can see the Porsche and everybody at turn 16 is trying not to break the track limit. So they're getting very close to the track limit, and then they hustle in the car, trying to keep to the right of the white line, and then once they've just made the track limit, the car surges to the right, and that's what's happened. Alex has given him enough room, but as the car has over-surged to the right-hand side, it's just clipped him, and it's caused the other guys to end his race, which is unfortunate.
What you're doing is talking about checking momentum, isn't it? And sometimes you've got to let the car breathe and just take the penalty, I suppose, rather than that can result in it. And do you think that's down to inexperience?
I think it's there's so much lap time.
Being too harsh, of course.
There's so much lap time around here from being right on the very edge of the track limit at every single corner. Like there's 16 turns, and all 16 turns there's a 10th in being right on that cusp of the track limit. So I think from the driver overtaking, you have to give them extra room. You have to be you have to expect them to do this surging and make an error. I obviously started the race. And I learned that pretty quickly. You have to give the lap traffic extra room because yeah, there's a lot of errors happening out there.
Give us an idea, James. Where on the track are you kind of gaining time by hammering and using all of those track limits? Because I think you're talking about hammering the curbs, aren't you? Most of the places.
Yeah, I mean, it's all on the exit of 16. You can obviously finish the lap and gain a 10th if you just slightly break the track limit. I mean, if you go extreme, you can find 3 or 4 tenths, but then you pick up more sand, so you lose that time at the following corner. But as the 24 hours goes on, the track gets swept up. People do break track limits, and those track limits start to grip up. So yeah, no, if you broke track limits on the whole track by a centimetre, yeah, you could probably find 4 or 5 tenths.
Just to give our viewers and listeners an idea, if they haven't raced, it's not like driving to the shops where if you are aiming for the curb, you can just pull it off to the right a bit, can't you? You've made that commitment by putting the throttle kind of at the apex of the corner, so you know that's what you're talking about here.
Exactly right. You've already released the brake, you've already rolled the speed in. What happened there at that last corner is the guys got back to gas fractionally too early. The car's pushed on, understeered, pushing out over the white line. He's kind of realised he's releasing the gas, and now the car is coming back towards the circuit, and it's just hard to judge and get it right. Yeah.
So did you say that your car had made contact with the spinning car?
It was our 21. I've just jumped out. I did the opening stint. Alex Bukanstov, my driver's just jumped in, and it was our car that touched. They touched the car that's caused this code 60. Yeah.
What was the damage, if any?
The cameraman was very kind to us, so thank you for that. He filmed our door very closely. There's very light damage on our car to the door. We're just hoping the door will open and close for the next 23.5 hours. It looks very light damage. I see my crew putting their helmets on, so I'm hoping it's no more serious than that.
We talk about, Jim, we talk about, all right, what's the tactic? Staying out of trouble. You can't write that one, though, can you?
100%. We say it every year, don't we, before every race, even a sprint. But yeah, you are driving at that 99.9% for 23.5 hours, and how many we have, 70 cars here, and there's 3, 4 or 5 drivers in each car, so that's a lot of human beings trying not to make errors, so they're going to come. Normally by tomorrow, when I always think the danger zone's over once it's got light tomorrow morning. The same at Le Mans 24. You feel like you've got over a major hurdle. When the sun's come up the next day, everything calms down. The people who might make mistakes generally have already, maybe, and it's a bit more of a calmer, cleaner race. We just got to survive until it gets light tomorrow morning.
Here's a one for you as well. As the race progresses, do you kind of get to know the personality, let's say, of the cars that are out there? And can you actually recognise which driver's in that car, giving it that personality?
Exactly that, yeah. You start to trust the car, and then you realise it's one of the other drivers in there, and that you shouldn't trust him. So yeah, then you speak to the engineer and you say, who exactly is in that car in front? So, but yeah, you have obviously the top level pros. Everyone knows each other, and we know that we can generally trust each other, but there's some names on there that we don't know, so you have to learn.
And so your attitude towards passing or racing with is variable then?
I think so. I think the same as like in Formula One. We know that some drivers some drivers who win the championship every year are just not going to let you pass that at all cost. And some drivers are sensible, smart guys who have careers for 20 or 30 years in GT cars. Generally, if you've made the move, he's going to give you the position because he knows in 23 hours it probably doesn't matter at all.
Yeah. Sensible racing driver. That's oxymoron, that, mate. Thanks, James. Thanks for that. Great insight. James Winslow, everybody.
Yeah, James Winslow explained it perfectly, actually, and I'll take back what I said. It was the release of the throttle which caused the car to shift back the other way. It's the Porsche momentum thing with it behind there. So it's taken the weight off the rear end, and if you've got any lock on at the wheel at all, it's going to pull the rear end the other way, which is what pushed the car across the track. And then from that impact, he's obviously steering away from the impact, which has pushed him straight into the wall.
Yeah. Yeah, the initial change of direction was only very, very slight, but unfortunately it steered the Porsche towards James's Audi, driven by Alex Bukantsov, as he said, and then the bounce off that, the ricochet, has sent the Porsche directly into the scenery, and that's the bigger impact. So initial loss of traction, glance off the Audi, bang into the outside wall, and that sadly finished the race for Kuwamu Katayama. As we go back to green now, almost bang on 2 hours into the race, 22 hours still to go. Might be useful once Katayama's released from the medical centre, just to get a kind of reverse perspective on precisely what happened there, and Kuwamu will hopefully have a chat to Joe, or indeed if it's Nick at that point in pit road, just to find out precisely what happened in the seat of the 990 JBR car. But we are down to just one of those MRS run Japanese Porsches now, the 7x7 Racing crew, which is effectively the sister car. One car that's not got back up to speed. That is the Ferrari number 81 out of the Code 60, which is the Era Motorsport
back up now.
Era Motorsport were leading the race, weren't they, a few moments ago? Or certainly with
Dwight Merriman at the wheel of that Ferrari.
Before the last cycle of pit stops, at least. And that car has taken its time to maybe release the 60 km/h.
Well, they get it on the Lumirank display when it goes off. You don't have to wait for a flag signal. You're going to get it on your Lumirank. But however, they did in the supplementary regulation say the flag signals do override the Lumirank if it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So, which is a fair call.
But also the car, the mechanism's got to obey as well. It might have just been a glitchy button or actually, we're going back into code 60.
We've got another car stopped. I'm just trying to work out where that is.
Oh, more than stopped. There's a Mercedes in the wall. Is that early on in the lap? Turns 1 and 2 in the background, possibly? So has it happened at 2 and 3? But that's one of the big AMGs which has steered left and hit the wall pretty heavily. We're in that phase of the race where almost the Dubai 24 Hours is deciding how many cars it wants to have running in it. And whether that was a misunderstanding with a fellow competitor, or it was the fact that the tyres had cooled during the Code 60 and the grip wasn't necessarily there.
Exactly.
But it's turns 2 and 3, and we're trying to identify precisely which Mercedes it is. But one or two drivers taking advantage of this pit stop window. They won't be able to, well, mind you, we're into another Code 60, so you could take another 25% worth of fuel.
Yep.
We're hearing that it's the Team Motor Park car, which, now I'd already mentioned Frederic Jousset's name as being potentially involved in an incident, and I'd got the car wrong. Is this a classic example of the commentator's curse, therefore? I was effectively an accident ahead, because now Fred Jousset is involved. And he's going to come straight towards me now for the blame. But that car has connected with the wall on the left.
Yeah, it's just gone through turn 2. That's turn 3 to the right there. Turn 2, too much curb cold tyres, or losing the back end on the exit of turn 2. We don't know when where that car was on the Code 60 when it was released. So spinning up a little bit more. So we'll wait and see, and hopefully Frederick's okay. But we're back under Code 60 after a 27-minute Code 60 for the 990 crash on the main straight, and straight back into Code 60 on lap 49. So we started Code 60 with the first one on 44, released it on lap 49, back into it on 49. So that's at turn 2. And back under Code 60. So you're correct. They can refuel again another 25%. You're only allowed to do it once unless the Code 60 goes over 60 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's one of the newer regulations. You can't come in and keep topping up, which was what was happening previously. Now it's a different scenario.
But when one Code 60 ends, and then a new one begins, even if it's 30 seconds between the two of them, then you get a new allocation of fuel.
It's not the same Code 60. So we're learning all of this because it's new this year.
Imagine if we were working on the, I mean, perish the thought, Phil, but if we were calling the shots on the pit wall, you really do need to know your regulations back to front, because that might have been your car coming through 14, 15 and a split-second decision.
Oh, it's the slow car.
Is it the Era Motorsport Ferrari that's caused the problem?
He's trying to get out of the way and lost the rear end of the cold tyres on the back of that AMG Mercedes as he was really hard left to try and avoid the back of that slow car, and that is what has caused that. There was no didn't see any contact there. I didn't see that slower car move as the Mercedes went past, but it's just 27 minutes running at 60 kilometres an hour. He's got no heat in those rear tyres.
So Dwight Merriman in the 81 car, we knew that he'd got an issue coming out of the first Code 60, and the 81 Ferrari had not got back up to speed. And then coming through that area, Fred Jousset in his Mercedes number 5, the Motor Park entry, was aiming towards that part of the asphalt and realised, I can't go there, there's a slow Ferrari, jinked left, and maybe just that rapid change of direction or collision with a car on his left has sent him, speared him directly into the wall early on in the lap. But this, Joe Bradley, provides everyone else a chance to get into pit lane and take advantage of it.
Yeah, I've got two of the leaders. Firstly, we had the number 24, the Dynamic GT Porsche, came in the lead. the second place Pure Racing Porsche. That's what you can hear in the background. All pretty straightforward here, taking advantage of another Code 60 straight off the back, but this time taking on tyres. And the 24 that came in the lead, that has changed. Luca Hartog out of the car. You guys can tell me who's got into that number
just
24.
As soon as it leaves pit road, still being in the fueling area at this stage, but no longer with Hartog at the wheel. The driver change, the tyre change is done prior to fueling. The huge crowd that had assembled here in the Dubai Autodrome main grandstand to witness the start. Partially to do with one particular driver, but also, of course, because it's a fabulous event anyway. But many people here for the 20th edition because of Ajith Kumar and his part in proceedings, the Collywood film star.
Yes.
I've not heard of Collywood prior to coming to Dubai this weekend.
The Tamil version of Bollywood.
Indeed, yes. And a huge film star he is from that genre, but also a film producer as well.
And a racing driver.
A racing driver in 2 separate cars.
Exactly.
This weekend, so he's a busy boy.
Yeah, and that fan base here was as noisy as the crowd on the start, which is great. Hello to everybody in the grandstand. Welcome along.
So Luke Hartog out of the 24 car. That car still being named actually against the Dutchman, but he's very definitely chatting to Joe now.
Yeah, I've definitely got this very tall young man in front of me. I need a box to talk to you, look. A strange driver stint for you there at the end, a long, almost half an hour of Code 60. You just get started and another Code 60. What does that do to the, the psychology of what you're doing out there?
Yeah, you can't really get into a rhythm, but fortunately what matters is the track position. This is a 24-hour sprint race. You can't get all the time back. And in these cases, you have many things where you can actually gain a lot of time or lose a lot of time with. And I think we capitalized on that. This is what brings the car now into P1. Mega team effort by that. But still, race is long. And yeah, again, we have a small break now. But yeah, looking forward to what's to come.
So as a driver, you're just listening to your engineers telling you when to pit. They're the ones doing the strategy. You have to go fast, yeah?
Correct, yeah. This is a strategy race, but now you have to capitalize before, for example, we had a small green flag, and because the tires really cooled down because we drove half an hour, only 60 kph, you really have to scrub the tires and use these moments, and I think we managed well. We got some time with that again. Also, driver change was super fast, so these things, they help, and yeah, that's why we're leading, I think, now.
Great stuff. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you.
Get some rest.
Luke Hartog from the Dynamic GT Porsche leading the race at the moment. We will wait until they put the driver indicator on, and then we will work out who is at the wheel of the number 24. 50 laps have been completed. We finished our last Code 60 at 2:59 and 38 seconds. We started the next one at 3 minutes and 57 seconds. So there wasn't a lot of time there to get some heat into the tyres. But Frederick Jose is out of the car. He did get out, but with assistance. So he is making his way to the medical centre, and we wish him all of the best from the Team Motor Park number 5 car. And boy, that was he did a good job to avoid the slow car, but unfortunately cold rear tyres obviously didn't provide much grip once he turned that car pretty much 70 degrees to the left.
I don't remember Motor Park having much of a presence here in the 24 Hours of Dubai in the past. They're a name well known from German Formula 3 and then on into GT3 racing in their homeland as well. But I mean, I don't want to say this is their first ever Dubai 24 Hours because it may not be, but they're relatively latecomers to it, and a good driver lineup. I mean, the cars looked stellar all weekend. Thierry Vermeulen I was looking forward to seeing in that car. Sebastian Alvarez, the semi-pro, but Fred Jousset, sadly, he regularly races Ferraris in the ACO rules racing, and was getting more and more used to his Mercedes, but unfortunately, kind of through not a great deal of fault of his own. I mean, you could say that there will have been white flags. I would hope there will have been white flags because of the slow era motorsport car. That doesn't tell you where the slow car is on the racetrack, though. No. And when you're surrounded by other machinery, it's really difficult.
And he was coming out from behind another car as well. That's why he was blinded, and there was a car just basically parked in front of him.
Yeah. unsighted by it, and once you've jinked out, yeah, you know there's going to be a problem, but there just isn't the time to slow down and avoid. So another car down, sadly, and more crucially, this is eating into any potential that we might have had of getting to a record distance.
Yes.
2012, the longest distance we've managed so far.
628 laps.
And we think that is rapidly going south now because of this additional code 60 so soon after the first.
We've broken the lap record.
Yes.
Because we're in the 57s, almost 1.1 second quicker than the old one. That might be repairable.
Okay.
Front left.
And in this championship, in this race, you can get back to the paddock using outside assistance.
Yes,
and still
there's no penalty. We will tow cars back to the pit. Luckily here at Dubai Autodrome, they've got so many cut-throughs that they can get a car back to the pits and be repaired. That's the beauty of Creventic racing. You get the opportunity to fix any damage if it isn't really bad. The car has to be re-scrutineered. Yep. Obviously, for safety purposes, but there is no kinks or anything there. And Creventic have got an amazing scrutineering team who have to scrutineer 63-odd cars. Yeah, you have to get it re-scrutineered, but it gives you the opportunity to get out there and re-compete. We've had many years here where cars have broken axles and stuff like that back in when we had the Aston Martin Vantages running here of the local teams, and they used to have a race to see how quick they could change the axles between the two teams back in those days. But you know, we have one of our rescue vehicles had 54 recoveries in 1 year, had to be refueled, which is the way it is. But just going on about how Creventic and the way they do this balance of performance, we can see it now. We've got a Pro-Am car leading. You know, we've got all of the good things of the BOP, and what's happening, this isn't going to be a long code 60, so they're not going to throw their AM driver in.
Yeah.
Because it's not a long code 60. And a code 60, your Pro is as quick as your AM. It doesn't matter. You're all doing 60 kilometres an hour.
Joe's working very hard in the pit lane to gather together drivers to have a chat to whilst there's no racing going on, and the 797 crew have brought a very interesting car to this year's 24 Hours of Dubai with Michelin, the Rossa LMGT. Let's get to Joe.
You've stolen exactly what I was going to say to Evgeny here. You've got a very interesting car here that the fans are loving. What's your thoughts so far early in the race?
Well, the car is doing surprisingly well, given that the first time the car ran was Tuesday this week, first time it turned the wheel. So for us, essentially coming here, it was a big call, but we really treat it as a test for the car. But so far, car has proven itself quite well, and I think we could be in a fight for a class podium, at least. We're going to do our best. It's challenging. There's a lot to learn about the car, but I'm sure, well, I hope we'll manage, and we'll do our best to bring it home safe.
So you guys are saying it's a development, but from a driver, are you pushing hard out there?
I would say we're probably at 90%, 95% of the car. We're trying to save it, and given it's an endurance race, it's so early in the race to push. So we're trying to save it, manage the traffic, manage the heat and the car, and hopefully we'll get to the end.
Yeah, the checkered flag. Is anyone in the team concerned about the smoke that the car blows out when the car pulls away from its pit stall? We've noticed twice now a lot of smoke. Is everybody aware?
Well, given I just got out a couple of minutes ago, I'm about to find out whether they're concerned or not.
You maybe have to report that, yes. Tell them the pit commentator noticed smoke.
Sure.
There must be...
I'm sure they're aware of this.
Yeah, they wouldn't bother telling you.
All right.
You're just the driver. Thank you, man.
Yeah,
Pleased to meet you. Great to meet you. Well done. Interesting car, this, guys, isn't it? It's we always like new innovation, and this is certainly that. And, you know, it's got the pace, I think with development, it's got good funding underneath it, which is the main thing. Hopefully we'll see it back in the
Harrison knew he's part of that driver lineup. Roman Rusanov, who many of us will know from his many entries into the 24 Hours of Le Mans and the European Le Mans Series as well. Nikita Mazepan and Evgeny Kiriv, who races on a Cypriot license this weekend in that really striking Rossa LM GT car, the number 797 from Graf Racing.
Yeah, currently running third in the GTX, 48th overall. They've done a lot of work on that car overnight since qualifying, because that car yesterday during the qualifying was really three-wheeling. It didn't look balanced at all, and I think with the people who are running that car, Graf Racing, really got a handle on it last night, because it's been looking a lot more settled today. It's quite a stiffly sprung car, because obviously it's aero and it's very 296-esque in its design, so it uses a lot of aero. Yeah, so but they really, the Graf team did a great job last night, the engineers, working that car out a little bit better and maybe softening up the suspension from maybe a qualifying setup that they thought they could run with, because it was just locking wheels everywhere during qualifying yesterday.
Do you want a bit of both when you're ideally setting up a racing car around the Dubai Autodrome? What kind of suspension settings?
Well, the track over the years has got bumpier. You can see the turn 10 bumps now. And from 20 years of use, the track started in opened late in 2024. Obviously, we had the 25, and we had the first 06. We had the first race here. But that 20 years of evolution has now caused, where the cars are on the brakes, we're built on sand here. So the underpinning is solid, but 20 years of hard braking going down into that corner, like any circuit, especially where you run trucks. We don't run trucks here, but you get the braking bumps, and you get the sand shifting as we're in we're in a zone where earthquakes do happen, and they happen up in the Hajar Mountains. So things do move around here. And so turn 12, there's a big bump there on turn 12. When I was racing in 2009, that wasn't there. The braking bumps down at turn 10 weren't there, and at turn 1. And remember, turn 1 downhill, so there's more weight going onto the bitumen there. So as this track has evolved, your suspension setting changes, because you don't want your rear wheels bouncing going down into turn 10 when you've got 30% of the brake bias allocated to. It's going to send you down into Arabian ranches. So I think everybody, as they come here over the years, has worked out that this circuit is changing, and they're having to adapt the cars to it.
Like all of us, this circuit has developed some wrinkles over the years.
Yes.
I think it's fair to say. Hey, it's only fair comment. I'm including myself in this, and I'm including Joe Bradley as well. Nothing to do with wrinkles. You now have a Mercedes in front of you, which looks rather sorry for itself.
Yeah, the number 5 Team Motor Park Mercedes, which is the causation of this Code 60, has made its way back to the pits, however, on the back of a flatbed. It's been wheeled into the garage with heavy frontal damage. It looks like certainly the chassis struts that go forward from the front suspension. Now, that's a deformable structure that bolts on. That is squished up like you would squish a Coke can, up towards the chassis member that the front suspension bolts onto. That looks straight, which is the important bit, and the impact's been mainly on the left-hand side of the car. So if they can get that old strut that goes forward from the front suspension, re-bolt a new bit on, if the mounts for that are okay, if it involves, if they've pulled the garage door down, I got to look at this before they put the covers on. They were trying to hide the damage. I have a feeling the car may be out. I have a feeling that through the car, but what it looked like on the left-hand side was it hadn't touched the suspension mount, so whether or not that deformable structure has taken all of the energy from that shunt, fingers crossed it has, and then it's just bolt on or tear off and bolt back on some new bits, including oil coolers, radiators, and then that all-important front bumper just to make it look nice. So we'll keep an eye on the Team Motor Park team to see how that job's going.
For wanting to do their investigation work behind closed doors, in fairness, because, you know, they may want to reach a decision in private, but we've got to give them at least half an hour to assess the car and work out whether it is recoverable. It's very difficult to do it in the middle of a motor race. At the same time, if you think you can do something, if you can do it in 4 or 6 hours, there's still a big chunk of the race to attack.
21 hours, 39 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, and you've got drivers who've paid to drive.
Yeah.
You know, and they've come here with the expectation of getting 4 or 5 hours of driving in, and for their experience and for their licenses and all that sort of stuff. So, you know, as a paid driver, you obviously pay for repair as well. And that's part of that's part of how, you know, buying a drive works in a lot of series. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do. But with all the teams here, they've come here for a 24-hour race, and I think the mentality is we want to be out there when the checkered flag comes down.
Yep. Well, we are not far away from completing the well, halfway through the third hour now. Yes. 2 hours completed. Sadly, for much of the chunk that I've been on air, and a lot of staff here are holding me solely responsible for this.
I'm not.
We've been behind code 60. It's Bruce's fault, is it? He's not even here.
Exactly.
But I built up a bit of a reputation over the last couple of years of just arriving on air and going, we've had a long segment of this race without any caution, and then the yellow flags came out within 5 minutes. I didn't even have to say that this time. It just appears that my mere presence has created a couple of code 60s.
Well, we have blamed you for the flood in 20.
Yeah, that was my fault as well.
Exactly.
The list is continually growing. Here is the leading car of Sergei Stolyarov, the Winward Racing Mercedes number 16 then, and leading by 40 seconds, but they are times under code 60, so they will condense considerably when we get back to green flag running. Thomas Kiefer has now been put into the dynamic GT Porsche number 24, and Dustin Blattner drives the Dragon Racing Ferrari number 88. So that is your top three within GT3, but a couple of those cars are Pro-Am lineups. Obviously the full Pro-Am lineup will not take effect until you've cycled through your 4 or 5 drivers. So every opportunity for a Pro-Am and indeed an Am car to be right up there in the standings this early on in the race.
Well, remember those cars, the subcategories of GT3 and 992 are eligible for the outright as well. They compete in GT3 even though they're GT. The only one that doesn't have a subcategory is GT3. You can only win that as a GT3. You can't win it as a Pro-Am or Am, but you can win this race as an Am, as GT3 and GT3 Am.
Yeah.
So you can be on the podium twice, which is a great thing. The same with 992 and 992 Am.
And that's the right way around to do it, isn't it?
It is.
You enter as an Am lineup, but if things get better and you can benefit from others' misfortune, if you like, and others possibly lacking pace, and obviously the more code 60s we have, the less opportunity there is for the quicker cars to stretch their legs. So the more that we can keep the slightly unfancied entries nice and high on the timing and scoring, the better for me, because it creates an unusual dynamic.
Loads of penalties being issued at the moment for code 60 procedure violations of exceeding the speed limit during code 60. 974 888 914 40 269 438 438 again 19992 701 and yep, 701. They've all been issued, but the penalties are like 2 seconds, 1 second, etc., which you can get out of the way at your next pit stop, but you can't do them now because no penalties during a code 60. Less than a minute to the end of the code 60. Around about 35. We started this at 3 p.m. We are now at just on 3:24. So around about 24 minutes under code 60 for this particular code 60. We hope it's the last for this race.
That would be good.
I'm trying to undemonise you, Johnny.
I mean, there's being optimistic, and then there's hoping that that's the last code 60 of the race. I mean, I do as well, but the way things are going, obviously unfortunately, each of the code 60s has denied us a car.
Yes.
Because the Porsche that Katayama was driving is not going to rejoin. Joe didn't sound particularly hopeful about the number 5 Motorpark Mercedes either, but with that the track becomes very slightly quieter and perhaps therefore less likely to generate the next code 60. They have both happened because of cars tangling with one another.
Yeah.
The Motor Park car actually did a good avoiding action of the Era Motorsport Ferrari. Now, the next question is, has the Era Motorsport Ferrari got back up to speed? Because that was the difficulty for number 81 coming out of the first Code 60.
Yep.
It was whether the limiter could not be released, literally could not be released, or the signs had not been seen. But, I mean, Dwight Merriman was at such a slow speed for the bulk of the lap. That can only be in a car problem, I would have thought.
Yeah, trying to get the limiter off.
Yeah.
Good point. Cars weaving down the start-finish straight, trying to get heat into these Michelin tyres. As we have completed 54 racing laps now by our race leader, Sergei Stolarov. Winwood Racing 8 seconds to the better of Thomas Kiefer in the dynamic Porsche. Running in the GT3 category and in the Pro-Am category, Dustin Blattner for Dragon Racing. Local-based team, Garage 12 here in Dubai, have been winners of their class here at the 24 Hours before. Running a couple of cars here into Africa by Dragon Racing, is also being run by Dragon Racing this weekend. They don't have the Ghost Racing with them this week, or Stewie Hall, who normally race with them. But Benji Goth is in another car this weekend.
Yes, he is, and it's been fascinating to see Ben Goethe come through the ranks. I mean, I remember going around the paddock. It feels like about 3 years ago. Quite clearly, it wasn't, but he was racing that year junior single-seaters here. And Ben Goethe now is with Optimum Motorsport this year. Tom Aiken, Mikey Porter and Morgan Tilbrook in their McLaren 720S GT3.
That's the only McLaren we have here this weekend.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Well, there have been many years where we haven't had a car from Woking at all, so brilliant that that car can be with us.
One McLaren,
33.
One McLaren, one Bentley.
Yeah.
And then everything else is from Germany. which will go down to that way of is there ever going to be a race? We've had 20 so far, and every race has been won by a German manufactured car.
We've got the IRC GT from Queensland, Australia.
Yep.
Vortex of France. So there's one or two there that maybe have never entered Germany. There are others that purport to be cars from other nations, and quite probably most of their components are manufactured in Germany. Over the line, a Porsche Cup car and a GT3 Porsche. Nice to be able to compare the two. Much wider car in behind, carrying all that extra aero, and the lights needing to be flashed by the race leader. It's a wide track through turns 3, 4 and 5, but there's really only one racing line, and when you've got cars that you need to get by in a hurry, i.e. those that aren't on your lead lap, very difficult to do that. And you've got to be confident, as James Winslow was saying, that whoever you're about to lap has seen you and is providing enough space.
Well, in the race director's instructions and from the team meeting, as well as the supplementary regulations for Creventic are very simple. The overtaking car has to find a way around. The car being overtaken is to hold. Oh, the Rosso stopped in pit lane. He stopped on the entry to pit lane.
797, we've been quite rightly putting quite a lot of attention on this car, but
there is room. The cars can get into pit lane and get around the outside of the Rosso. It's pulled to the left-hand side. The team are running down there at the moment, but they may have to get marshals down there first, because that is an active part of the circuit until they get to the pit lane line. So they can't enter the circuit. The marshals are telling them to stay out of the circuit, and there's marshals running down there to try and push that car into pit lane. The door's going up on the Rosso at the moment.
Nikita Mazepan in the car, and as he sits there, the number on the Lumi rank in the top left of the windshield, as we look at it, is going down and down as he loses places. But crucially, if your car is in need of fuel and potentially a driver change as well, that can be very, very tight. In fact, the pit entry is being called as blocked
at the moment. Yes. Well, we've got track staff in there. The car is mobile, so they are pushing it down pit lane. There are no other cars coming in at this time, and that is the pit lane is blocked, which means if any cars need to come in, they're going to have to do it under the speed limit before they get to the speed limit sign. As they're pushing that car down, drivers right down the pit lane, there is enough room for a car to get past it under its own steam.
Yeah, now it's being pushed to a safer location, but it was right on the apex, wasn't it?
It was indeed. They'll get that back into pit lane near the penalty box, which is down in front of us, but drivers right in the pit lane as the cars go right to left underneath us, looking across towards the pits from above the start-finish straight.
The job of the marshals, because of the location of the car, as soon as they get to the white line, though, that begins the speed limit of pit road.
There's a heap of guys standing there in black helmets and black overalls from Graf Racing who are going to take that car back to the pit box.
So 3 marshals doing a wonderful job. There was then also at least 2 flag marshals, one before the corner, one after the right-hand dogleg that brings you onto the main straight via the pit lane. But so important to be warning anybody that was coming into pit road, as you say, at racing speed, because you don't need to be down to the 40 kph by that point. And the last thing you expect is a car to be stopped right on that right-hand bend that brings you into pit lane properly. It's been removed. The Graf Racing mechanics, what have we got, 4 of them now on the back of that car, so they've got one more than the marshal power. And it is
our driver is sitting half out of the car, half in.
Yeah, so Nikita Mazepin was not expecting to be arriving into pit lane via manpower, but he will get there, thankfully.
Well, as when Joe was discussing it with the team, they said this is a test series. This is a test for us, and the car was running really good up until that stage, and Joe put the mocker on that one.
Well, I did mention the fact that it was spewing out oil smoke every time it pulled away from its pit garage. I don't know whether I was a harbinger of doom. The car now being pushed to the very back of the garage. That's purely because it's sharing with the Huber Motorsport Porsche team. Let's see if I can get in. Hopefully my mic string will stretch this far. It's backwards in there, and there's a lot of activity around the... this is a mid-engine car, of course. There's a lot of activity around the middle to the rear of the car, which is where the important bit is housed, of course. Nikita Mazepin went straight into a conference with Roman Rusinov, probably, reporting, how it manifested for him. Sometimes for a driver, they can tell you very little. It's basically, it can be as basic as it's the engine stopped working and the dashboard lit up. Is what I'm expecting, but I'll stretch the wire a bit more and could get back to you if I find anything.
Some good pace out there on the track at the moment. Freddie Tomlinson's just set the 495's best lap of the race, 495 being a car from the GT4 category. And that is the Team C MR Ginetta G56, and Cameron McLeod doing a good lap in car 901 as well, which is the Ajith Kumar Racing Porsche, but with the Australian at the wheel in the 992 division.
The IRC is just getting in the way of Thomas Kiefer, who was right up behind Sergei Solarov in the Wimbledon Racing, leading the race. They were only 0.6 of a second apart last time they came over the line, but a couple of cars got in between that battle, and it looks like Sergei may have just got that one out. Wait till they come across the line. It's Dustin Blattner who's got up there. He's 1.4 seconds behind him there. And this is the battle for GT3 overall and GT3 Pro-Am.
Yeah.
As Dustin's on the flashes down into turn 1.
Yeah, both Pro-Am cars, but showing no let-up in pace compared to their fellow GT3, well, Pros and Ams.
Well, they both got, Thomas Kiefer, Dustin Blattner got past Thomas Kiefer, who is a GT3 Pro.
Yeah.
So, Sergei's going to have to be careful. He almost did track limits there at turn 5, just cutting that corner off a bit. But Dustin Blattner right on the rear bumper of him now. Car number 88.
So Blattner here last year with Car Collection Motorsport. He's done a Spa 24 hours in the meantime, though, as well. So no stranger to a 24-hour race, the German.
Yeah, he won the golf 12 hours this year or last year as well in December, and he won both of those races down there, the 2 6 hours, and then Fanatec GT World Challenge in November. So we had a very, very busy 2024. A very, very quick driver.
So he's proving with that gap whittling down nicely, it stands at just a little more than a second.
I think he might have got him.
Oh, really? Already?
I think he might have got him.
Okay.
And just wait till we come into the next.
Yes, you're right.
He has indeed.
Yellow door mirrors on the Ferrari and is ahead of the Mercedes.
Change for the lead.
I was still paying close attention to the order that they finished at the end of the previous lap, but that is all old news now. And who's that all over the back of the now second place Mercedes? That'll be Thomas Kiefer in his dynamic GT Porsche with the lights frantically flashing.
Oh, he's going to go up the inside 16. I think the Winwood car has an issue. I think that has an issue. It shouldn't have been that easy for both of them to do that.
So in the 16 Mercedes, Stolyarov is of what grading? Stolyarov's one of the two AMs in that car. So you've got Rinat Salyukov, the other, Gabriele Piana, who started the race, Victor Scheitar, who I don't think's done any laps in that Mercedes to date. But yes, the Dragon Racing Ferrari and now the dynamic GT Porsche have made sharp work of that Winward Mercedes.
No, there was another Porsche. There was the 269 that got past him. So
okay.
It wasn't. Kiefer's still in third.
Kiefer's still in third position. Yeah. I'll get these right in a moment.
No, it confused me as well.
We'll do that in a second. But Joe Bradley, who have you got this time?
Well, we saw the 797 being pushed in, the Rosser car being pushed in by the mechanics. Never a good sign. Nikita Mazepin, you were at the wheel of the car. What happened exactly?
Well, I haven't been in the car for long. I went out, it was code 60, and then we started pushing. And unfortunately, we discovered on data an issue with an exhaust, which we were monitoring for a bit. But out of the last corner, I lost all the power, and I realized the car is not going to make another lap, so I had to pull inside the box. And as soon as I pulled inside the box, the gearbox said goodbye to me, and the car stopped, so I had to push it in myself, and the race is long, and I think we're going to change the engine and get back out. However, our competitors are getting an advantage now.
That is the spirit of endurance racing, though, isn't it? I mean, we came into this race, you were telling me, this is a development on the Rosser car. This is all part of development, I suppose.
We would like to develop with a trophy in our hand, but let's see where it goes. We have a day to go, so we have our hopes up.
Yeah, they call this character building, Nikita. You've been around motorsport so long. I think you have enough character, would you say?
I think it's one thing I've got for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, fingers crossed, good luck to the team. What do you do now as a driver while the team repair the car? How do you keep that mental approach?
Well, I was the third driver in, so I haven't really had any laps done. So I think I've got to keep my helmet ready. And if it's going to be looking like we're going back out, I have to be the one in.
Great stuff. That must be hard, though, because you don't know when you're going to get back in. So what do you do? How do you do that?
You just do it with a cold head like you would start the race normally, because, you know, in this race, if you try and be very quick like qualifying, it doesn't go very good. So do what I have to do, and the car hopefully goes together with me.
Yeah, brilliant. This car, and you guys have become a fan favourite. Everybody interested in the car. Hopefully we'll see you back out there. Bad luck, mate, but we'll see you back out there. Nikita Mazepin, you can see how disappointed, as he said, just got in the car and then that happened. No mention of blue oil smoke, so I may be wrong.
That does seem to be absent from any comments made by team members, but you do get some things right on occasion, I suppose, Joe. Stopwatch and all that.
Hey, that blue smoke could have been gearbox, because he did say the gearbox gave up. And it's the IRC, easily recognisable there. This is where it got in the way, and that's where the pass happened there over Thomas Kiefer. Dustin Blattner got up the inside of him, and then out in pursuit of Sergei Stolarov. Great move, and there's the move down the inside at turn 10. Lovely stuff. Big penalty for the 777 coming out. Almanar Racing Team overtaking under code 60. 60 seconds in the penalty box. Darren Leung currently at the wheel of that car. That's the first big penalty for any of the top 10.
Ferrari looking very, very good on the brakes. That's 2 overtakes done from quite a long way back on sequential laps, I think, to put the Dragon Racing Ferrari 296 ahead of everyone, and rather leaving the Winward Racing Mercedes in its wake now. 6 seconds the difference. So Stolyarov may not have been overtaken by Thomas Kiefer quite yet, but there's only half a second between the two of them.
Yeah, that's coming down. That is really coming down.
So the yellow door-mirrored Porsche is not on the lead lap. That was the one I was mistaking for Thomas Kiefer. There is Kiefer with the blue rear wing end plates and the blue headlights. So the blue shading, and going to the same side there as Stolyarov. Kiefer homing in, 0.4 of a second behind. Alex Malakin is a further 13 or so seconds, so not in this gaggle. Just beginning the next lap now is the driver on the British licence this weekend. Spent much of last season in the championship winning World Endurance Championship GT3 car, LM GT3 car, running on the St. Kitts and Nevis flag.
Very popular flag, that one.
Yes, it seems to be. But Malakin has spent quite a bit of time in recent years in the UK, so goes with that nationality this weekend, the Pure Racing Porsche. And Ahmed El Hati, the Omani driver for Paradigm Competition, has got the best of the BMW M4 Evos, up to 5th place overall now. For an AM car, that's really good going, Phil.
Well, an AM car, really good going, but let's have a look at Ahmed El Hati, what he has done. 3rd last year in the Asian Le Mans Series, LMP2. A lot of experience. 2019, 1st in the GT World Challenge Europe in the Pro-Am.
Oh, beg your pardon. So I thought that was the potential change for 2nd place, but you go ahead.
1st in the Blockpont Endurance Series, Pro-Am Cup in 17, British GT Championship, GT3 in 2014. A lot of experience from our Omani driver, and he does an awful lot in Oman for the young karters, getting the kart circuit and everything set up over there. And a great friend to this circuit as well. We've seen him here in the Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East as well.
So the distance between the Mercedes and the Porsche has opened out a little bit on this particular lap. They go across the line having been just 0.4 of a second apart 5.3 kilometers ago. Gaps opened up to 2.3 seconds now. So is that an indication that Sergei Stolyarov's minor problem in the Mercedes is clearing itself, or is he just getting into more of a rhythm perhaps? Sometimes the traffic...
I think traffic. I think there's a lot of traffic on this lap for both of them, so I think it's just finding your way through, keeping it clean, maybe having to back off a little bit just to give yourself a bit of clear space, as we got debris on the track at turn 10.
Yeah, so slowing the 24 car more so than the Mercedes.
It's where you get the traffic on this circuit. It really is. If you get them around 3, 4 and 5, it's so difficult to get the car there. We've got a lot of Michelin marbles now offline. And normally when we have a very split field of slower cars, and like TCX GT4, and split 50-50 with the GT3s and 992s, there's normally 2 racing lines around here because there is a constant side-by-side. We're not seeing that down there, and there's that debris on the exit of turn 2 looks like a guard, just the outer part of a guard has come off. And they've just run over it. If it's carbon fibre, you have to be a little bit careful.
Doesn't take much at all to puncture a tyre when you're running over very sternly built stuff like carbon fibre, or even it's a bit of metal as well that can fall off the car. And it's difficult to pick out where that debris is from distance, particularly on the faster parts of the racetrack. Yeah. That's why you're entirely reliant on the marshal signals. Hopefully they've seen the debris and can communicate that to you.
Well, they normally slow the slippery surface flag for debris.
Kevin Tse is very much involved in this fight now for Herbert Motorsport. He may well be down in 19th spot, but needing to keep his wits about him in that third of the Herbert cars. So Ralph Bone is the best placed of that family crew in the 91 car, running 7th, but 2 Herbert Motorsport cars further down for Florian Spengler in 969, and then the 80 car of Kevin Tse. There, though, is the Sergei Stolyarov Winward Mercedes, just finding its rhythm a little bit more now. Ahead of Say, which is not an immediate worry because Kevin's a lap or so down. It's the Porsche behind that dark blue car that is the major threat for Sergei Stolyarov currently.
Still keeping that gap around 1.4 seconds, and it's up and down. It's elastic with this traffic that they're going through at the moment. And given that they're trying to get through 992 cars and GTX cars, which aren't much slower than them.
Yeah.
And especially the 992 cars down those two long straights, they don't carry the drag of a full GT3. They just can't corner as quickly. And that's what makes it difficult in this race, where we've got 19 992s and around about 30 left GT3 cars with all very good, very, very good, or very, very, very good drivers.
Yeah, the strength in depth continues to impress that the teams can assemble for this race.
Well, it leads them beautifully onto an American series, into the American series, and we have got some drivers here who will be competing in 3 weeks' time in the Daytona 24-hour. We've got some going to Bathurst the week after that for the 12-hour as well. So it sets them really up, and from that they're off to Europe, and at the beginning of all of the series that over there we have I was going to bring this up, Johnny. We have a plethora of GT3 championships across the planet now. I think it's as far as GT3 racing, I don't think I've ever seen this many championships. I mean, IMSA have just introduced another GT3 class because GTD is full to capacity.
Yeah.
You know, and we've got drivers here from the Japanese GT3 Championship with Super GT. We've got drivers here from the Chinese GT Championship as well. So a lot more countries are getting GT3 racing, which is why I think we're seeing, because we've got a Bentley running. It's still it's still allowed to run, even though it hasn't been produced for many years. Mm-hmm. You know, so and. You put a good driver in it, it's with the balance of performance we have here, you have a chance of getting a podium.
Yeah.
In a car that's, last time I saw a Bentley here was Michael Ammermuller driving around about 2014.
Generally, there's a 9 or 10 year life cycle, I think, for GT3 cars.
Yep.
And when you evoke them, that gives them a bit more life still. So the current Continental GT3 car, which came into homologation on the 1st of April 2018, that's still fine until the end of 2031, which we will get to in about 10 minutes time, probably, the way things are going.
Exactly.
Every time we appear at the current year of Dubai 24 Hours, there's always an advert on the back. I haven't checked this yet. There isn't an advert on the back of the programme for next year's race, but that's often where we see the date of 2026, which is a full year ahead, clearly. So, Joe in the pits, you're constantly wishing your life away. What have you got for us this time?
I never wish my life away. I've got Justin McMillan, who's just got out of the number 96 GWR Mercedes. Justin, your first time at Dubai, is it?
No, I did the 24-hour back in 2018.
Oh, right, that's a long time.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah. Remember the track? Hasn't changed, has it?
I do remember the track. It's good. Last night's practice was better than 2018. We've got a few more lights now, so that made life easier. And I much prefer to be in a Mercedes this time in GT3. I was in a KTM last time. It's better to be in a fast car than a slow car.
You were in a KTM?
Yes, last time in 2018.
Completely different.
Completely different, yeah.
So how is your race going so far? You guys, what's the tactic?
I think we're all right. We're just going to get, we've got Mike and myself, who are probably the slowest two drivers out the way. That was a good stint for me with the Code 60. And then we'll get the three fast guys in to go through the night and see where we end up. I think we'll do all right.
I mean, we see teams using their AM drivers tactically with Code 60s. Was that deliberate to plug you in the car?
Yeah, I was always going to go second. So, always going to run second.
So it was just... From a tactical sense, that was pure luck on the team.
Worked in our favour. I just got a little bit bored and a little bit hot.
Yeah, that's hard to do. Did you get any fast running at all?
Yeah, we did at the start. I think I got 5 laps, and then towards the end, probably another 5, but not many. But I was lucky to miss that second crash, that's for sure. I was right behind those two when they hit. Yeah, so yeah, it was good.
I was talking to, I forget who I was talking to, and we say about what's the tactic? Stay out of trouble. But as you've just said, that was pure luck, wasn't it?
That was luck. Look, I could see it coming. They being quite erratic, so I backed off a bit, coming through 2, and then sure enough they crashed. But even then, you know, on a restart, everyone goes a bit crazy, so I just took my time and got into it. Like, it's a long race, I've done it before, you need to be there at the end.
So again, can I ask you, Justin, as an AM driver, you come into this race, and do you look at it from the sense of you know who you are? We know you're not the pro driver. So you look at this race, and you're happy with being tactical with how they use you.
With the tactic?
Yeah, with regards to you being an AM driver, you said yourself you're not the quickest driver in the team. So are you happy to have them plug you in when they plug you in?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind. Oh, look, I've done a lot of racing. You know, to be honest, I'm probably only a second or two off the other 2 AM drivers, and then Mike's probably a couple of seconds off me. We're all very similar, but we're just utilising the fast drivers as we can. And again, those 2 Coast 60s worked in our favour for our race.
And you're obviously enjoying that AMG Mercedes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do.
Your face when you say that.
I raced Lamborghini for many years, since 2010. The Mercedes is a nice car to drive.
What makes it a nicer car to drive?
Oh, I think it's more gentleman. I think the balance of the car, where the engine sits in the car, but it's a really nice car to drive. When you get it in the window, it's a beautiful car to drive.
Yeah, well, I drive a Mercedes on the road, so I know exactly what you mean. When are you next in the car?
Sorry?
When are you next in?
I was going to do a night stint tonight, so I don't mind the night. I was actually as quick as I was during the day last night, so I'll do a night stint, and not sure when yet. They'll pick.
Thanks for joining us, Justin. Continue enjoying it. You clearly are. You're clearly loving this. I like that.
Yeah,
Thanks,
if you're
Justin.
listening on radio, Justin had a big smile on his face throughout the interview there with Joe. Real enthusiast for the sport. And this sounds like a rude comment, but he knows his place in the team. He knows he's not the quickest driver. He's not the slowest, as he'll admit, though, as well. And there's somebody else making the decisions as to how they deploy their team in the right way to win them a trophy.
Well, as he said, he's done loads of motor racing. He knows how this works. But, you know, and he knows if it's a lone code 60. Now, we don't know officially what this code 60, we believe it's debris related, but it's not accident related. We don't have any issues on circuit with vehicles, but we think it may be, we had some debris down at turn 10, and it's a difficult turn to get to for the marshals because there's a long runoff area past that. So we'll just wait and see, but we got a little bit of a notification of that one. So when they give us a notification, this is a planned code 60 to either get something fixed on the circuit.
Yeah. And very often that can be incorporated into a code 60 for something else. But if it's right on the racing line, and if they think it's going to cause damage or punctures to other cars, race control have little choice, really. And unfortunately, this is another code 60 that goes against my name.
Exactly. I do have the list here. Eve's actually keeping count. The responsible adult is in the room, and this will go down against your name again.
Yeah.
She's on page 7, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. Half of those are made up, though. Come on, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it, Phil.
No, like I wasn't in the inquiry, and I was part of the examination board on those ones.
I pulled you in to back me up.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry about
Work out that way.
Bruce Jones paid me not to.
Justin Blattner's come into pit lane in this code 60. Again, 25% of fuel you are allowed for the Dragons Racing Ferrari. 66 laps in the books for that particular car. It'll be a few moments before the Windward Racing Mercedes completes this current lap, though, for Sergei Stolyarov. And he does indeed come in as well in the number 16 car. I'm still trying to work out in my mind whether he had a problem or whether that was just a dip in pace because of traffic. But he opened the gap back out again to Thomas Kiefer, and that's slightly more comfortable now for the Windward Racing Mercedes in second.
Yeah, and so they can do a full driver change under code 60. They do the tyre change. It's just the fuel load that they are limited on as a part of the code 60. No penalties can be served under code 60 as well, which is a change from previous years. So you just used to double the time when they did it. They don't do that anymore. They just said no. And then people would say, well, we have to make an extra pit stop. And they went, no, you don't. Basically, you can do it if you run out that 2-hour window and it's under code 60, you just do it at your next scheduled stop. You don't have to take an extra pit stop to do it, which is fair. You know, and for all of our teams, as we can see, lots of people in the fuel bars. We've got 6 of them, and they're all full at the moment. And there's about 12 cars down there waiting to get filled up. Now, these are smart Bowsers as well. All the team refuelers are down there. They refuel down there in their full fireproof overalls, but it's gun type fueling like you do at your normal service station. It's not dry brake fueling like we do in other championships. And they have a card which they put up against the machine, and the machine will say will register your number. It'll work out what your BOP fuel load is, and then give you 25% of that. And then possibly, if you started this one, and because anybody smart would have seen it on there that Code 60 start in 20 seconds. Get into the fuel bay now. Get into the fuel bay and get started before it goes Code 60, because then you can get a bit more, and then as soon as it hits 60, it's only going to give you your 25% balance on the back end of that.
Yeah, I've been thinking about, the kind of race for fueling that we used to have when a car was off the track and a Code 60 was inevitable but hadn't kicked in yet. Get into fuel, get the nozzle attached before the Code 60 comes out, and then you used to be able to get your full fuel allocation whilst everyone else was circulating at Code 60. Is there almost now going to be a race to work out when the Code 60 is going to end?
Yeah.
Because to get in and then to get a full tank afterwards, but then it will only go green on the smart tank as the rest of the track goes green.
Exactly.
And you can't get any more fuel total than your allocation would allow. So there's no sort of cheating or bending the rules in that respect.
No, over the course of the years, they have tightened this up. And because it was an area, you used to be able to come in every lap and top your tank up. And so this is the biggest change we've seen in refueling with these smart Bowsers and how intelligent they are so the teams know that they can't out-trick it anymore of doing it, and it all gets fed back in to race control of what people are doing. But yeah, we've got a lot of people just leaving the fuel station now. Now, we do have a vehicle down at turn 1. Was that turn 1? Where are we now? Yeah, it was turn 1. It looks like we're doing some debris cleaning all around the circuit at the moment. We did have some debris down at turn 2 where the marker boards got taken out by that previous Code 60. And I think this is with 20 just on 21 hours to go. I think it's a good time to have a little bit of a track clean, get everything back into green, because this is quick. As our Optimum Motorsport McLaren, the 720S GT3 Evo, one of the quieter cars out there, as I've been standing outside of here and listening to the car. The McLaren is really quite quiet compared to the Bentley, which actually shakes the grandstand.
So that's when you stand in front of our little booth here in the open air at the top of the grandstand. I mean, the car noise has always boomed back and forth off the garage buildings and also the main tribune here, but is the McLaren more of a whistler?
Yeah, it is. It is. It's a much quieter sound compared to, say, the AMG GT3. The Vortex. The Vortex makes a lovely noise with its LS3 engine in it.
You'd expect a Vortex to go kind of...
Yes, indeed.
As well, doesn't it? But it's a real thunder, deep throat V8 sound.
It is.
Against its name.
Oh, yes, and it does look spectacular these days in the Vortex 2.0. We're going to see 2 of them next weekend down at the Yas 6 Hour, the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi, and that's happening on Sunday, qualifying on Saturday. Over 50 cars entered already, and pretty much 8/10 of or 4/5, if you like, of the 992 grid are going down there, because for the Middle East Trophy, which is race 1 of, and race 2 next weekend. In order to be eligible for that, you have to compete in both races. Okay, previously it was 2 of the 3 when we used to do previous 2 years, where we used to do Qatar in December, but not this year. And so both of these races to do that. So let's have a look at some of the results from 22-23. Herbeth Motorsport won the GT3. Phoenix Racing won GT3 Pro-Am. GT3 Am was run by our friends in the 85 CP Racing. Willie Motorsport by Ebby Motors in the 992 category won that. 992 Am HRT Performance. GDX 714 resumed More Than Racing here this weekend, running in 992, and I think they're in GT4. Century Motorsport won in GT4. TCR Wolf Power Racing. Last year, Manamari by Abbey Motors won the GT3 class and won the championship. They're here this weekend. Century Motors run the Pro-Am. CP Racing once again. Not having Charles here and having the CP, I know John covered off on this in the first hour, not having the CP Racing team here is a real thing.
It's exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon here in the Dubai Autodrome, and we've had 3 hours of the 20th edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai right here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Dynamic GT have just called into the pit lane on the 67th lap, soon to become lap 68 for that race-leading crew. But we're at a phase where we're kind of cycling through 3 different runners at this stage. They're on very slightly different strategies as well. So Thomas Kiefer in the number 24 Dynamic car stays on board, and we'll head down towards the first corner once again with a full, with 25% of its fuel allocation now on board. Ahead of Dustin Blattner's Ferrari, the Dragon Racing number 88. And then a whole slew of cars have just come into pits at the same time. Sergei Stolyarov's Mercedes for Winward Racing. Alex Malikin's Porsche, the Pure Racing number 92, along with Paradigm Competition and Simon Traves in his BMW number 991. The Treble 7 Al Faisal Al Zubair BMW driven Almanar Racing car. And then the 91 of Jake Pedersen has also come in as well. And if this Code 60 continues to being 60 minutes, then that's all the fuel that those cars can take. It doesn't stop them coming into pit lane for other reasons, tyres or a driver change, but that's the only amount of fuel you can take on board in any one Code 60.
Yep, 12 minutes so far for this Code 60 as the rear tyres are cooling down as we're getting into the afternoon here. Just gone 4 o'clock locally here in Dubai. Shadows starting to creep over the track at turn 1 from the old race control tower. I can see I think there was a course vehicle out there as well, maybe race direction, and having a quick look around. It's not unusual to see them head off as they're making their way around the circuit. Some cleaning still going on, but don't have official results, but cars are getting pinged for Code 60 infringements exceeding the time as the penalties continue to rack up. Quite small margins. 912 has got a penalty for 60 seconds for overtaking under Code 60, and they're pretty hard on that this year.
Sean Lynn's just brought the Bentley into the fueling area. Al Faisal Al Zubair I mentioned coming in. There's also been a driver change in the number 81 Ferrari from Era Motorsport, with Dwight Merriman stepping out and Kyle Tilley taking over. Was there any communication as the driver change was done about that sticky speed limiter potentially, which would not be, or did not seem to release at the right time for the 81 Ferrari? And consequently, as it continued to go around and shake that problem, the Motor Park Mercedes arrived on the scene, and there was nowhere to go for the 5 car, spearing left in avoidance for Fred Jousset, and sadly, we think out of the race for Mercedes number 5.
Yeah, the guys in pit lane will keep a close eye on that garage to find out what's going on and that repair. We do know that the 990 probably won't start, but on that first accident under Code 60, caused our first Code 60 and the JDM car, and that will leaves us, I think, with around we had two cars that didn't start the race. Come to You Racing didn't start the race, as well as the Tresor Attempto car from that first qualifying on the outlap of for Q1 yesterday, which I think will leave us with a field of 60 still running.
Yeah, the reason for the Audi's non-start is fairly obvious. A huge crash on the back straight. I think I'd missed what happened to the Come To You Aston Martin, though.
Well, it was in its pit box. It didn't take the start of the race. Now, I don't think... let me just chat with Nick Damon. Does he know? Because he may have chatted.
Shaking his head, but that might be a decoy. I don't know. Thomas Kiefer's dynamic GT car is heading back onto the race circuit, as I've mentioned. There's a little bit of fluctuation inside that top 10 for the Pure Racing Porsche, which is now up to third position. Class leaders. One of the Seb Lajou racing cars had an early spin when Seb Lajou himself was at the wheel, but the sister car, the 992 of Loris Neuroy, doing very well to lead the 992 category, particularly considering that's an AM driver lineup. There are 19 992 entered cars this year. 12 of them have the AM lineup. You can have a pro within that, but the lion's share has to be AMs and one semi-pro, let's say. The best of the 992 cars is the Ajith Kumar Racing by BKR Porsche for Cameron McLeod. He's 24th, but leading in the 992 division.
Yeah, some of those cars, the 928, 929 and 930, all HRT cars, they're running full AM driver lineups, which means they get AM advantage over the code 60, which is their 50% fuel.
Yeah, and that is massive.
It's huge.
I mean, it's called AM Advantage. And
for a reason.
Yeah, there is a reason that there is a balance in that case. But when normally 25% is the limit, to then have a further 25 every single code 60 is a big foot up.
Well, between that 1 minute between the first two code 60s, allowed them to completely fill the car.
Yes, of course.
So that
back-to-back code 60s, but with a small interval in between, enables you to come in twice.
1 minute 10 seconds. Yes.
Yeah, ideal scenario, and no wonder we had big smiles from certain AM drivers chatting to Joe a short time ago. We're back to green as the revs begin to rise again. 20 hours, 53 minutes and 18 seconds remain on the clock. So we've had a good distance at this, but sadly, ever since Phil and I took over at 2:15 this afternoon,
my fault, Johnny,
much of that has not been under green flag running, and we've gone from a great opportunity to smash the distance record that has stood since 2012 to that being a very, very slim possibility now, I'm afraid to say.
Yeah, total time under code 60 now over an hour and 8 minutes. So that really, really hurts that distance record.
So well over half the time that we've been on shift. In fact, speaking of Aston Martins, the number 40 car has come into pit lane, and its first job is to park in the penalty box. Mathis Lismont in his Come To You racing car. So Come To You are still represented on the grid, but not with their
the other car had an issue at the rear end, either differential or axle, that couldn't be repaired. That is why they went out, came back and never clocked a lap, because they were just out and back into the pits again.
Yeah, when you're dealing with the end of the car where the drive is meant to appear and it doesn't, that can mean all manner of things.
2-second penalty was served by them, and that was for exceeding the speed limit during code 60 before they came down to the box. Car number 40. Lovely sounding car.
Yeah. Although now turbocharged, of course, so I mean that goes towards the road engine as well on certain Astons with the Mercedes tie-in, but it's a little bit on from the old normally aspirated V12 that the old GT3 Astons used to have, but still sounds great, looks even better, and heads on down towards fueling now for that car to be serviced once again. Not mentioned a great deal about the Lamborghinis in this race, but JJ Song, in his Lippert Motorsport example, leads the GTX category.
Leading from the get-go.
Yeah.
That car, a lot of different drivers go through, leading that one. He's got Grant Donaldson in the 111 racing. The IRC car is second in GTX. They're running 26th and 28th overall. There's could be a good battle shaping up there for the GTX lead in the upcoming hours, given that one is a V10 powered, one is a V8 powered LS3 engine in the 111 Racing IRC car made in Queensland, Australia, my home state. And this is a direct competition to the mark cars, which we have seen many of at 24-hour racing, the Mazda 3, the Ford Focus and the GT in later years, and a great series for silhouette races back home in Australia. And this IRC, its first visit out to the Middle East, and they're doing a great job getting that into second position with about 20 hours and 50 minutes to go. They're just going to keep it there.
Mark cars, I always associate Norwell.
Yep.
For Mark car. I've never been to Norwell. But
Norwell?
Yeah. Do we know where IRC are based within Queensland?
They'll probably be at Loganholme. Which, the whole thing with the motorsport park in South Australia, in Queensland, that's based on the Gold Coast. Okay, Norwell Motor, and it's run by an ex-Bathurst winner and his family. They have a driver coaching there. Jack Dillon was there driver coaching over summer. Okay. Really good setup there. They run a heap of drivers in a Hyundai series, etc., etc. It's not a full-blown racetrack. It's like a testing. It's got a spinning wet wheel. It's got all of these sort of things. And a great place to be. You have done some. They've got V8 supercars down there that you can take out on the track. This says it all.
This is a casual arrive and drive situation.
Yeah, basically there. But great setup there. Paul Morris is the boss of that from May Wines, and also he has really looked at drivers in his series. His young son races in the Super 2 series in the Carrera Cup, drives sprint cars as well. Excellent. Nash Morris, the Flash, but they're very closely related with Dale Earnhardt Jr. And have been working with Shane Van Gisbergen this year, who's now going to be doing some races for junior racing in NASCAR.
Oh wow!
Okay, in the Xfinity series, along with his NASCAR series drivers as well. So yeah, great group of people down at Norwell. Great lot of driver coaches down there. Hello to the guys if you're listening. We'd like to see some of their drivers over here competing in the 24-hour, as we have had Australian teams here and winners here as well, with the VIP Fat Foods car, Tony Quinn and his family, back in the dim dark ages.
GT4, very competitive in the early stages. BMW versus a couple of 718 Porsche Caymans and the Ginetta G56 from Team CMR. But the 438 BMW from AGMC Racing, driven by Tudoraci at the moment, is that bright pink BMW, number 438, at the head of the order in GT4, and enjoying a decent lead of, well, on that screen it suggests more than 2 minutes. Yeah, it is 1 minute and 55. Sorry, just less than 2 minutes. 1 minute 55.7 is the gap.
Just went to 36.
Oh, okay. Yes, it did. So that's a lot better.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a pit stop somewhere in there that hadn't quite cycled through onto the timing screen. Tudoraci versus Simon Day, separated by just over 90 seconds in actual fact. And they are on the same lap. They are on the same lap. In fact, that's changed again, so it's still continuing to fluctuate. It was mapped from the 7x7 Racing Porsche, which I don't think was entirely accurate. I think the real-time gap is less than 30 seconds, 26.5, which is a lot more respectable. Razun's Porsche, driven by Leo Pichler, is ahead of the WS Racing BMW by just over 10 seconds for third and fourth in GT4. But here is the GT4 race lead, as I say, the bright pink fronted BMW. and it's been a good stint to date for Tudoracci.
Indeed it has. And the Resoon More Than Racing car, the 414, very late entry. That came in, I think, on Thursday. But that Resoon More Than Racing running also in the 992 category. But we used to see them in the KTM. And that's where Utter Twist, who is... so they've moved up into the 992 category, which is a really, really great thing to see them grow in this category of Creventic racing. Starting off in the KTM crossbow and then working their way up into 992 category as well. Let's have a look at the TCE field, and car number 127 leading that SRS team's Sorg Rennsport, leading from the Asbest Racing, Muhammad Alawais, a local racer there in the St. Leon Cup racer. And then the 102 Asbest Racing, Henrik Sandell at the wheel of that one. As I'm joined back in the booth, and it's a very warm welcome back to Mr. John Hindhaugh.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Johnny, for the last couple of hours. Peter Mackay coming into my left-hand side, geographically, that is. And, well, Johnny Palmer's record for cautions is intact. So settle back for 2 hours of actual racing now. So we're live from trackside overlooking the start-finish line. McLaren with a single entry here, and always look good, McLaren, when they're here. It's a very different looking car when they're in this championship. So Dragon Racing Ferrari leads. It's been obviously a little bit of a stop-start last couple of hours. At RSL_studio if you want to keep in touch.
It's I feel sorry for Captain and Corporal Code 60 there. Poor old Johnny and Johnny and Phil got almost no racing to call upon there.
Well, don't forget, Johnny Palmer's whole overnight long shift at Le Mans this year was behind the 3 safety cars, which I think is a first.
It's no luck at all.
That's the first time anybody on Radio Le Mans has had a whole shift behind safety cars, particularly when it was the extended shift. So it was the 4-hour shift.
That being said, the names, well, the name at the top of the field has changed, you know, in that time, in those 2 hours, with quite a lot of Code 60. Dragon Racing are to the top, of course, but the Porsche is a little bit closer to the front as well.
That is the, if you count, oh no, hang on a minute, I've got to go even further down. So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I've got to, annoyingly, I've got to do that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to era. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 different cars racing, leading. 15 lead changes, should I say. Dragon, Dynamic, Winward, Pure, Era, Tierra, Outdoor Racing, Proton, Huber, Haas RT, Paradigm, Almana, all have led. So that's a Mercedes, Audi, Ferrari, Porsche, all have led this race.
And a Porsche Cup car. The Tierra is a Porsche Cup
yes,
car.
That's a very good point. That is, yes, indeed.
So, as we thought might be the case. So, yeah, it's, in terms of numbers of pit stops, the Dragon Racing car in the lead, followed by the Dynamic GT Porsche and the Pure Racing Porsche. They've all had 4 stops. Winward Racing have stopped just 3 times. They're in 4th. SMP Racing and Paradigm Competition in 5th and 6th. They've stopped 4 times. And the Almana Racing Team BMW, the former leading car, that has stopped 5 times. Now, the tyre age graphic on our screens is now up to date. We had a little bit of a steer early on in the race, but the Pure Racing car, its tyres only have 7 laps on, whereas Dragon Racing and Dynamic GT ahead, they have 27 and 23 laps respectively. So we should see the Pure Racing Porsche move forward a little bit going forward from now. So it's a Ferrari from 2 Porsches, from 2 Mercedes AMG, from 2 BMWs. They're almost like, it's like Noah's Ark for $1 million racing cars. And for fans of the Bentley, of which there are many who have got in touch with us, the Bentley is currently running in 19th place at the moment, 6th in the Pro-Am class for a Team Parker Racing, a team which will be very familiar to particularly British Carrera Cup fans, but ran the Bentleys, I was going to say in period, we are still in period, of course it is still a homologated car, but we now think of it almost as a historic, but it's running with, as I say, with Maxwell Lint, whose father Sean owns the car, and he has basically the perfect two-car garage. He has the Bentley Continental GT3 and the Bentley Speed 8.
Has several Bentley Speed 8s, including a car that never raced. He has got a DFL engined car, which was used as a test bed. And I've seen that car. Max raced that car at Spa Classic. To some effect, actually. It was very quick when it was going. Sean was running the other car, the more standard car. Looked after by Progressive, Howden Haynes, and the rest of the team down there, Dave as well, over at Brackley, right across the road from Ryan and James. That's Huntsmith's detailing, and James is JCG, excuse me, Porsche, who look after the burgeoning Hindhoff fleet, of course.
Burgeoning. We've just been discussing the comings and goings of the Hindhoff.
It's going to be trimmed.
Okay. Okay. I think its actual overall weight may increase, though, if with the two you're planning to get rid of and the one you're adding in, the actual fleet weight might go up. So our viewers and listeners will not know this, but our pit lane reporter is definitely wanting to put his 2 pence worth in on the Hindhoff fleet.
Nick German, do you doubt my resolve to trim the fleet? Well, I wouldn't have to if you clear your garage out and give me some garage space. I'm not doing that. She's too good at it.
Whatever you do, don't let Nick park them, though.
It's not quite true.
Since you've got the GTS,
It'll be 3 years in April.
Yeah, since you got it, you've been
yes, well, that was true.
Reduce the fleet. And the fleet has not been reduced by even one. It hasn't been reduced by one wheel even. You've still got two motorcycles. I mean, realistically, the only thing I've seen come out of that garage in the past 3 years was that mouse you found in the liqueur chocolate.
Did you hear about the other one that was in the air box of the mighty BMW?
Which one was that?
Last year. I think it was last year, maybe the year before, when it was the year before, when I took it down to Wollaston BMW for its annual service and MOT. I rode it down there, dropped it off, picked up a loan bike and rode back. And I got a phone call, everything all right? Yeah, everything's fine. We have had to replace the air filter on the front of your bike. Oh, right, why? Well, there was a mouse in there. I went, oh, really? Yes, it had eaten through some of the air intake. I said, oh, I'm really sorry. That must have been horrible for somebody to have to take it out as it was dead. He went, no, it wasn't dead. As soon as we opened it up, it scarpered across the floor and disappeared into the fields at the back.
Yeah, but the really weird thing was he gave you 5 stars.
Yeah, well, exactly. I just had a picture in my mind of me riding down at 70 miles an hour down to Wollaston, and this mouse in the air intake with its ears being blown back going, woohoo!
The Stuart Little in the BMW motorcycle. Pit stop there for the leader in GT4, Tudor Chigaraki for AGMC Racing by Simpson, bringing that BMW in. It's got some interesting sponsorships. It says, we buy any phone. So I wonder, depending, I don't know what grade. I think my phone conditions maybe a 4 out of 5. It's got 64,000 miles on the clock.
I've got a trim phone from the 1970s.
A trim phone.
Nick, go ahead.
Unintentionally abusing sponsor in the field, and it's in the 111 Racing. No, it's absolutely clean. It's in the 111 Racing, the IRC GT car, and it answers the question. The sponsor answers the question: what do I need to drive this car? Because the sponsor is.
Oh yes, I've seen that. That's very good. Yeah, very good. Nick Turman down in the pit lane.
On any car in any racetrack, really. But what better way to enjoy one's wealth?
33 laps, by the way. 33, 34, 35, 36 laps were the first stints at the start of the race. We've not really had a full stint since that opening hour of the race. So we'll see now as we've gone back to green, what, a couple of laps, or 3 laps ago. Gap at the front of the field between the Dragon Ferrari, number 88, and the Dynamic GT, number 24 Porsche. That's the white and blue car with the Dubai skyline, the Visit Dubai supported car. Thomas Kiefer behind the wheel of that. Dustin Blattner has... he's only got about... Dustin Blattner's been in that car quite a long time.
Yeah, as have most of the drivers at the front of the field, I think, and a lot under code 60 as well. As a driver change in the 414, Razun More Than Racing came in GT4. It's Ajith Kumar, and I think all of us in the team are absolutely blown away by the level of support here, both here at the track and watching and listening online. Incredible, absolutely incredible. He's a superstar.
Concentrating on this car, he told Nick earlier on. He was getting in the zone, and he didn't go into the pit into the fueling there. Comes straight out. Now that's interesting. So when did that car last pit? 52nd in the race.
It's taken 3 pit stops, which for a GT4 car after 3.5 hours of racing, that's not too bad, but it's hard we need to have a look at how many laps were done since the last time they were in fueling.
Look, the point I was going to make about Dustin Blattner, he's got a maximum of 27 minutes left, because you can only do 2 hours of driving.
Yeah, that's right, and you must take at least 1 hour of rest if you go up to that 2 hour mark. And we'll get into the maximum and minimum driving times. It really depends on what class you're running in, what balance of drivers you have. We have some who are full professional drivers, some who race, you know, the racing is not their occupation. They race for fun, for a hobby. They race to win, of course, but there's a big balance of driver lineups there, so that depends on what your minimum driver time is, and indeed what your maximum is. So, for example, pure racing, they have, you know, Porsche factory superstar Thomas Preining in the car, but he can only drive, I think it's 12 hours is his maximum driver time, and they really wouldn't have, you know, during code 60 you don't want to be burning up that driver time under code 60, because I'm as fast as Thomas Preining under code 60.
Yeah, me too.
I know, amazing, isn't it? Yeah. But of course, once it goes green, there would be quite a gulf. So I think you've got to keep that in mind, and the teams, if they've got driver time that they need to burn up, code 60 is a good time to do it. Again, it very much depends, and it takes a good judgment to look at why it's under code 60 and how long that code 60 might ultimately be. We've had a couple of quite big cleanups. We had the JBR Porsche that went off, and it needed
nice driving.
It needed quite a lot of cleanup. Likewise, the Motorpark Mercedes. Now, also are taking it relatively steady. I think they might be coming back in to get fuel. I think that was maybe just a little.
No. It's either he noticed or somebody told him on the radio he had 2 faster cars coming, and it was very smart. He just stayed off the racing line in turn 14, the bowl, and that means he got a nice clean run onto the start-finish straight in the GT4 car. This is the car that he's going to be concentrating on, hearing that he probably won't get back in the other car. So we'll see more of him in this one. And that makes sense. It's probably a little more user-friendly. He's been out of racing for a little while. He had admitted that earlier on.
He's raced in F2 before.
Oh yeah.
You know,
that's a while ago, wasn't it?
But it is a while ago. Yeah, he started racing in motorcycles actually. Did Ajith Kumar, and I don't know if that came across in our stream, but we could sort of just hear it behind our headphones. We're actually up in the grandstand, our commentary position. The grandstand is packed full of pretty much everyone here is for him, almost in that grandstand at least. And he's just driven past the grandstand, and the crowd going absolutely crazy for Ajith. It's a huge star in the Tamil film industry, known as Kollywood. I think we've all been on a bit of a school day today finding out more about that. It's remarkable. Over 30 years in that industry with over 60 films. Imagine the amount of lines you've got to learn.
And there's a bit of singing that goes on in that as well.
Exactly.
Right up Nick Damon Street. Effis Jens says, with the interest Kalle Rovanperä has shown recently in doing motor racing adventures outside of the World Rally Championship, and here doing very well in road racing, do you think Toyota might take notice and put them in a prototype at some point? I think it'd be interesting to see. New GT3 car coming from the Toyota group shortly. They keep leaking pictures of it at their own track at Fuji and various others. It's an update for the Lexus. The Lexus GT3 car is the oldest car on the International GT3 circuit at the moment, and still very, very competitive. We'll see them for at least another year in IMSA before the yet-to-be-named replacement. The road car on which that replacement is based is beginning to take shape as well. I think we might see Kalle Rovanperä have a little go in that at some stage. That would make sense. I have a strong suspicion, and I have nothing other than my gut telling me this. I think he wants to do the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I think he wants to do the N24.
It would certainly, it's a very good point. That would certainly be the best synergy between what his day job is and, you know, coming out and circuit racing. But, you know, one race is in the Carrera Cup Benelux last year when he was on a part program in the WRC, racing in a Porsche GT3 this weekend. And he's a big Porsche fan. His day-to-day driver is a GT3 RS in Monaco, where he lives.
What is the point of a GT3 RS in Monaco?
You just need to drive it. It's a good way to get in some practice on the stage. No, I'm sure he doesn't do that on this Monte Carlo rally stage. I'm sure he doesn't do that at all. But yes, he was questioned by Sports Car 365, David Uema from Sports Car 365, who's here this weekend, asking him if he would have a run in that Toyota, that new Toyota GT3 as yet unnamed. And he said, yeah, it would really be the natural progression to if that car did come out, and when and if it comes out, would be the right thing for him to jump into as a long contracted Toyota Gazoo racing driver.
Watch this space. News coming through yesterday of Toyota's return to the Nürburgring and to the NLS with a rather special Toyota GR, the big slide for the Haupt Racing Mercedes in 11th position a moment or two. That's Rima Jufali, third in AM at the moment, but perfectly controlled, and that is the battle for 10th position. She's got Bert Longin in the Haas RT Audi, which has led the race, right in front as they go underneath us. Yeah, it's the little all-wheel drive Toyota that they're going to take to the Nürburgring, Peter, the little
GR Yaris,
with a very clever gearbox on that car, and it's full of Toyotas, the family behind Toyota, as well as some other well-known Japanese drivers. So we'll be talking about that, and also hearing is the Japanese Auto Salon, their big motor show, effectively, in Tokyo, the Auto Salon this week. And Subaru are coming back to the Nürburgring as well.
They have been there for several years.
Yes, with a sort of pretendy sort of works with the WRX.
All the STI guys there. Yeah. So no, they've been running with a Subaru Impreza for several years with a lot of success in their class.
Yeah.
Though it would be great to see them get an even bigger involvement. They're also launching a that will race in the one of the Japanese championships, a mid-engine GR Yaris. I think it's very much a prototype.
That is a prototype. That is again. That again is going to be raced as a development car. There's talk of a new Celica coming as well. That seminal car. And I mean, they might have to, because the new Nissan Fairlady, the new Nissan Z, I saw at Indianapolis last year, and that is a tremendous looking piece of kit, 400 horsepower, very keenly priced, and there's talk of that coming into racing as well as a GT4 car. And indeed, senior officials of IMSA were having quite open meetings with the Nissan US guys about that car at that event. Good time for sports car racing, I think it's fair to say.
It certainly is. It is a great time, but you've still got the old stages there. You look at the early era of GT3. As Rema Jafali has a little nibble at the 21 Haas RT Audi, the Audi R8 GT3 LMS, one of the definitive cars that's really made GT3 the success that it is. They were one of the kind of pioneers really in this category. Likewise, the Mercedes AMG GT3 and the SLS that came before it, and they are battling tooth and nail on track at the moment. It's Bert Longin in the 21, sitting in 10th position, second in AM. Rema Jafali for Haupt Racing Team sitting in 11th and 3rd in AM. So it's very much a class battle as well as an overall one. Haupt Racing Team was owned by Hubert Haupt, a 3-time winner of this race. If that car was to reach victory lane overall tomorrow, Hubert Haupt would become the most successful driver in the history of this race in the 20 years, as Rema Jafali goes on to the marbles, breaking down into turn 10.
Oh, beautifully done.
Yeah, gets the job done, gets hard on the brakes and takes the position. However, we have heard from an anonymous driver saying that the pickup on the new tyre, the pickup is a lot more, and the tyre seems to want to pick up more. The pickup are the little bits of marbles around on the track surface, which can make the car feel a little bit wobbly. Almost feels like you have a puncture if you have a lot of pickup on the car. And now they're side by side again, as Jafali was trying a little bit wide. She's on the headlight flasher to come into the latter part of the circuit. A lot of traffic ahead. A couple of Porsche Cup cars are going to try and get through, and Rema really in a hurry. Nearly gets into the back of the Porsche Cup car. And they've now got the Asbest Seat Leon Cupra Cup racer there, and just trying to slip through, and she does just about. Good stuff.
Well, here's some interesting news from Nick Damon on the Bentley GT3, which a lot of people are following, and I think this probably says as much about the track temperature and the air temperature as anything else, but also we're learning all the time, Nick, about the new Michelin tyres. Hello, Nick.
Yeah, sorry. It has trundled down the lane. The team came out. I thought, oh, good, I'll get to close up. Look at a pit stop. They just looked at it. And obviously, in case it had to put in the last moment, no, it just trundled straight down and just went for fuel, which we weren't seeing early on. Now, whilst the sun is out, we are getting towards the end of the daylight. I think we've got about another hour. Temperatures are beginning to drop. It's lovely, to be honest. And anyway, any of you who are listening back in Northern Europe, sorry, it's lovely. Yeah, so I think that, as you say, people are now learning a little bit more about the tyre and what's going on. I think it's really about the plateau. We can all see that there's 10, 15 laps of extra pace. And then saying what happened with the plateau. The plateau goes on long enough. In some ways, you want to kind of use it to your advantage. Because, of course, stopping to change tyres is an extra, 30 seconds and a stop rather than the second.
It's an absolute. You're right, Nick. Just going back to Audi R8s, the 310th and final R8 was delivered to Michael Doppelmayr, who's raced in this series.
24-hour Sebring winner.
Yeah, and he was the champion, 24-hour series European GT champion back in 22. Chris Ranke handed him that car in November, the final car. 125 titles in drivers' classifications, 197 other championship categories in worldwide competition for the R8 LMS GT3 in its couple of evolutions. of that car. It's done in terms of new cars, but Audi will continue to offer customer support for what Chris Ranke said would be the foreseeable future.
They're here this weekend.
Yeah, I saw.
It's full of parts.
Yeah, seen that. However, trying to get across to the paddock has been very, very difficult indeed, because the only way we can get across is through the tunnel, and that at the moment resembles a long queue at a tube station. It's absolutely full. The whole tunnel was full of people, so I have not yet moved out of the booth today. Hopefully that'll have eased by supper time. That will have to run a zip wire down. So 20 hours and 20 minutes to go. Nick, have you got something else for us?
I just said that Wimbledon have come in from 5th. They've done a full service with driver change. Sergei Stolyarov got out, but I do not know, because I was still walking towards him, who got in, but they've done a full service and then drifted off the fuel. But they have taken a lovely set of new Michelin.
Yeah, the tyre age I see straight away, because the RFIDs are before, the RFID readers are before you turn into the fuel stop.
Change for the lead. Dynamic have gone into the lead ahead of Dragon Racing to the tune of 8 seconds. So
what's happened to Dustin?
Not sure, because the last lap was a 2:02.7. Previous lap for Thomas Kiefer a 2:03.3. So no, it must have been the previous lap an issue then for
it's 15 seconds.
Yeah, huge difference all of a sudden. So there's something definitely happened to the number 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari at some stage. So yeah, we'll keep a look on that one. So it's dynamic now from Dragon Racing, from Pure Racing, Porsche, from Ferrari, from Porsche.
And from the lead of their class, Leipert's Lamborghini, Nick Damon.
Yeah, JJ Song, I think it was in the car. He's getting out. He hasn't actually got out. There's a little bit more going on here, because the next driver hasn't got in, so I'm not sure if they're having to have a little bit of they were having a bit of a poke around in the driver's footwell, but they are now carrying on with the service. It is a full service. I think he's actually even got himself an extra tear off. That's how big his day's been. And they are a bit slower, but they are comprehensively doing well in the GTX class. They can afford to belt and brace the whole thing. And it's looking pretty good. They are just sort of nothing else coming off, no other work going. Just a little bit of a problem getting the 5-point harness. I think the driver sat down and managed to get some of the harness around his back, and now he's being helped by the official driver adjustment.
Yeah, driver helper has a different bib on to everybody else. Very handsome looking blue and white Leipert.
There's no bibs.
It's an armband.
Armband.
No one's
He's got an armband.
There's no bibs.
Yeah, armband.
It's
sorry.
green armband. Yeah,
from the teams of the bibs were starting to get trapped on things.
Oh, hang on.
What's up, Nick?
They are now pushing the car to get going again. So they're trying to bump it, and they have bumped it. So the thing is that now not going to go a few yards and turn right and get fuel to restart it again? He's got his hazards flashing. I think that's just saying he's under his pit limiters on, and he does turn right. So yes, that could be a problem for the fuel stop. They just gave him a little shove, and it was an old-fashioned. I'm not quite sure how suppose you actually push it, and they have to just engage a gear, because you can't lift the clutch in a sequential machine, can you? They haven't got individual clutch, so it's not like the old-fashioned days where you used to get your mates to bump your Marina.
James Atkinson may have spotted our lead changes. Dustin Blattner had we think it was the 88 car that had a spin coming out of turn 12. Right behind Rima Jafari a few laps back. Adam Wareham also said it might have been the Dragon Racing car. We'll try and get our crew at Cologne to see if they can spin back they said the tape there. Replay in the States, the replay crew still like to be called the tape apes. It is a term of great honour to be called a tape ape, and they still like to be called the tape
EVS
ape.
machine working hard.
Yeah, so I don't know if we can spin back the digits and see if that indeed was the case. Justin Blattner lost something in the region of 25 seconds. A little bit less than that, maybe 22, 23 seconds. He's coming back at Thomas Kiefer. He's taken a couple of seconds out of him since that leads change. And in 5th position, the 777 BMW Al Faisal Al Zubair has Sergio Nicolai for the Manamauri Energy machine. The Porsche now just 0.7 of a second behind him as they come past us on the start-finish line and start what is their 86th lap. Just trying to work out how many cars are still on the lead lap. I think we've got 15 cars on the lead lap at the moment, down to Kevin C for Herbert Motorsports Porsche. Kevin has done some racing in the Carrera Cup China. Close call between 2 Porsches there, 2 GT Porsches as they were going through the S's down towards turn 7.
Cup car, they are just getting a little bit in the well, minding their own business on the racing line, and the driver Sergio Nicolai in the number 1 Manamauri Energy car just getting a little bit tripping over there of the Cup car. Of course, the Ebby Motors team there that run that Manamauri Energy car, they won the Middle East Trophy last season. They'd be delighted to try and do that again, but you've got to have a good 8 days basically, because it's the 24-hour race here in Dubai, and then next weekend 6 hours in Abu Dhabi. Nick Damon down in the pits next. Who's come to join you?
It's actually got, when you've had a lot of code 60s, and the whole thing spaces out in a weird way, and they just drift in occasionally. The one drifting in this time is the MP Motorsport. I think it came in from 16th place for GT3 Mercedes, which by John's calculation must be the first car not on the lead lap then. Full service, heck, blimey, that was, don't stand behind the exhaust pipes on the side exhaust of an AMG. You don't want your skin, the hair burned off your legs. At the end, so they came in from the MP Motorsport, the orange car, and it's now moved out. I might try and go away with Haig. I'm not supposed to be around a couple of minutes. See if Haig wants to talk about the excitement of being a Mercedes driver. I might have been
my boyish enthusiasm might have taken over me. I think there's only 11 on the lead lap. Florage Bengler for Herbert in the 269, I think, is the last driver now on the lead lap. But I'm prepared to be corrected on that at the moment. If he is, he's about to lose that, because he's got Thomas Kiefer right up his tailpipes.
Well, one of the drivers with the most amount of racing experience and indeed the most amount of life experience in the race is Henk de Jong, and he has caught up with Nick Damon.
Henk, you're having a well-earned drink. Is it very warm in the car now? Because when the sun's low, I suppose it's just heating the whole thing up.
It's very warm, and we have no airco in the car, this is hot.
How's the MP machine going?
Yeah, it's okay, but a lot of traffic. Yeah, normal, but a lot of traffic. That makes it difficult.
You're kind of in the middle of the GT3, so you're being overtaken as well as overtaking. Are people being respectful, or is it a bit of a free-for-all?
No, it's okay. The most people have respect for each other. Yeah, that's no problem. It's okay.
Obviously, you're a 24-hour series veteran. How are you finding this first race on the Michelin tyres?
Really? I think the Hankooks are better on the long term. In the beginning, the Michelin is okay, but for the long term, they go down very quick.
Can you define very quick? It's like 10 laps, 15? How many laps before they begin to go down? How many laps before they begin to go down?
20 laps, and then they go down.
So, yeah, you're currently running about 16th place. What is the aim for the team? Is it like a podium in the class, or is that too ambitious?
No, normally, yes, we win, I think 3 times, 24 hours, but we shall see. So look, 20 more hours.
Very good point.
He gives hope to us all, doesn't he?
I wish I had the number of follicles he has. He's very suave. Henk de Jong, double winner of this racing class in 2020 and 2022, both with MP Motorsport. In fact, he bought the team back in 2005, so it's the 20th anniversary of him owning MP Motorsport. An amazing team that won the 2022 F2 driver and team championship with Felipe Drugovich, who's going to make his IMSA debut in a couple of weeks' time in Daytona. They've run Will Stevens before, Marco Sorensen, Franco Colapinto, Pato O'Ward, and they actually back in 2013 ran Max Verstappen's first test in a single-seater racing car.
Max Verstappen, one of the many drivers showing interest in coming racing. He did a big test at Portimao with some of his friends with a whole load of GT3 and GT4 cars, and he still says he's interested in coming doing some GT racing for fun. So he was guesting in the IMSA online series the next round
tomorrow,
which is tomorrow. Yeah. Hello to Jerry Z, one of our regulars. No, good to know that you're tuned in Ohio. Hello, Jerry. Another one who is slightly bemoaning the loss of CP Racing, just coming to the end of their programme at the end of last year, but we do miss the Charleses and the rest of the team. At RSL_studio, hashtag 24H series, if you want to get in touch with us.
Dustin Blattner back into the lead, so recovering from that, we believe, is
really quickly.
He's caught up with Thomas Kiefer and moved by. Thomas Kiefer, he's come from the world of Northlife Racing, as Dragon Racing decide to take a very late pit box there for Dustin Blattner in that 88 Ferrari 296. Dustin, a 38-year-old former winner.
Did he cut there?
Blend line, maybe. Yeah. Winner, of course, of the 24 Hours of Barcelona last year with Herbeth Motorsport. So he switched from Herbeth to the Dragon Racing Ferrari team for this outing and into the pit lane.
Let's go down to Nick Damon, who has got the red and white car collection Porsche being pushed back in the pits.
Yeah, I've also just seen the second place Dragon car trundle down for the full service, so Dustin will be getting out of that one. We'll try and go and word with him in a moment. But yeah, this one was just suddenly just drifted back into the pits. Driver staying on board of the car collection, not obviously having the greatest run already. It's quite a long way down the field. Scored in 46th place, which is not where a GT car should be. Not quite sure who's on it. Now they're straight onto the back of the car. The rear rights come up. I think they're going to be taking the tail off. So this, to me, is probably with Roman Mavlav in the machine. My guess is whenever I see this sort of work on the Porsches, it's normally because there's something in the driveline that's gone wrong or overheated, and they are certainly having a good old shifty at the back of the car, and they're waggling off the rear clip, which is now a bit of a bigger unit, as it has been the last couple of years, just to take advantage of that. And what they're looking at right under there to see what's going on. A huge amount of heat, unsurprisingly, coming off all the various parts of the car, the brakes, the exhausts, the gearbox and everything else. And we'll keep an eye on this one, but it looks like they're hoping to get this done, John, because they're leaving the driver in the car.
That's always
in
a good sign.
minutes.
They think that they're going to get out quick enough. Hello to Drew Adamson from iRacing, who's tuned in. He says, if like me, you've just heard Specutainment Mackay podcast, which is Peter and Nick Damon, RC Racing in your sleep. No, you're not dreaming. Full Metal Racing is back. Yes, you're right. It is. Hello, Drew.
Promise I'll be on time tomorrow, Drew. I promise. For the IMSA Esports.
Are you doing it? You're doing it from here?
He needs to get more sleep. He messages me at some of the strangest times of day.
I know. We mentioned earlier on the fact of how dark it gets and how quickly it gets dark, and it's Johnny done with me piece of paper that had all that on. Here we are.
You can't blame everything on Johnny.
Well, I can. Well, he's not here to defend himself.
He is. He's behind you.
Is he?
It's not the pantomime. This is a late pantomime.
Right. I wrote it down. It's 13 hours and 15 minutes. We've got the
HRT. This is
the bright red HRT car. And that was Greg Gorski, the American driver, 12th in the class. And that was a spin at that tricky 2-3-4 sort of area. We've seen a few people getting sideways or worse there. 13 hours and 15 minutes of sunset to sunrise, but we have got an almost full moon tonight, 93% of waxing gibbous moon, and we will have a full moon in the area on the 14th. So we should, if we have clear skies, we should have our camera operators do love the moon shots. So keep an eye out for that. And don't forget, at 8 o'clock local time, just over 3 hours away, 3 hours and 6 minutes away, we will have the traditional start of the Motorsport Year fireworks. Never mind New Year's Eve. This is Dubai 24 Hours, and the mission of Dubai 24 Hours effectively starts the motorsport year, and we mark that with fireworks at 8 o'clock, which are provided this year by Dubai Tourism, Visit Dubai, and because it's the 20th anniversary, they will be a little bit longer. Now, the last 2 or 3 times that this has happened at 8 o'clock, we have been in full course purple, called 60. Not by design, by incident. Johnny, are you on at 8 o'clock tonight? Or have you just finished? No, you're still on it.
I think you actually will be on at that.
Yeah, you'll be on.
No, we're going to have fireworks on track. We're going to have fireworks on track as well as beside the track.
No, Johnny's on. It'll be code 60.
No.
It's
going to come in.
15 minutes.
It's going to come in. Yeah. Al Faisal Al Zubair for Almanar Racing by WRT, just having to get by a lap car there. Saitaman Santoso for El Bamber Motorsport, and both Almanar Racing and Paralympic Competition running this brand new BMW M4 GT3 Evo. Its first ever race. It's just been homologated. We'll see it at Daytona as well, and judging by the first stint, where we got a full stint from green flag to the first stop, full stint 35 to 36 laps or so, and that new BMW looked very, very strong in the hands of Toby Sowry and indeed of Max Hesse, the BMW factory driver. But it's 2 Porsches at the front at the moment, with Thomas Kiefer being chased by Alexander Malekin for Pure Racing, the car that was on pole. He qualified on pole because we have 3 qualifying sessions where a different driver has to take on each of those sessions, and then an aggregate time is taken across those 3 sessions. On average, they were half a second quicker than anyone. That's a massive margin, and they had their breakfast slightly spoiled by the news that all of the Porsche GT3Rs would be given an additional 20 kilograms of weight. On the other hand, the Aston Martins, the Soul McLaren and the Bentley were all given a little bit of a performance break. The Aston given the biggest break with 10 kilograms of weight removed and a little bit of extra boost. Everyone else left as is.
27 out on the circuit.
Anna Grisham in her GT3 debut for Heart of Racing.
Yeah, good to see Ian James and the rest of the team. Alex Riberas giving Hannah a go in this car down towards the final corner. Oh, nice big blast of noise from the pit lane. That car at the moment for Hannah is running in 10th position, and she's just gone past Dennis Wazek, who's the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, because they've come into the pit lane. 5th in GT3 Plenty of callers for you, Nick Damon, as we come towards the end of another racing hour.
Yeah, it's got a bit busy. It's picked up. The most recent one, the audio you heard a few seconds ago, was the number 4 Haupt Racing team. Ruben Ciafali got out of the car. Getting into it was Roman Androlo. Nothing to report. We've also had a selection of other. We had one of the other Ferraris just trundle around a minute ago, and we just think we've got. I can see that we have the Scuderia Praha machine in the pits as well. So they're ticking along. We are getting to about best part of an hour since the last Code 60. So they even want to manage to get a couple of fill-ups. Are running out. Well, not running out of fuel. Are going through their fuel load. So expect to see some of the leaders in soon.
Thank you very much to those of you who mentioned the change of lead happening in the background of that shot whilst the 10th place was changing earlier on. We were watching the 2 cars at the end of the back straight, and right in the background there was the spinning Ferrari of Dustin Blatter. Fought back and gained back that 15 seconds, or he lost about 23 seconds. He has got back in the lead before he had to pit. Thank you to the brilliantly named Lanzarote Camel. That's Alan Brozza. Hello, Alan. Great screen grab ever. He is the god. He is the god of screen grabs.
He should be working in an EVS position in a gallery, TV gallery, grabbing replays, because he's very, very good at that. Is Alan Prosser. He's got us out of a few sticky spots over the years, hasn't he? So thank you, Alan, for that. The
king of zoom and enhance as well.
Yes, the beautifully painted number 269 Herberth Porsche. Once again, Herberth bringing the goods with the liveries, the alternative Salzburg green and white.
Yeah, that's lovely.
For Herberth. This is their AM entry car, driven by Florian Spengler at the moment, up to 8th position. Fantastic stuff. They qualified further down, quite a bit further down than that. So great move forward from that squad, doing what Herberth do.
Yeah, we're right in the middle of pit stops again at the moment. So some of these positions will need to be shaken out. I do love it when classic liveries are put onto newer cars, and that one works particularly well. The strakes down the side really work on the 992 body shape, particularly the top white strake that floors cork bottle-like underneath the side windows and towards the rear arches. 992.2 will 992.2 already out in the road cars. Sadly for old dinosaurs like me, no manual version of either the GTS or the Carrera S has been available yet. Carrera T, we think, will get the manual version, with the slightly less powerful engine. Carrera S now has the same power and actually the same engine as the 992.1 GTS. So that's the 480 PS car. That's a big hike of power for that car. Still using the 2.9 twin turbo. The race cars here, of course, using the naturally aspirated, and the biggest they can go on that is 4.19 something. It's the 4.2. They call it the 4.2. There is no more to get from that engine capacity-wise. It's a direct descendant of the normally aspirated 4 litre you get in GT3 and GT3 turbo. Leader in the pits as we come to the hour.
Yeah, it's just strolled in the Visit Dubai blue and white machine. It's a full service. Blocking my path to him was the Pure Racing team, who actually came in a bit after and left before. So Pure Racing, the 92, is gained a bit on the 24. There they go, all the way through, driver out. That was Kiefer, and I'm not quite sure who got in, but they have got through that next service as well.
So the first two of the top two overall then in the pit lane. So the 777 Al-Faisal Al-Zubair driven Al-Manar Racing BMW will actually be the leader when it comes through. Then Sergei Nikolai in the Manamari Porsche, Paradigm BMW, Jake Pedersen in the Herberth Porsche, the 91, then Haas RT, Florian Spengler, Hannah Grisham, that's Herberth and Heart of Racing. Herberth with their third car inside the top 10. Actually, that'll be the third car inside the top 8. Come to You Racing next up, and that is the number 40 Jamie Day driven Aston Martin. Sorry, Jamie. These are all GT3 cars. And beyond that, it's Proton Porsche number 969, Winward number 16 Mercedes, Ferrari Dragon Racing number 88, SMP for Mercedes, and then EBM's Aston Martin in 6th in Pro-Am as well. Best of the 992s. It's a decent little scrap going on here. It's 5 seconds between the 912 Tierra Outdoor Racing. That car has led the race overall early on. Luke Breuters from a problem early on in that car in qualifying. They got knocked back a couple of places, but look, Luke Breuters now in 2nd place, 6 seconds behind. And then it is Haupt Racing Mercedes, Optimum and Huber Motorsport for the top 20.
Okay.
Behind them we've got Continental, HRT, and Mercedes. The most of these are still GT3 cars with a couple of 992 machines in. HRT, Julian Hansen has just pitted the Porsche number 928. Yeah, that's the leader in 992. Then it's Scuderia Praha, Miroslav Szabo, and Sebleju Racing, and into Africa Ferrari, Hoffa, the Kumar Racing Porsche 901's got Fabien Defoe behind the wheel, 5th in 992, and making up the top 30, Sebleju Racing. Müller Motorsport having a quiet day, but still circulating the 918 for Ben Bernekel. Razun Morvan's Porsche in 32nd. Era Ferrari still fighting back, but there are 4 laps off the lead after their early issue with a tyre problem, going to the formation lap, I think it was, and starting in the pit lane. Then they put themselves off strategy. They've been down the pit lane 4 times to the leaders 5. GWR Australia, see them next weekend in Abu Dhabi. Huge grid for that. Michael Sheargold behind the wheel of the 96 car. Dual Racing by Huber, 950. John de Wilde for Speedlover. Speedlover having a quiet day as well, 10th in 992, 5th in the AM category. Then QMMF by HRT, HRT Performance, and Rabdan by Fulgenzi are all GT3 Cup cars. And then we have the GTX leader, Leipert Motorsport, with Takis behind the wheel at the moment. And they at the moment are leading, just cracking the top 40 there in GTX. Behind that, it's more Porsche Cup cars, Fulgenzi, HRT, TFT, and GP Racing Team. Max Lynn for Team Parker Racing's just pitted the Bentley from 45th position. That's 27th in GT. 7x7. Vortex a second with Philippe Bonnell behind the wheel in the GTX class with the 701 and 47th position. And the IRC racing car is behind them, but over a minute behind them at the moment. Mark Griffith behind the wheel of the 111 V8 GM engined car. Then it's the GT4 battle, led by Nico Prost for Team CMR in the 495. Janetta with AGMC's BMW, Zorg Rennsport's Porsche, WS Racing's BMW, and Razun Morvan Racing and Continental TTR Racing's Toyota. That's the top 6, and they are running in that order from positions 49 down through to 54. Then it's 4th in GTX, the other CMR car. That's the more powerful Ginetta for Eric Muez. Then it's Car Collection, the 30 machine in the pit lane. We've heard about that problem for Roman Mavlanov. We'll see from Nick what's happening with that later on. That's red and white number 30. Zorg Rennsport is the best of the TCE cars, having come from a replacement engine at the back of the grid, now to 56th position ahead of the 2 Asbest Racing TCE cars. Everybody behind that has had problems. Graf, Team Motor Park, they are all many laps behind at the moment. And that wraps up our look at the race just after 5 o'clock in the evening. And Nick Damon could give us some more news of cars that are in the pit lane.
Yeah, very unfortunately, the Bentley sneaked into the pit just before that rundown. It is having random shift issues. It's choosing to shift up where it's not asked to. It's choosing not to shift when it's asked to. Obviously, the paddle shift selector situation, and obviously they're going to try and find out if it's a mechanical issue, a computer issue, or electrical issue. So you obviously have a number of people crawling over various parts of the car, trying to work out why the gearbox selection is the issue. Gearbox is fine, engine is fine, it's just selecting the gears, that's the issue. Going to another car that's currently stranded in the pits, that's the 30 car collection. Well, that's a misfire, and you can tell it's a misfire because all the 6 coil packs are on the floor and being replaced. So they are obviously trying to work out which one is wrong or if that is the problem. So those two GT3 cars both currently receiving mechanic-based service.
We had 64 cars on the entry list. The Trezor Attemptor racing car was destroyed in the very start of the qualifying session for GT3, literally on the outlap. The Aston, the 41 Aston, shown as a non-starter as well. That car was in the pit lane.
Yeah, they had a. I think it might have done a lap possibly, but it was a differential problem. The differential in the gearbox. Correct. There was a big issue there. This is why you should bring two cars, enter two cars, because Come To You Racing have got two cars here. The number 40 car is running pretty well. Yes, it is. It's running in 9th at the moment. Jamie Day, the young Aston Martin driver, doing well. So a real pity for those in the 41. There was a lot of very glum faces, understandably, at the start of the race when they realised they were not going to be a part of this 20th Dubai 24 hours. Well, Nick Damon has been kept very busy indeed in the pit lane. Nick, who's come to see you now?
Both his cars scored 4th and 5th, which is the Haas Audi and I'm afraid a blue Porsche went past me, the centre Porsche. I don't know which one it was. I'm sure you can tell me who was scored 5th last time round. It was a Herberth car, the 269, though. I've managed to get around that one. The only problem was the Haas car, and both, by the way, served penalties before they came down for their pit stops. The Haas car completely confused itself with the age of its team and mistook the Lollipop Man for somebody else, drove past Lollipop Man, missed the pits and had to be pushed backwards again. And it is now at a jaunty angle, but it is getting the rest of its service. Driver change, it'll go away, and I suppose it'll come out, I don't know, 10th, 11th, wherever that is on the unwind of the stagger.
So the 21 car goes back in the race for Haas RT. Hello to Irish Neo in Madison, Wisconsin. Good to know that you are with us. It's been a very interesting opening to the race. Just under 20 hours still to go. Recently, we've got a problem at turn 14, we'll keep an eye on that. Recently, we had more than a third of the field with penalties still to serve. And I'm looking at that, and that is still a busy column. In the race. And there was an issue at turn 14, which is, we can see that from here. So Peter, what can you see? Ah, yes, I can see somebody's run on at turn 14.
Yeah, there's what I presume is a Toyota Hilux pickup truck that's coming quickly to the assistance. They've gone, I think, completely behind the barrier.
Yeah, correct.
14. I have no idea which car.
You spectate bleachers there, and they're being used.
Yeah, they're going to get a close view of whichever car it is. It's very difficult to tell at this moment. So who will this play in favour of? We've had a sort of interruptions of code 60. Now, I'd just like to say Johnny Palmer has got nothing to do with this. And we've had a code 60.
He's actually just left the booth. So was there the
cars getting completely
side by side contact, and an Audi?
Ferrari, I think.
Ooh,
yeah, it's a Scuderia Praha Ferrari 56.
Right. So that is the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, which is the silver and yellow car, and I think that had some kind of side-by-side contact as three absolutely didn't go into one. Now that car is moving again, but that would suggest that there'd been some debris laid down on the circuit. I'm looking at the rear diffuser on that car, and it looks to be intact. So I think it's all right as it stands right now. And it is
relatively short code 60.
Yeah. Whilst this is on, let's nip down to Nick Damon, who has a driver just out of the fight, and that is from the Heart of Racing by SPS BMW. Gray Newell's got into that car. He's back out into 5th position, so that was a very good piece of tactics there. That means that Hannah Grisham is able to talk to Nick.
Hannah, so yeah, how did you find that stint? I mean, you picked the warmest one of the day.
Yeah, it was definitely a little warm out there. This is my first GT3 race, and so that was my first actual stint in a GT3 car, and nonetheless at 24 Hours of Dubai, so it was amazing. It's definitely a bit hectic out there, trying to kind of get in my rhythm, but I made a bit of a mistake and sped in the fueling station, so sorry to my team for that, but I had a lot of fun and really looking forward to the rest of the race.
We're obviously very used to the Heart of Racing team. We see them in the US, we see them here, and even see them in Australia as well. Give us a bit of background on what your racing history is.
Yeah, so I grew up karting and then went into Spec Miata, and then the Heart of Racing about 3 years ago put on a diversity scholarship to fund a female. And so they've been doing that for 2-3 years now, and I have a fellow teammate also named Hannah back in the US I race with. But yeah, it's a great team, a great group of people, and they also race for an amazing cause, which is the Seattle Children's Hospital. So really amazing team to be a part of.
What have you found the biggest change to your career, your experience coming here for this GT3 24 Hour? What would be the single biggest difference?
I mean, first of all, there's a lot of out-of-class racing, which I'm not too used to in our normal season back in the US, but that, and then also kind of the difference in speed and downforce as well. I'm still getting to grips with that. And then also working more intensely with my teammates as well as in a longer endurance format has been a challenge for me, but I'm really loving it.
And where are you looking for your racing career to go? Are you looking to be in the IMSA paddock or somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love that. I'd love to race Le Mans, love to race at Daytona, so I would drive anything and anywhere, so just happy to be here.
We're happy you're here. Thanks, Hannah.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's certainly catching the eye across in the US. Oh, a little problem for the Vortex a moment or two ago. This is the number 701, the all-carbon Vortex 2.0. That car was off the track going through the S's down into turn 5 and 6. And that was a very short full course purple there, and it was for a car stopped at turn 15. I
think it was maybe almost caught when that Scuderia Praha Ferrari had its issue. It was a dead stick for a short while on the apex of the corner, so it was almost maybe no option but to call a code 60 at that stage. But it was a short one, and we asked, just as we were going into code 60, who will this play in the favour of?
Yeah.
Well, I would say the two BMWs it's played very much in favour of. Almaner Racing Team by Team WRT, and I believe the Parading Competition team have quite a bit of support from WRT as well. They both got driver changes done.
And tyres.
Yes, they have, yes. But I mean, if you're doing a driver change, you might as well do the tyres. So Dan Harper has hopped into the Almaner Racing Team by Team WRT car, taking over from Al Faisal Al Zubair. Then Darren Lung has got into the Parading Competition car, and Darren Lung's going to have a busy day because he's got to get minimum driver time done in 2 entries. He's in both of those BMWs that are leading at the moment, so certainly position-wise he's in a good place, but he's got a lot of driving time. He's using this event as a real preparation for the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
That last code 60 is an object lesson of why code 60 works so well. Because if you had called a full safety car in a different type of racing, and I'm not saying every race series should do it, but this is why I think, and this is my personal opinion, that I think code 60 works so well. There are other series that would have been a safety car. Okay, so you put the safety car out, you neutralise the field, and then the car restarts. At that point, because it's a multi-class race, you've still got to do all of the wave bys and the pass arounds so that you don't disadvantage anybody in one of the classes that is not the top class by putting out the safety car. And that would have been a minimum of 5 laps, maybe 6 laps, and obviously depending on how long the circuit is, depends how long that takes. Whereas what happened there is it was 4.5 minutes, and as soon as they realised that that car was running and was running clearly, the Toyota Hilux pickup that was scrambled to tow it was got off the track. We didn't have to wait for everybody to pack up. We didn't have to wait for the leader to come back to the start-finish line. We just did the countdown and we got back to green. And you lose less racing. You can neutralise the race quicker and cleaner. You don't have to wait for the leader to get picked up. And you don't change the positions of either the overall or those that are in their class with those that are in their class. It's a win-win, win-win-win.
There's definitely pluses and minuses, isn't there? But unfortunately, one team that have had a week of minuses, sadly, 914 Razzoon More Than Racing. They had a big crash earlier in the week, and unfortunately they're just been wheeled back into the garage, and Nick Damon has more.
Yeah, they have. They stopped on the pit lane and I thought very expensively drilled a hole in the roof of the Porsche and put an aerial in, like they were having an issue with the telemetry side. But they've now pushed the car back in and again fiddling with electrical items, having a look at all sorts of parts around. Almost like they don't quite know what the issue is. In other news, both the Bentley, the Parker Racing Bentley, and the car collection Porsche have rejoined the race. So it's 2 out, 1 back. So you have an overall net gain. Which is good news. But this one, again, this is looking like electrical. Daniel Drexel got out of the car, and he couldn't look more depressed if someone had told him his cat had been run over. He looks like, literally, it's like this is the worst thing ever happened. So you kind of think, possibly, it's not a simple fix.
Other cars and teams that benefited there, Peter. Pure Racing, the Paul Sitting 92 car, back up into 3rd now. But I think just off the lead lap.
Yeah, I don't think it did work in their favour, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were running quite strongly before that code 60.
Okay, they moved up a position.
Yeah, but not in time. They're definitely further away from the lead as they were. However, they have got their one of their hot shoes in the car at the moment. Harry King, a 201.6 last time by, although that was bested by bronze graded driver Darren Lung with a 201 flat last time by. So
and his field back.
Nothing wrong with the pace of those BMW. Dan Harper's just done a 159.3 in the lead of the race for Almaner Racing by Team WRT. So Yeah, the BMWs right now are looking very strong.
The Anders Fjordbach driven Dynamic GT number 24, that's the blue, light blue and white car. 9 seconds further back in 4th position. 4 seconds ahead of Herbeth Motorsport's Ralph Bourne. So Porsches are 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th at the moment. Split by about 8 or 10 seconds, maybe a little bit more. Number 80 Antara's out. Herbeth Motorsport is the blue car crossing the line now.
What we've got between 3rd and 6th is basically Pimp My Carrera Cup race. It's a Carrera Cup race, but with GTA 3Rs instead, which is one up the totem pole in the Porsche customer racing offering.
Great battle between those Porsches coming through a variety of traffic, and Antara's out on the flash button as well as he goes through turns 3 and 4, and right behind him there's a real gaggle of cars, the Winward Mercedes, and Rinat Salikov is right behind them, and that is a battle for position as they go through side by side for a moment and coming towards turn number 9. And this is getting all a little bit tight down the inside by the Mercedes driver. I think Antarasau left the door open for him there, and right behind that is another car that is going very quick. Looks like one of the Aston Martins coming back.
Our Bamber Motorsport car, which is now driven by Al Bamber himself. They're running down in 25th overall. They've had not the best start to the day, but they've got their lead man at the lead at the moment. And Tarazao is, like you said, allowed the Winward car through.
I think so.
But the Aston Martin here is multiple laps down, and this isn't a battle for position, but El Bamba, to get that car back up the order, he needs a bit of clear air, so he doesn't want to get stuck behind this Winward Mercedes. Yes, it's running further ahead, but Earl is a Le Mans winner. He would think he's got a little bit more pace underneath him.
Well, and also a lap back is a lap back. So a new 6th position car is the Winward SPS Mercedes Benz. Nick Damon down in the pit lane.
We just had the 909 Red Camel Jordan car come in. I think they're 3rd overall in 992, which is a bit of a surprise. They seem to be off the pace all day, to be honest. Luke got out. Luke Broikers got out. Ivo Broikers got in. The whole thing was what's that? Apparently, on I've just looked at the computer. On Stagger, they were leading, so they have been brilliant. Now, on serious point, earlier on they were dropping off, but they have obviously got they put 2 fast guys, and they got the Ivo now, who even he would admit is not as quick as his son. But yeah, the whole thing was kind of quite leisurely, quite efficient, and they went out about again. But it was all filmed, interestingly, by Rick. So I'm not sure Rick's going to go and give them a talking to about what they've done wrong, but that's all on tape and such. Sorry, as we say, nothing's on tape anymore. It's all on little bits and bytes on a chip.
A couple of moments ago, then the 6th position changed, overall 6th position changed. But I do think Antarazao was given the call by the management at Herbeth Motorsport. He holds on to 2nd in the AM class. The leader in the AM class, of course, is the Darren Leung car up the road by some margin, and 2nd overall in the race. Dan Harper just going down through turn 1, the leader, whilst the 991 in 2nd is quite a long way back, just coming out of turn 12. And Harry King in the number 92 Porsche in 3rd position is in turn 14 at the moment and off the lead lap.
Yeah, that Code 60 was very much Team WRT's gain, both with the Paradigm car and the Almanar racing car. For pure racing, I mean, when you look also at the pace compared to where they were in qualifying, you've got to think that they're going to be pretty miffed right now in terms of, they showed their hand in qualifying. They showed the pace that the car could do. They put in a 158 flat, much quicker than anybody else out there. And they wake up and they've had that 20 kilogram addition, as have all the Porsches, to be very fair. But it's going to be disappointing for them. But this is a long race, 19 hours and 33 minutes to go. But certainly on pace, these two BMWs look very strong. Last time by a 159.2 for Dan Harper, a 2 flat 0.2 for Darren Leung, and a 2 flat 0.3 for Harry King in the Porsche. So, they're pace-wise, the BMW's looking very good.
Well, we just mentioned that 909 a Porsche Cup car leading in the 992 class. Ivo Breukers on his outlap at the moment, going to be just outside of the top 20, but I think he might hold on to the lead of that class because Ralph Populars for the Tierra Outdoor Racing team, which has led the race overall, actually, that car hasn't yet come round. So they have worked their way back to the front despite the 2 position drop on the grid, and Nick Damon is down there to talk to the team.
With Luke Breukers, because there's a 3/4 chance I'll be talking to a Breukers out of that car. Luke, it's been noticeable that 2 or 3 of the drivers who've got out recently seem very hot and very tight. Is it very difficult in that car at the moment?
At the moment, yes, it's quite difficult, but we had a lot of fun. The team is doing a great job with the pit stops. Despite Thomas being sick yesterday, he's doing an amazing job. He's here with the team, doing a really having fun basically. In the car it was quite hot. I also do believe the first and maybe one of the most difficult ones to show, because you need to have to get into the rhythm. Sun's out, tires hot, new situations, but everything went well and we're happy.
When you're sitting in the car in the Code 60, do you just slowly boil in this temperature? Do you get hotter and hotter and hotter when you're going at 60 kilometers an hour but the sun's out?
If you have a Code 60 at the end of your stint, yes, you're boiling.
How do you feel that overall your car's doing in 992? I mean, obviously it didn't start brilliantly. You got a 2-place penalty in the grid. You ended up dropping to 3rd. I mean, how do you feel it's been going in the following 3 hours or so?
I think it's going decent. Pit stop's going well. Traffic is good. We are managing, not taking too much risk, just playing the long game.
And how are you finding these new tyres? Because obviously you have a longer career on the other tyres than anyone else. How do you find these new ones here at Dubai?
Yeah, the first laps you go out, it's amazing. There's so much grip, it's so much fun. It's a new experience and it's doing it's really well so far.
Great stuff. Thanks, Luke.
Thank you.
Yeah, the drivers, they just want more and more grip all the time. Give us that grip, give us that performance. They're loving the Michelin tyre, particularly in that early stage. You do get some really, really hot lap times there. So yeah, very, very impressive. And yeah, Red Camel Jordans, I mean, they actually they had a fairly steady start to the race pace-wise. They were running a little bit further down the order, but with the strategical prowess of Paul Truswell on the pit wall, and also Luke Breukers there having a good stint, has got them right back in the game. Father Ivo Breukers now at the wheel, and probably with the full face, the open face helmet on, and the cool shades. There's nothing cooler than the open face helmet, I think, and Ivo pulls it off in fine style. They lead in 992 right now with a gap of 16 seconds at the moment, and pretty much on exactly the same strategy as the Tierra Outdoor Racing car, the number 912. Well, that is one very damp garage in the Razun More Than Racing garage. The number 914 is being worked on, and Nick Damon has some more on for us.
Yeah, well, you know they're searching for their mystery problem. Well, they took off a part of the front of the car, and as they did that, that was the final straw for the radiator, which I can't think of a polite way of putting this, so I won't say anything. It gave up the ghost. There we are. It gave up the ghost in a spectacular way and dumped all the water it could onto the garage floor. So very much to add insult to injury, now it's a skating rink in the garage as well, and they are currently using the entire stock of blue roll for the whole pallet to try and wipe it up again. So it never rains, but it pours.
The last time that I heard you say what you've just said, I thought you said loo roll, not blue roll. I'm thinking, surely they must
do that job if you wanted to.
Well, I was gonna. Surely they've got something better than nipping to the lavatories and using lavatory paper.
Might have to at this rate, because the entire contents of that Porsche's radiator are all over the garage floor. And
radiators.
Yes, poor old Daniel Dressel, who won the GTX Championship a couple of years ago with Razun More Than Racing in their KTM, and there's just fluid everywhere all over the garage. And Razun More Than Racing actually making a switch across to the Porsche brand. They've been really associated with KTM for many years. They're an Austrian team, but with KTM's current situation, that might have proved to be quite a prudent move, unfortunately.
And we wish everyone on both the 2- and 4-wheeled side of KTM the very best with their financial woes at the moment. Talking to somebody about that the other day. Born out of being very successful during COVID, believe it or not. They massively increased their production, particularly for their two-wheel products. And to try and cope with the increased demand for high-end motorcycles and cars during 2020 and 2021 through COVID, and put a huge amount of investment in, and unfortunately the market stagnated afterwards, and it's caused them problems. They got a lot of stock that hasn't been able to be turned into money for them. So not the usual tale of woe for a manufacturer of potentially overstretching themselves, but they saw an opportunity and went for it, and it didn't work for them. So very bad luck for them, and we wish everybody, as I say, very well. We're still waiting to find out what's going to happen with the motorcycling racing side of that sort of thing, and Nick and I both follow that type of thing very closely indeed. Here it is the 777 that probably could be a motorcycle CC, couldn't a 777cc? Would have worked a few years ago. Right in the middle of traffic, and coming up on 16th place, Robert Mao for Huber Motorsport in the Porsche, as well as several other cars at the moment, and pulling out to drivers on right-hand side down the front straight.
Just down it, putting a lap on the Haas RT out.
Haas RT, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a similar shade of blue as the Herbert.
Excuse me, yes, that's 15th position, and that's the second. Ooh, that might even be the third lap down for that car. So that tells you what's been going on in the midfield. I reckon we've only got 2 cars on the lead lap at the moment. Darren Young is the only car about to complete his 109th lap.
This could change because there's a Porsche Cup car that is looking to stick out on the track. It's the 9. I can't quite see the third bit of the number. It's in 27th place overall, so I would imagine it's the 9.
It's the Seb Lejeune racing car.
The former race leader in class.
Second in class at the moment. QMMF by HRT's just gone by them by about a second. So Alexandra Artemiev, and this is again at turn 2, but Control Alt Delete has been used to great effect, and he's moving again.
That there would have been a lot of teams, actually, not because they wish any ill on anyone, but they would have wished that car to sit there a bit longer so they could get a Code 60 and try and shuffle the pack again, because the way that the Code 60s have landed, they've definitely played in favour of others, some rather than others, but that's all part of the game.
You've got to decide very, very quickly with the new Code 60 rules what you're going to do. You know, we would say in the old days, Herbert won championships by wherever they were pretty much in their fuel run. Every time there was the likelihood of a Code 60, or there was a Code 60, they were in the lane.
Came in.
Even if they could only get 50. Yeah, it was the Herbert tactic. In those days it was 50% during a Code 60. Now it's 25, and they'd take that 50% fuel every time. And sometimes you would look at it and go, hang on a minute, they're pulling out of a really good position here. Why would you do that? But it would extend the fuel window for them, and an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours later, they had an advantage.
Yeah, and a lot of the time they had an AM-graded car with some very fast AM drivers in it, where they got they used to get a slightly better amount of fuel that they could put in, and they played that very much to their advantage. Fastest man on track right now in 23rd place, number 77, Earl Bamber in the Aston Martin.
Yeah, sevens are doing well at the moment. The 777 of Dan Harper. Nick Damon watched that car. He was standing right by the Almanar Racing Team pit box, and Dan Harper didn't want to stop and say hello to you, Nick.
Do you know what? I've never been so offended. I sat there, I was there, Seb was there, we were ready to take a fantastic dioramic cinemascope picture that even, you know, Frankenheim would have been proud of. We would spliced it onto the end of the Grand Prix film. However, he didn't stop and just got in fuel, so I'm having a cry.
Well, that's a double stint then.
No, it isn't. He's only had nine laps on the tyres. So he's from the last Code 60, of course.
Right, so they put 25% in and a new set of tyres at the last Code 60.
Yeah.
And what they're doing is filling him to go all the way, or much closer to the end of his 2-hour stint.
Yeah, I think if you're
that's clever.
If you're putting Dan Harper in the car, again, one of two BMW factory drivers in that car, you want the full 2 hours out of him. I mean, if it's full fitness, 2 hours is not out with of his performance level at all. So they want him every last minute that you can have him in the car. You want to have him in the car. Likewise, Max Hesse, and for Paradigm competition, it'll be the same with having Toby Sowry in there as well. They'll want to have him in the car as long as they possibly can. The thing with the Paradigm competition car is, it's an AM entry. I'm forgetting that. Yeah. So, expect Toby Sowry to do some real mileage in that Paradigm competition car. The Team WRT, it's a pro car. Only overall victory will do for them. But there are advantages that an AM graded car has in terms of pit stops and what you can do. It's not necessarily straightforward, but I'll attempt it nonetheless. An AM car can have. Now, it would actually, BOP-wise, it's slightly different. The car will actually have a little bit more power, a little bit extra turbo boost on BOP, but also it will add another 15 litres when refueling for an AM Class GT3 car. So the Paradigm competition car does have a few extra little allowances.
Into the pit lane for Darren Young and Paradigm competition, and presumably Nick Damon. They are doing the same thing because they've got basically the same strategy. 10 laps on their Michelin tyres.
Yep, they are just going in, taking a full fill of fuel. It's hard to say at the best of times. Yeah, they're going down, and we also just had the Lippert Lamborghini in the 710. The main thing to report about that is they had to push start it again. So obviously they are having a problem with clutch disengagement. So I assume therefore there's 4 big burly men who are going to fill it up and then push it out of the fuel station as well. Didn't lose much time, to be honest, because they knew they were going to have to push it. So they didn't do that first time it goes wrong. You have to press the button and work out what's going on. This time, it ain't going to work. We'll push it straight away.
As we reported a little while ago, Bentley Continental back out on the track and turning laps for Team Parker Racing. That's a big fan favourite here. We'll keep an eye on that. Hello to Blur Fiend, tuned in live. Has been all day today. Will be all day today in the... You in work today, Blur? That looks like you're in the... Yes, definitely.
Judging by that setup, there's not a great deal of work going on. Oh, there is. He's got a McCann in, getting 2 McCanns in.
Yeah.
Either that or oh no, it's a mirror behind.
2 identical, but reversed black McCanns. How bizarre is that? Or would that be a mirrored wall, Peter?
I think it's a mirror.
Yeah. Down in Florida. So what time is it over there? 8 early in the morning as Blur joins in. Hello, mates. For those asking, by the way, there is no break in our transmission. It will be the full 24 flag to flag this weekend. Same next weekend for what we can term a sprint race, I think. Next weekend it'll be Phil Anson and Bruce Jones in the booth. Diana Binks will join me in the pit lane as we reprise our role from the World Circuit Marco Simoncelli from last year in this championship. I hope it's not as hot.
You had the ABBA 500.
Yes, 595. That was a fun hire car. Thank you, Hertz.
Did Binksy agree with that?
Yes.
Did you like it too?
Yeah. Absolutely. It was in Scorpion mode the whole time that we had it. I have one slight comment about that. I would have liked the seat. The seats were great. Proper racing seats, wrap-around seats. Really comfy. But I wanted it to go a little bit lower. I felt I was
sitting
up on it a bit.
That's part of the charm.
Well, it reminded me of an old classic Mini, actually.
Not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. So Darren Lung's showing still as in the pits at the moment, probably
in the fuel,
in fuel, sorry, excuse me, correct. Just actually pit stop wise running a little bit longer than what the 777 BMW was in at the pits on the last time, but of course they can take on 15 litres more if they so wish.
Yes, good point. Harry King goes through, and Pure Racing 92 Porsche is back in the lead of the race, which of course they had at the very start of the race when they led the cars across the line, and they lost that pretty early on.
Yeah, they had it for about 4 corners before Gabriele Piana and the windward Mercedes barged through.
They have led it again since then.
In terms of
one lap
time, the 2 leading Porsches right now, Harry King and Anders Fjordbach in the Pure Racing and Dynamic GT Porsches respectively, have both been in the car for pretty much identical amount of time, 39 minutes or so. So they're, and with the code 60s, they've probably got another half an hour before they have to come in for fuel.
Yeah. Pure Racing led for a lap, I think. Let me just go up and, led for a lap on lap 46. Thomas Preining was at the lead, so that was on the pit stop rotation. Again, we've had Porsche, BMW, Ferrari, Mercedes AMG, and Audi R8 Haas RT, and of course Porsche Cup Car have all led the races. Teams that have led the race are, let me see, where's my aggregated leader? There we are. We've had Tierra for 1 lap, Haas RT for 1 lap, Proton Huber for 2 laps, Pure Racing for 2 laps, Era for 4 laps, Paradigm for 11, Dynamic GT for 16, Almanar for 22, Dragon Racing for 24, and Winward Racing, number 16 car, for 29 laps. That's aggregated leader laps. If you wonder where, I haven't written all this down, by the way. This is all on livetiming.getraceresults.com, our timing partner. There is literally a plethora of information on that, and you can look to see who's led, when they led, the best lap history. We're still looking at a 1:57.7 as the best lap of the race. That was Gabriele Piana, put that in on lap 3 back at 1:05 local time.
Ralph Bowen, who had, I'd be interested to hear his opinion, but probably his best season in racing last year. Just
he was
dominated, won the overall championship as an AM car, and Ralph's personal pace in comparison to fully blown professionals. You know, he's a business owner. He goes racing for enjoyment. He comes to win for sure, but his pace was just remarkable. And at the moment, again, as he usually does, he's within 2 seconds of some proper professionals in exactly the same spec of car. So they're running in the Pro-Am class. Herbert Motorsport number 91. They're leading the Pro-Am class and 4th overall, but 36 seconds behind the overall leader, Pure Racing, Harry King. We're now just sort of staggering a little bit. We've got the 2 Porsches leading. They're 25 seconds apart. Then only 6 seconds back to Dan Harper, who's, I would say, on fuel strategy, probably the net leader, I would say, just.
You might be right there. Ralph Bourne and Herbert leading Pro-Am ahead of Winward in second. In AM, it's Herbert, the 80 car, and Tara's out, still behind the wheel of that car. He's got about an hour and 20 minutes still if he wants it. Second in that class, Haupt Racing Team, Roman Andriolo in that car. And Paradigm Competitions, Darren Leung is 3rd in the AM at the moment as it stands. But as we said, as we often say, it's a bit like the 4x400 metre relay. You've got to wait for quite some time for the stagger to unwind, and the stagger has not unwound yet. In 992, I was right, Ivo Breukers did stay ahead of the pack after he took over that particular category. He is some 29 seconds ahead of Tierra Outdoor Racing. They are 16 seconds ahead of QMMF by HRT, who lead the AM portion of the GT3 category. GTX in 41st position. Don Yount behind the wheel of the mighty Lamborghini Super Trofeo leads that class comfortably from the IRC GT. There's a couple of laps in between that. Mark Griffiths behind the wheel of the 111 car. And GT4 WS Racing, George King, BMW, number 470, leads by about 18 seconds from Nico Prost and CMR. They were leading earlier on, but again, that could be a difference in the pit lane strategy and whether they took fuel at the one of the 4 Code 60 we've had in TCE. SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, the rebuilt car, it lives, and the new flat 6 in the 718 Cayman is ahead of the TCE pack by a full lap now on the Asbest Racing Leon Cup racer. Yeah, Olsen in that car. And at the moment, cars that are officially out are, well, we had 2 effective non-starters, which was the Company A Aston and the Audi R8. I have red lines through the 990 Porsche. That was the Kiwamu Katayana Porsche from JBR that had the huge incident on the start-finish line that caused our first full course purple. The Mercedes of Team Motorpark, we know that one's out. That was on the restart after the cleanup from that first Code 60. Nikita Mazepan brought the Graf racing car in some time ago, the Rossa LMGT, and we've not seen that one again. Daniel Drexel for Razun Northern Racing, the 992 Porsche's been in the pits for a long time. And in fact, actually, the Cupra TCR Asbest Racing's been in the pits for a wee while as well, which I don't think, I stand to be corrected, but I don't think we've had Nick or Joe update us on that. If we have, I apologise. And Adam Wareham has just asked about the Dragon Racing Ferrari, as we've got the Toyota Supra spinning at the final corner, and let's see if that engine runs. It's Viktor Agafonov for Continental TTR Racing. He's facing the traffic. I've had that once, actually my very first car race. I got spun around at the last corner at Croft and had the whole field, or the rest of the field that I was ahead of, go past me, and that was pretty scary. Now, if he can get that started, he could go off the track and back on again rather than going race direction. No, don't do it that way. Don't pull across. Ooh. But he has.
Good. And I've got a good sight line of who's coming there.
Yeah, that's true.
It's fairly open at that last corner. He's got back going again. So, yeah, you don't like to see that, a car pointing in the wrong direction and parked.
Blake McDonald behind the wheel of the Dragon Racing Ferrari, number 88. That was running really, really well early on. And what happened to that car, the Dragon?
It had a penalty. I'm just trying to scroll back.
Yeah, but
my
it's
very
lost.
glamorous assistant is helping me here. The 88 had a penalty earlier on.
Yeah, but it's lost 5 or no more than that, 6 or 7 laps. 7 laps.
That's not right.
So that's one to go and have a look at as well for Nick Damon.
That's a shame. Yeah, it's.
I haven't seen them working on that car. Nick has word from the TCE class.
Yes, my word is neither of the Abes cars have got a problem. The 102 is in the pits for their normal stop. They did serve quite a chunky penalty, but there's neither of the cars are actually stranded as such. They're both running, I think, is supposed to say that this say the 102 is having a lengthy stop as they sort some stuff out, but it's nothing that's going to stop it from running.
Got a problem at turn 7 with the car off the track as Nick will head up to the 88 and see what's happened to the Dragon Racing car.
12 minutes in the pits for Dragon Racing. They were running so well, and Dustin Blackner was flying at a little spin, but they managed to recover.
There's your 7 laps, right there.
Yeah, that's such a shame. Thomas Eichen is making moves forward in the 33 Optimum Motorsport McLaren. He's just got past Darren Leon in the Paradigm competition BMW. And Darren has got David Pittard here coaching him. Had a quick chat with him at lunch yesterday. Former winner of the Nürburgring 24-hour. See how trying to get it done. Eichen went around the outside, and Leung just got a little bit held up in traffic with some 992 Cup cars, and Eichen was very decisive there. The multiple podium finisher in British F4, excuse me, and manages to make his way past in traffic.
Nick Damon.
Sorry. At the moment, mate. Sorry, I've had a little radio issue. I'm just sorting it out. Sorry about that.
So Nick Damon is trying to find out what's going on with the number 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari, or what went on with it, more accurately. Such a pity there, but it's Harry King who leads the motorweight race in the number 92 Pure Racing Porsche. He's just gone past, actually, the number 4 Hout Racing Team car, which is running in the AM class. It's running in 9. Just gone past there, and Harry now getting into a real rhythm. A 201.382 last time by, a 201.395, so very, very close for the chasing Dan Harper in the 777 Almanar Racing Team by Team WRT. There's 29 seconds of a gap between Pure Racing and the Almanar BMW at the moment, and then only 3 seconds for the back to Anders Fjordbach for Dynamic GT in their Visit Dubai Porsche, who just had a slightly more steady lap there, that last lap by Fjordbach, 1.1 slower than the 2 ahead of him, but that can be just a quirk of traffic. It comes and it goes here with a field as big as this.
The sun has just officially set here in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates. It's a little bit hazy out towards the coast, directly opposite us. We will not see that sun again until 6 minutes past 7 in the morning, and depending on which table you take. I've seen 2 different ones, but depending on which one you take, we've either got 13 hours and 19 minutes or 13 hours and 15 minutes between sunset and sunrise. The moon will be bright tonight if we can see it. 93% of the moon as a waxing gibbous. And it will be full in this region in the middle of the week. Let's go to Nick Damon down in the pit lane, who is up to the number 88 Dragon Racing pit. That car... it's not there. It's not there, but it spent 12 minutes in the pits. So, no.
Oh, I think it was still there.
Can you ask?
Well, I can fill you in that the distance between the Abbess car and the Dragon Racing car is the maximum distance to the pit lane. It's one's pit one and one's in the last pit, effectively. So I walked away down here. I've seen no car, and I'm now very offended.
Right.
Well, I'll find out what's going on.
Nick Damon will find someone to talk to him.
As the sun starts to quickly come down here in Dubai, some of the great shots our camera operators are picking up. You can see, if you're enjoying pictures on Credentic Motorsport TV, the orange glow of the entire rear box of the exhaust on the 992 GT3R.
And remember, that's not a turbo car.
No,
so that's actually running quite hot.
Yeah, it's very hot. The QMMF car, it's become dead stick in the pit lane. It's getting pushed by its crew, car number 974.
I think that's just eaten its penalty. That had a penalty next to it the last time. It has run out of fuel. And it's being pushed into the fueling area. That is the 974 going past Nick now.
Right, so I've walked all this way. It hasn't been completely pointless. I know what the problem for the 88 Dragon car was. They had a damper failure, and they had to replace the damper. So, well done for 12 minutes.
It's the Achilles heel of that car. Really? Remember back to, albeit in a harsher environment, but on the Nürburgring 24 in 2023, the Ferrari that won, the Ferrari 296, the cricket car, the dampers were, well, I won't use the word that the driver reported to me, but the dampers were very much past their best with 6 hours to go, and they had to limp it home. And they did still win, but yeah, the dampers have been a weakness in the past on that car.
Oh, yes, I see what word he would have used. Yes, indeed.
Spoiled.
Spoiled. I thought it was going to be the Austin Powers version of it, but clearly not.
Oh, no.
Right.
Oh.
OK. Turn 15. Yellow lights and yellow flags at the moment. It's just beyond the stage, which is all lit up. I have to say, I get a little bit worried with red lights next to a racetrack. Into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say that this is the Cayman, number 414, and this is our superstar, Razoo Northern Racing, with Ajith Kumar behind the wheel, and that car has not made it into the pit lane. So has he gone one lap too far?
Gotta be fuel.
53rd position for that car. He's been out for an hour and 28 minutes. So that just could be a flat 6 in the middle of that car, coughing and spluttering.
And remember, when he left the pit lane during a code 60, he did not go to fuel at that point. Now, that might have been the decision made by the team,
yes,
given that they might have had fuel at the previous code 60, but I think it's maybe just run out of fuel.
Well, let me see, because
the fans that are there on the pit entry, they're getting a real close-up view to their hero. Ajith Kumar has just had huge adulation wherever he's been all weekend.
So he did take fuel. He's taken fuel at some stage, because his last pit stop was 3 minutes and 8 seconds, and the pit lane time only was 44 seconds. So he didn't stop at his pit, but he did put fuel in an hour or whatever it was. Now the car is rolling gently, and code 60 is coming. Code 60 is coming. It will be our 5th code 60, with the time at exactly 6 o'clock in the evening. We've timed that one perfectly for Pete back up in London. It's another racing hour completed, and here in the Global Broadcast Centre, it's Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh. Nick Damon in the pit lane. RS1 for the audio, and Creventic Motorsport channel on YouTube, as well as our syndicated TV around the world. It's the 2025 International Endurance Racing Opener, the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. Well, we can't blame Johnny for this one either.
Like I say, Johnny just had a bit of bad luck, but yeah, unfortunately a little bit of code 60 there. So again, how is this going to play out? Harry King is 55 minutes into his stint. That's not a bad time for a code 60 to come out to get a little bit of fuel.
He's been out 26 laps.
Yeah, perfect. So a full stint is 35. So he'll be okay. You can only put 25% in, but the Harry King for pure racing could be good.
Huge crowd has gathered at the fence line and the entrance to the pit lane to get a shot of the car which their hero is in. Let's take an opportunity to get some updates from Nick Damon. There will be cars coming in, and at the bottom end of the top 10 we've had a few of the leaders, and in fact I think Dan Harper's just dived in from second. Yes, he has. Harry King has stayed out.
The 991's coming. This is a full service. So Dan Harper getting out, so they don't want to burn the pro time in the 991. Was it Dan Harper?
No, that's Darren Leung who's in the 991.
Yeah, so 991. Yeah, that's it. So we've had the 19 MP Motorsport car in for full service. So the Women Racing number 7 in for full service. The second M4 BMW is also in now as well.
Yeah, so that was Dan Harper, as I said.
Yes, full service on both their cars. Yeah, but I'm actually down that end, and it takes a long time to get here. We've had a number of the Porsches going through for fuel. My guess is that pretty soon those fuel bowsers are going to be full and they'll be queuing. But so far,
how many pumps have we got, Nick?
Right, that's the 24. I think 12. The 24 car, the Visit Dubai machine will stop.
7.
And they'll all be stopping very briefly, of course, because they're only taking a quarter of their.
No, 7, 9
pumps,
now filled. However many we've got. We've got 9.
Yeah. They maybe more than 12 what they had last time, but that was in Europe, so it may be slightly different. But these are smart pumps. But of course, the point about it is they are only stopping very briefly, because they're taking like 25, 23, 22 litres, which doesn't take a very long amount of time. It looks like just about everyone. There's a few cars who are continuing on, but they're mainly the 992s who are eschewing the chance to pick up fuel. They're watching behind me. The GT3 is much more keen on getting a slug of the liquid gold.
Dance yourself dizzy.
Looks like the
with
tow
that?
truck has.
Yeah.
Exactly. Look, you can't say that, then don't expect me to sing it. It might be good this time. But the 414 machine, that was on the back of a truck. I think it's been dropped to the penalty
Which one's
box.
this?
You can probably see it better than I.
It's on the end of a tow rope on a pickup truck.
It's because sometimes they leave it, and this time they decide to pull it all the way through. I can see him coming down towards me now. It has got a bit dark for us now, so it's no longer daytime. It is now night, and therefore you have to look a little bit behind things. But the lights are on as Ajith Kumar comes in on the end of a rope. I don't think he did stop, because he had you had that 3-minute stop, and it was a very leisurely changeover. And don't forget, these boys are on 5-nut wheel studs, so it takes longer to do a full service anyway.
Yeah, but he only had a 44-second run through the pit lane and a 3-minute and 8 stop. So. Does that mean he spent? Does that mean he? Does that mean he spent 3 minutes? He spent 3 minutes and 8 minus 44 seconds in his pit, getting new tyres.
No. If you got, I didn't know. If that's the point, then you've got fuel, because the pit in, pit out.
Correct.
Either side, and then
that's how I was reading it.
Is fuel. I haven't got that. I haven't got the information in front of me. You are very much lucky to have the Get Race results, page 2, 3, 4, and 5. But very few of the garages have even got page 2 of the timing, so you're kind of going, oh, well, who knows? Raft of cars that come past. The 21 Haas machines come, the Audi, the 7 SMP Racing. They're both doing full services as well, John. Just trying to see where anyone who's just going to do fuel. There's the 978. Here comes the 30. That's the recovering car collection machine. Then the Red Camel Jordan car eschews many of the other 992s, and they're coming in for a service. Evo's staying on board. He's getting tyres as well, so they are throwing some tyres at this car. We know it gets you a few seconds at the start, but yeah, that advantage
26 laps ago, Harry King took tyres, and he's not come in this session. For pure racing, which is back on top. So Porsche are leading BMW from 2 more Porsches now. Luke Hartog for Dynamic in the white and blue number 24. Ralph Bourne. As Harry King now decides it is the right time to come into pit lane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars in fuel.
They're going to have to. Yeah, I think that is an interesting one, because I could see why the theory for pure racing not to bring Harry King in, because it looked like it might have been a relatively short code 60, because it simply was a matter of towing the Ajith Kumar car into the pits, but it stayed code 60 longer than I expected it to. We haven't had the warning yet to say it's 60 seconds to go. Pure Racing are going to put
fuel
on.
That was fuel for the Kumar car, because that is being pushed into fuel right now by the
Pure
team.
Racing, the leading car, Harry King's jumped out after less than an hour. I think Damon has more.
Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, it's full service for them. Yeah, full service Pure Racing. There's driver change. Harry King out. I mean, I suppose that perhaps the teams know something we don't about them.
No, it's coming to an end.
I saw that. Oh, okay, but that isn't the reason. They just decided that probably it now works with the minimum drive times and maximum drive times.
So that was a new set of Michelins.
A bit of fuel in and.
So that's a 26.
Yes,
that's 26 laps on those Michelins, and they've put that was brand new set. So the top 6 cars have all got brand new tyres on. The Manamari Energy car with Sabino De Castro, the number 1 car, that car has gone back out again, but didn't change its tyres. That's got 24 lap old tyres.
Well, Pure Racing are at the fuel stop at the moment. They are literally filling the fuel in at this moment.
Now, what happens when it goes back green? Does it click back over and you can put it all in, or can you still? You only get 25.
Yeah, as soon as it goes green. John Hindhaugh, you genius, or more likely, Pure Racing strategist, you genius, because that will be now filling up to maximum, surely.
I think that happens. I think that it's kind of like. I'm not quite sure. I'm pretty sure that's not what happens. One of the things they try to avoid happening again, this kind of all this change to the code 60 was to prevent the Lady Luck intervening, which I always quite like, to be honest. and I don't think that you can be lucky to hit the end of a code 60, and therefore, because you've still got the advantage of coming down the pit lane and doing your pit stop and your driver change at reduced amount of time. So I would be surprised. You know, we need someone to read the rules, but my feeling is that's not what you can do. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and find the Red Camels Jordan team.
Fulgenzi Racing, Alessandro Giannoni, he has just served his 10-second penalty that was hanging over that car. Still got, actually now, we've got probably more than half the field that have got penalties against them. And also coming in as well is into the pit lane.
The Simpson Audi.
Simpson Audi, the 69 car, which is soaking up a penalty.
Yeah, that at the moment is in 15th. David Pogosyan bringing that in.
Of course, they've waited till the end of the code 60 so they can serve the penalty and do their pit stop.
That's right. Yeah, you can't serve the penalty. It used to be that you could serve the penalty but doubled. Now you can't do that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. The feeling definitely that Nick Damon's got the right idea going to ask Paul Truswell and the Red Camel Jordan's team if you can do that. But judging by the amount of time that Harry King has been in fuel, he's getting a full tank.
I'd say so.
Either that or the quicker fuel process, because of course everybody has the same refueling time. So yes, it's still in fuel right now is Harry King. So I think they've decided to wait till it was going to go green. I mean, that was a bit of guesswork and luck. Is that going to play off? Is that going to be a good thing or not? We'll see.
But it's got them back on the lead lap.
Well, they were leading when the code 60 came out, so
only because the other cars had just stopped, and they are now doing a full stop when the cars behind them only did 25% stops. But
but they were already a bit behind on the Almanar. I think the net leader before that code 60 was the Almanar WRT at BMW.
So Alexei Nesev has got into the Pure Racing Porsche. Dynamic GT now lead for Porsche after that code 60 and the pit stop shuffle by 1.7 seconds. And so Luke Hartog is up against Dan Harper. Get the popcorn in. Get the popcorn in for the 777 under 2 seconds behind the Porsche that leads once again off the track for the IRC machine with the big 6.2 litre LS3 GM engine. That car sitting down in 44th position. It's Mark Griffith coming to the, well, he's about halfway through his stint at the moment for the Open Wallet yellow and black car. Looks like he was having trouble just getting that car back onto the track. So Luke Hartog then leading the race in the number 24 Dynamic GT. This is the white car with the blue skyline of Dubai decal on the side. He's on the back straight now in a huge traffic jam of cars, and the 777 is right there with him among those headlights. They're about halfway down the back straight at the moment, and they are in fact side by side at the moment. No, not quite. The Dynamic GT car must be slightly further up the road as they've gone through turn 10. So Hartog leading. Yeah, my tracker was just catching up there. Now down towards turn 14. Hartog is the car ahead of Dan Harper through turn 14, the speedball. Climbing up through turn 15. Turns into the right-hander at the back of the pits. Now towards the hotel, lit up multicoloured in this darkness now. We are only, under 15 minutes since official sunset. It's full dark now. If you haven't seen this race for a little while, you will notice that there are some additional lighting around the circuit which we haven't had before, but this is by no means a fully lit circuit, as we'll see in a couple of weeks' time at Daytona. But it's not quite as dark as it used to be. There are still patches of darkness among the pools of light. Down through the S's to turn 6 and 7, heading up towards the parabolic turn 8 and 9. And onto that flat-out back straight GT3 cars, getting up over 160, getting close to 170 miles an hour. And this is the battle for the lead. It's lit up again here. with Hartog, Harper, Ralph Bourne, by the way, just another 20 seconds further back in the leading Pro-Am car, Peter.
Amazing, isn't it? Herbert just easily, slowly but surely nipping their way forward as the fastest car on track right now is the come to you Aston Martin in 15th. Kobe Powell's a 1:59 flat. That's 1.8 seconds quicker than Loic Hartog was in the lead last time. So the Aston Martins, when they get everything together with the right driver in, etc., it's a quick car. They did get a big BOP lift last night, of course. We saw Bamber going quick in it, and now Kobe Powell's did as well. So there's definitely pace in that Aston Martin. It's just putting the whole piece of the puzzle together. But Loic Hartog leading the race here for Dynamic GT in that Visit Dubai bank machine. The gap is down to 1.2 seconds last time by, with Dan Harper chasing. Dan Harper, the BMW Works driver. We heard Loic Hartog earlier on the grid with Nick Damon saying, you know, the next thing in his career, the next thing he wants to do is to be a manufacturer factory driver. That's exactly what he's got his sights set on, and well, this is an opportunity to prove himself up against a really, really strong driver of a similar age, actually, in Dan Harper.
Nick Damon down in the pit lane.
Trustwell, and yes, if it goes green whilst you're in fuel, you can fuel up to your maximum allowable amount. So there is still a little bit of luck involved. Goes green, yep, you can fuel it, even if you've already
Thanks for clarifying that, Nick, and well, more accurately, thank you to Paul Trustwell for clarifying that, but for Nick going down there and asking, yes, that was so, whether that was by luck or by design, hard to say. Maybe Pure Racing can shed a little bit of light on that, or maybe even Harry King, who will be, of course, where is he? Yeah, he's out the car. Alexei Nezov in that car is now down in 8th and quite a way back now, 56 seconds back, but they do have new set of tyres and a full tank of fuel on board, whereas the others have got a little bit less in there. They were only able to put in 25% at the Code 60 if they did so. So it's game on at the front of the field. Loic Hartog leading from Dan Harper as they cut their way through traffic. Hartog got a little bit quicker on that last lap. He was half a second quicker than Harper, and Ralph Bourne there in 3rd, and not a million miles off in terms of pace of these two young superstars at the front of the field. Now, Johnny, you were getting it tight as you normally do. You were getting it tight for being responsible for all these Code 60s. I don't sign up to that logic. I think you were just unlucky, but during that little stint for John and I, we had our fair share of Code 60s as well.
Did you? Because there was one moment I heard the revs dip, and then there wasn't really anything else, and I'm just wondering whether there was, you know, the balance is necessarily in my favour yet. We'll wait and see. I suppose time will tell over the next 2 hours as Johnny Palmer and Phil Anson sidle our way back into our position. There'll be a switch around in pit lane as well. Now, quite clearly, fully darkness. I say that for our radio listeners because they don't necessarily know that the floodlighting is full in action once again. It's certainly brighter in certain areas than I remember, say, 4 or 5 years ago, with the addition of the odd stanchion here and there to illuminate odd bits of the track, but still a feeling of little areas, pockets of darkness as well, to remind everybody that this is a long night here at Dubai, as it is in a couple of weeks' time for the Daytona 24 hours. So often these races have competed for minutes of darkness throughout the course of 24 hours. And maybe not a surprise to see some of the names at the sharp end as we're doing. Dan Harper, certainly a big talent and has been for a number of years. Ralph Bourne is a regular within the Herbert Motorsport crew as their stellar bronze racer in the 91 car. But Loic Hartog, still relatively new to this long distance stuff at 22 years old. The Dutchman, though, and Dynamic GT may not have been on everybody's list to be looking as strong as it has been for the first few hours, but it's all very well getting to this stage and looking good, but you've got to now sustain that, particularly to, well, first of all, a big marker is midnight. Get beyond that, can you get to the half distance marker and then to daylight? And then even from that point on, you've got many hours to get to the 1 o'clock start and finish time that we have this year at the Dubai 24 Hours. The 20th edition of this fabulous event at the Dubai Autodrome. And I haven't quite totaled up the number of years that the Radio Show Limited network of channels have been covering this now. Is this the 13th?
2012.
Yeah, so 2012 included.
Yep.
12,
so
13. Is that 40? Well, this will be the 14th time, therefore.
Yeah, since
it's not a question of adding 13 to that, is it? You've got to include 2012 as well. So yeah, 14 races, I reckon.
14 races when they came in and overtook my commentary box before we were live streaming.
You've never been given it back for this weekend.
Well, this is it. But I did enjoy my time with Rene Dubois and Alex Kappa-Murdoch doing out the commentary here for the 24-hour series. I've been doing it since 2007. So got to see...
You missed one. You missed 2006, did you?
2006 I wasn't commentating. I was here, but I wasn't commentating. So I started in 2007 because I was racing here in the initial tin top category, the Volkswagen GDI Cup back then.
Did you get to the finish, you and your team?
Yes.
Of course.
Of course.
And can you remember your result?
It wasn't good.
Okay. But the key thing is you got to the end.
Well, back in those days we had diesels running. We had 120 diesels. We had it was a lot smaller capacity grid as far as engine size went.
Yes.
Back in those days.
Yes.
And now under the lights of Dubai Autodrome, very much like Kuwait level lighting. Here, as John described earlier, not really the Yas or Daytona type lighting. However, new regulations this year under what the cars, if they start losing lights, of what they have to do. Now, if they lose one of the front or rear lights, they have to fix it at their next pit stop. If they lose both the front or the rear lights, they have to pit immediately. They'll probably get the meatball flag for that. So that's new for this year. So they're governing that very, very carefully to ensure that other drivers can see them, even though we do have light around here. But there's pools of light on the back straight and a little bit of darkness. So from speaking to the drivers from last year, they really enjoyed it because we've seen this year there's a lot less floodlights on the front of the cars. Okay, they don't have the corner spotter lights and you don't have the massive lights. You're allowed 2 extra lights or a 1 light bar, and that's it now.
You'll notice, Johnny, on your timing screen that you have got a car that's just left the pits. It's the Team Sorg Rennsport Porsche 718 Cayman. The number 427 that we heard so eloquently described, I'm getting some suspension problems. The team have done an absolute outstanding job. They've fixed whatever component under that front right-hand wheel arch needed replacing, and the car is already out and back in this race. I'm not sure what time they lost. You guys will be able to tell me. But Harley Holton, the young British driver, now at the wheel of that
terrific turnaround, particularly because they didn't know how many bits they'd need to change until the car arrived in the garage. So that's some good practice as well in terms of predicting what errors or what issues they may have before they happen, and being able to rehearse those, know where all the components are as well. And the Sorg Rennsport 427 car is back into the race.
Unbelievable.
Possibly after only
15 minutes.
15 minutes,
15 minutes to change probably the right-hand uprights and toe link, as Joe suggested.
Now then, we have fireworks on the horizon.
That's at Sports City. That's over. That's across the road. That's actually my house.
Being launched from your back garden.
Got the cricket championships happening over there very, very shortly. So a little bit of pre-fireworks going off before the big fireworks go off here.
Well, I'm liking the design of those. Let's hope that whoever's responsible for that display has also designed the ones here at the Dubai Autodrome as well. One or two members of our crew in the truck, as we call it, were slightly concerned as well that our cameras were pointing in the wrong direction at the wrong time. But no, our fireworks are still to come in about an hour and 7 minutes. But that's a very impressive display. Looks a little like a volcano now, as they're fired off at all angles.
Got a car stationary down at turn 10. Yellow flags are out.
Well, our fireworks have a lot to live up to, and I'm sure they will do. Stick around for those at 8 o'clock this evening. I realise that if you've taken our coverage with you out and about, then fireworks on the radio is not a great feature. We've tried to describe them as best we can in the past, and now, yes, we go under a code 60. Let's hope that drivers weren't rather distracted by the impromptu extra fireworks.
It's at the other end of the field. There we go, down at turn 10. It looks like we've got a car into the barriers on the exit of turn number 10. Emergency vehicles are in there. That's one of the fastest braking zones on the circuit as the team gets down there to find out what's going on.
Works if you want.
Joe's just said to me that you can help me with the fireworks, Joe. In what respect, as we try and work out what's gone on?
Yeah, to describe people. What I can describe for the fireworks for people listening on radio.
Yep.
Are you ready? Ooh! Ah! Ah! Ooh!
That's not really describing anything.
That was about
That's just you making funny noises.
They were great.
Yeah, Nick and I kind of have a different idea of what you were doing there, but I'm sure it was the fireworks. There's a car in the barrier, at least one. I'm trying to work out whether it's more than that, though.
It just looked like the one because we've only got one piece of barrier that's... It's tyres down there. It's tyres. Driver's out of the car. And he is out of the car, and we've just got to find out what car it is.
So is that overshooting at the end of the back straight into turn 10?
If you run straight on there, that is the overshoot of that area. And the braking, it looks really deep when you walk it, but when you're at 300 kilometres an hour, it's not very deep. It comes up at you very, very quickly indeed. But the intervention vehicles from Dubai Autodrome were on site ASAP. They've got many access areas around the circuit.
And the tyre wall is there because if you went any further, you would end up on the 311 in the
Okay, you're going to Sharjah.
Yeah.
Okay, and
there's no slip road there, so...
and given the way people drive in Dubai, you wouldn't be the fastest car out there.
And they wouldn't necessarily make space for you either if you were looking to join, because, as I say, that's not a junction. But one or two have tried it over the years.
Yeah.
And thankfully, the tyres doing their job. But when a car is stopped at such velocity, the first concern is the driver, and that's good news that they've been able to get out of the car with Marshall's assistance and then walk under their own steam. In fact, they're in deep conversation now as well.
With the medical staff, always on site here. A full medical facility here at Dubai Autodrome. As, this was being built as a Formula One testing circuit, as John described earlier, and then they banned testing. So what do you do? Dominic Albert, 414, resume more than racing. Oh dear, running 5th in class in the 414 car. It's good to see that Dominic's okay. It's well, if it's gone into tyres, there may not be as much damage as Armco.
True.
And they may be able to recover that back to the pits on a flatbed.
The other thing that I'm rather hesitant to raise, but I feel like I have to, is that the 414 car, we've got a lot of extra fans tuned into the 24 hours of Dubai this year, and the 414 car is Ajith Kumar's car.
It is.
I'm afraid to say.
Is it one of his cars?
It's one of his cars, but I believe that's the one he's focusing on for this year's
Well, that's the one that ran out of fuel, that brought out the last code 60.
Yeah.
That ran out of fuel on the way down into the pit lane. So
clearly Ajith's fans, and there are so many of them, either here this weekend or paying attention from further afield, and they will be desperately hoping that that car can rejoin the race. The flatbed is being reversed into position, and a chance now for us to describe precisely what happened to the 414 car, not being driven by Kumar at the time. So on his own, hazard lights already flashing, and the car initially turned in but then said, no, I can't get any further around the corner, and out of vision the car then made big contact with the tyres. But that is a peculiar moment.
Steering failure? I don't know. He initiated the turn in. You saw the hazard lights on. okay, which in a GT4 car either means that you're under extreme braking, as it does on road cars, but I'm not sure that happens on that. Or did he have another issue and he was trying to get back to the pits? And he couldn't turn the car around that corner.
So is that a safety feature, do you think? The car's detected that something's not right and put the hazards on automatically, or do you think Dominic's done that? It's a strange thing to do at the end of the long back straight. And
I don't know.
That car then wanting to slow, clearly, into a very or slow corner compared to the previous bit of the track.
Yeah.
And spearing off at a peculiar angle, as I
possibly a loss of control under the braking, on the braking bumps. Let's have a look at this again. With the fireworks, did he get distracted by those fireworks? It looked like he tried to turn in and the car didn't turn, because he just didn't keep going around that corner.
Yeah.
So did he straighten the wheel up and then didn't have time to do things, because you're approaching that corner at extreme speed. You know, it is one of the, you know, the GT3 cars are doing close to 300 kilometres an hour down there.
Did something get stuck open? The throttle, or was he unable to brake? I mean, they are horrendous moments to hear about when I mean, there are stories at the end of very long straights around the world. Barcelona, I've heard of a throttle going into that first corner. Thankfully, what are the tyres in terms of deepness there? 4, 5 deep maybe, to cushion the blow?
Yeah, well, about 5 or 6 deep.
Yeah.
So just front end damage to that car, along with possibly another issue that we are unaware of at this time, as the car already being put onto the flatbed. We've got to rearrange the tyres as we do.
So the 414 car has had a big old incident, and I think actually the nose of the car ended up partially under the tyres as well. So car 414 with Dominic Olbert at the wheel of the Razzoon Northern Racing Porsche Cayman. It was running, or is now running, 6th in the GT4 category. And fans of Ajith Kumar, our huge Indian film star from the Collywood scene, was due to be in this car later on in the motor race, and that's going to be a very, very difficult repair in order for him to do that. But we hope that they can, and we clearly hope that Dominic Olbert is fine as well. But the early conversation that he was having with track staff and with marshals rather helps us to know that he was able to walk away and is still conscious, clearly. So that's the best possible news after
IBC Tamil Sports presents Hankook 24H Dubai 2025 Series Endurance Racing. Title sponsor Your Journey, India's #1 all-in-one travel brand. Powered by Q1Q Pharmacy. Quality healthcare at affordable price. Your Journey, India's #1 all-in-one travel brand. Kashmir package starts from ₹15,000 only. Q1Q Pharmacy. Quality healthcare at affordable price.
And that really starts to stretch these belts a little bit. You wear a full hands device so that if you have a head-on collision like that, it restricts your head movement forward. And all of these latest safety things is the reason why we see drivers get out of cars that have had horrendous accidents and walk away from it. And it's just, you know, I remember last year we had I think it was one of the Alpines down at Yass, sitting on the infield at turn 4 at Yass. There's no tyres on it, just the engine in the back, and all we could see was a roll cage, and the driver sitting in there calmly unplugging himself and getting out. There was nothing left of the car. So amazing safety that has been promulgated through the Creventic series with all of the cars out there. Drivers wear full 3-layer fire suits. There are onboard fire extinguishers activated from inside and outside. So safety is paramount in motorsport because it is dangerous.
Yeah, and we've already had a nasty incident with a car that partially caught fire and needed that fire extinguisher that is carried by all of these cars. The driver with partial burns, we were hearing, not visible burns, because Joe had a word with the driver involved with that, but you only need to be exposed to fire for a very short period, a couple of seconds, and you'll feel the heat for maybe a few days. But yes, fireproof race wear is essential in this occupation. This car that we're talking about now didn't catch fire, but is looking very sorry for itself on the front, with a lot of that paint from the rubber belt that sits on the front of the tyre wall now scuffing the front of the car after it ended up underneath that very large tyre wall at the end of the straight between turns 9 and 10. The race around this recovery continues rather in a sense. You can't overtake and you have to adhere to the 60 kilometres per hour, but this can all be weaved into potential strategy. If you're in a position to take on some fuel, you are allowed to do that. Come into pit lane, maybe do a driver change and a tyre switch, but then when you get to the fueling area, you're only allowed 25% of your normal fuel allocation. That's exactly what the race leader is doing, in fact. Dan Harper out of that Almanar Racing BMW. Darren Young took over before the car visited the pit lane, but a bit more fuel for Darren Young before it will continue on.
James Winslow also into the pits in the Haas RT car, and currently 4th on track now, and 2nd in the AM category. Paradigm competition, and Simon Travers in the 991 leads the AM and 3rd overall. And Pure Racing, again, Alexei Nisov moving up the leaderboard up into 2nd position. 146 laps completed by our race leader, the Almanar Racing. And Darren Young now just leaving the pits. Now this barrier repair shouldn't take too long, because they've just got to have a look at the tyres as the 414 makes its way into pit lane. That'll be parked, either sent down to their garage. You can see that part of the front, the air dam, is sitting in front of that car rather than underneath it. But quick work from the track team here at Dubai Autodrome to get that sorted out. A little bit of barrier repair. I did see during the last Code 60 that the course car did go out to have a bit of a look around the circuit, and I think we'll see a little bit more of that this evening, just to see where debris is. And a lot of it is to replace the signage, the foam signage, which is the countdown corner markers that tend to get occasionally removed by a wayward car. So that car now being taken back into the scrutineering bay and the technical bay, just at the beginning of pit lane. And we should get some form of countdown to when the Code 60 ends regarding the tidy up going down at turn 10. Give me a quick eye on our 992 field. Rick Broikers in the red camel. Jordan.nl currently leading the 992 category. And he's got a few laps now on Hub van Eindhoven in the Terra outdoor racing, running in 27th overall, 2nd in class. And then it's Ramsey Mitran in the fuel bay at the moment, dual racing by Huber, 3rd in the 992 category.
Also a driver change for Haas RT as Alexander Bukantsov gets back on board the 21 car to head into 4th position in the race. Simon Traves is getting some fuel in the 991 BMW. Just witnessing the stop for the 3rd placed M4 GT3 Evo. And the earlier race leader, the dynamic GT Porsche for Klaus Bachler, has slipped down to 5th place. But now with the rapid Austrian being strapped back in again, he started the race. I'm sure we'll see that car rise again towards the top 3. Joe in the pits.
Yeah, it's Sammy Moutran in the Jew Racing car. I saw it was definitely Sammy.
Exactly. Maybe the driver ID hasn't been changed. It's still showing him on the screen.
Yeah,
no,
so.
we won't get that until he heads out of the fuel bay. Yeah.
He's still in the fuel bay, of course. He's just got in. I've got Simon Travers. He's just got out of the 991, the Paradigm Competition BMW. Simon, everybody's keen on hearing about the BMW and how well this BMW is going this weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely going well. We've had a good week sorting setup out and working through various options and settled on a good option in the end.
Have you had much experience on the Michelin tyre?
No, this is the first time we've run it in Dubai.
What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a good tyre. It's good all-round tyre, and it's working well.
I mean, I know we sometimes focus a lot on like one-lap speed and ultimate qualifying speed, but it's all about that tyre lasting you as a driver, isn't it?
Yeah, I think with the Michelin, especially with the BMW, you just got to protect the front. The front axle is the one that goes first, and you just have to keep that protected, and you're okay.
Right, thank you, Simon. We've gone back to green, guys.
Very swiftly indeed, after the mopping up was required down at the end of the back straight, so the recovery of the car took a bit of time, but then the track sweep, as efficient as it always is here in Dubai, to limit the amount of code 60 there is to all of the competitors. Well, the track staff are doing their best job at that. You could argue that the commentators are attempting to slow the race down as much as possible. I mean, it's not deliberate, it just seems to be the way things are going. Toby Sowery has now been inserted into the 991 Paradigm competition BMW. So that was the car that was brought in by Simon, who we've just been chatting to, and also Amin Al-Hati, part of that driving lineup, along with Darren Leung. So it's all going quite nicely for the 991 crew in their GT3 AM entered BMW, running as high as third overall at this stage, ahead of Klaus Bachler. And Bachler will try to whittle that time down as much as he can during this stint to try and get that GT3. Not a Pro-Am, not an AM car, it's a GT3 Pro in effect. Try to get that back to the sharp end.
Just looking at Toby Sowery, a lot of American racing for him. ALMS, Asian LMS, IMSA, LMP2, IndyCar, 3 races in that as well. First in the Radical World Finals in 2022, third in Indy Lights in 2019, so a very experienced steerer in that Paradigm competition at the brand new BMW M4 GT3, and its initial outing around the planet here at the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai.
Yeah, many times a brand new GT3 car is homologated effectively in time for this event, and a chance therefore to see these cars for the first time in anger at this particular race, and then at Daytona in a couple of weeks' time. Very often an Evo kit may well have been used in one of the SP or the SPX categories around the Nordschleife for a year or so, but not eligible for competitions such as this until the following season.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it's a big thing to bring a car to a 24-hour race for its first outing.
True.
Like, it's a real thing. We've seen it with the Rosser guys. This is a test session for them, but yeah, it's a really big ask of the team and also of the vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they will have been put through independent tests. Sometimes you hear of 30-hour tests taking place, but that is 1 or 2 cars on their own pounding round and round, and you don't get the same dynamic as you would in a race with 60-odd cars in it, because you're going to get the odd code 60 where cars go slower and you have heat soak to worry about. Also, the pit stops may not go entirely to plan. You've got different drivers at the wheel as well, and all those elements that you can do your very best to replicate in a test, but it's just not the same thing.
Yeah, I've been noticing in regards to when we come out of the code 60 that a lot of drivers are weaving across the track, warming up those tyres. Now, we didn't see that previously when we had other brands of tyres. It wasn't as prevalent as what we're seeing with how cold those tyres must be getting and losing the heat a lot quicker of this specific brand of type of endurance tyre. So something new the teams have to get with is that you need to do a proper tyre warm-up as you come out of a code 60, especially the long ones, 20-odd minutes or so. That one was quite quick. But yeah, I noticed half a dozen cars down the start-finish straight doing the weaving just to try and generate a little bit of heat in there before they attack turn 1.
Yeah, because weaving in a code 60 is generally frowned upon, isn't it? Because recovery work's taking place there, and they may be repairing the circuit, and you don't want cars on the brink of control. So
most definitely,
you have to not weave in the code 60, and that is really not going to help the tyre temp. And then as soon as the green flags come out, as long as there's nobody alongside you, and we have had a nasty incident in qualifying where
they were weaving
led to a huge incident with an Audi and a Mercedes on the back straight, one of the fastest parts of this circuit, and practically wrote off an Audi R8.
Yeah, Tresso attempted racing the number 99, and but that not taking part because we could actually see the inside of the gearbox.
Yeah, it was, the outer casing was stripped.
Exactly.
Not least because it found the hole in the Armco, which is normally used for access, and the back end of the car caught that and made it even worse. Not like a glancing blow that you would have already normally had on just a long, expansive Armco.
It was almost a direct 180-degree impact. It was right, you know, you went in there square.
Yeah.
And there's not much leeway at the back of those cars.
One of those that you wince at every time you see it again. Darren Young then leading by, what is that, 46 seconds? No, we'll just wait for Alexei Nesov to cross the line actually in the pure racing car to give you a real-time gap. But 777's BMW in front of that pure racing Porsche. And then the best of the GT3 AM cars for Paradigm competition running in third position. Then a nice little gaggle of non-pro GT3 cars from 5th position down to 10th spot, including the 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches, as what is left of the 414 car now after its big crash at the end of the long straight goes past Joe. What's your early assessment then, Joe?
I'm not sure it's going to rub out, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's got a massive amount of damage on the front end. I'm now behind the car, so it may be, when I get a proper and closer look at it, just kind of superficial bodywork, etc. When it gets to its garage and they give us a better chance of stopping still and me getting a proper look at it, I'll give you a better assessment. But remember, it's Baz Cooten is part of this operation as well for Ajith Kumar, and they don't know when to stop, do they? They'll just keep on
Indeed, the front 2 corners mechanically look pretty okay. It was just a lot of bodywork laying over the top of them, so it looked reasonably square at the front end. So hopefully, when you have a look at that, you'll be able to see if I'm right or wrong.
I think you're spot on from what you saw from the front wheels, and more importantly, the front wheels are also pointing in the right direction. Whether they're fixed to the car is a matter that we can find out in a moment. We are walking all the way up the top of the pits with this car being pushed by the mechanic, so we'll see. But I think you're right. It's reached the garage now. It's going to be pushed in nose first, and the team will go to work. I'll get back to you when I have a report.
Well, this is a Razzoon More Than Racing car, isn't it, which is the team from Austria. I know the sister car, as in the other car that Ajith Kumar had as his name against it, is a Baz Cooten car.
Yeah.
I didn't know that Baz Cooten was involved with Razzoon. That might just have been a mis-speaking moment from Joe, unless he knows a little bit more. Ah, fine, okay. Gotcha. I mean, he might be having a look, but he might be saying, I'm glad I'm not involved with Razzoon in this race, because they're going to have to sort that car out. Yes.
All right.
It's going to take a bit of time to get finished weather. And look, we did that they have the spares, some spares you carry. Yeah, I'll come out of the garage. We take it for granted that they're going to repair the car, but it all depends on what spares you've got in the truck and if you've got the right spares. And sometimes, he's a team member. Okay. Brake failure on the left rear, I'm being told. That's what caused the shunt. Which is unfortunate. They're having a look at the rear of the car. So a myriad of problems causing the damage. Very little activity on the front end. more activity on the rear to find the cause. I suppose if the brake failure can't be rectified, then it's pointless repairing the damage, so it makes sense to have a
Now,
look
with
at that
the
first.
car having its hazard lights on almost before the braking area, do you think that's a safety mechanism? The car, you know, whether it's lost brake pressure or something similar, has the car then kicked into some sort of warning mode that actually couldn't have been foreseen? It's just slightly bizarre that those hazard lights were on, I thought, before the braking point. Then the driver hit the brakes and nothing happened.
Yeah, I can't quite remember if it was on, but they clearly were on when they were in the zone.
Yeah.
And we saw the car initiate the turn, but obviously with no rear brakes, and you're probably running 65, 35 balance in these cars. You rely on that rear balance as well to knock off some speed, and without that happening, there wasn't much you could do in that area that Dominic was basically a little bit of a passenger there.
Yep.
But what he's done, he's actually nosed it underneath the, because of the rake of that nose on the Cayman, it's actually gone underneath the tyres and protected the front end from impact, because it's been able to roll underneath the tyres and go 2 or 3 rows back, just damaging the bodywork.
Yeah, so that may have, I think, coincidentally, rather than anything that Dominic did. I mean, you do hear stories of, as soon as drivers realise either the throttle is stuck open or in this case there's no brakes, you actually initiate a spin. Yeah, you chuck it into a spin.
You want the 4 wheels going sideways to try and slow you down.
Try and shave some speed off it. And plus a side-to-side contact is marginally better than a head-on, because you don't quite know how far underneath the tyres you're going to go. Whereas if you hit the tyres sideways, you're less likely to go fully underneath them. But yeah, the main effort is just to try and decrease the speed of the car at the point of impact. But I don't think he had opportunity to do that.
No, we're talking about it up here in the commentary box, not sitting behind the steering wheel, approaching a wall at 140, 150 kilometres an hour.
Yeah,
and
it's much easier to talk about it from our position.
Yeah.
You feel entirely for Dominic Albert, who had very little warning that was going to happen. And it's only when the car stops very, very suddenly you realise quite what speed you're doing so often around this place, lap after lap. It brings it into sharp focus.
Exactly. Once you've been in a car for 10, 15 minutes, everything starts to slow down. Okay, you're not realising the speed that you are going. And that then can lead to, when you do go off track, that fence comes up so fast.
Yeah.
You know, you think you've got time to address the issue and do things where your brain's going a million miles an hour, and all of a sudden things aren't doing that.
Viktor Plekhanov, meanwhile, who is in the number 30 Porsche. That car is in the fueling area, isn't it? Which is 20 kilometres per hour. A good indication to Victor's left, the 2 different speed boards. So 40 kph for the main pit lane, 20 kph for the fueling quadrant, which is very, very slow, but that's because there are team members potentially walking around that area, getting into the right position so that the pistol grip fuel fillers can be spotted, a vacant bay. And then these smart codes, or smart cards rather, are offered to the very, very intelligent fueling Bowsers that work out precisely how much fuel you can take on this occasion and whether the track is under code 60 or not. Thankfully, we're not.
Exactly, but Nick did go and talk to Paul Truswell about it, because we were in the code 60, they were fueling, and the leaders were fueling, and all of a sudden it went green. And we didn't know if it stayed at the code 60 level or whatever, so Paul Truswell said, yes, it does change. The smart tags are that smart.
Yeah, so the transition point, green to purple, purple to green, the fuel Bowser adapts accordingly. Now then, a frightening moment for Dominic Albert not that long ago in the Razzoon Porsche, and he's been good enough to head towards Joe for a quick chat.
Firstly, Dominic, are you okay?
Yeah, thanks, I'm fine.
You look fine. We were speculating what it must be like to have a brake failure as you did. I mean, exactly how you felt.
Yes, that was it exactly. So I come back the back straight. I run around, I think, 230. And as soon as I hit the brakes, I moved nearly totally through it. And then, I tried to avoid it, but after 1-2 seconds, I recognized that will be an hard impact.
Yeah, that sort of speed, there's nothing the driver can do with a brake failure, is there? There's nothing you could have done.
I know it's not the best feeling, so you think about things that you maybe can get the loop, but for that it was too tight, the barriers, so I hit them frontal.
You may need a change. You may need a change of underwear, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. The car looks damaged. Are the team going to try and fix it?
I just arrived now from medical center, and as you know, Rasoon, it's quite simple. If it's fixable, we go out again, and best thing is I got the yellow one, so if everything is good, I'm back in the car.
So that was given to you by the medical center to say that you're okay to drive again?
Yes, that's the most important.
It is, absolutely. Thank you for talking to us, Dominic. Really appreciate that. Dominic Olber in good shape as well, as we can see. It's just his underwear that needs changing, I would imagine.
Wristband if you're cleared, Joe, to continue to race.
I wasn't aware of that, but yeah, I mean, when he showed me the wristband, and he said, more importantly, this, when you visit the medical centre, they must give you a yellow band to indicate that you can continue and to participate in the race, which kind of makes sense. I mean, probably back in the day, they've had drivers attend the medical centre and come out of there with a concussion and get back in the car. It's kind of given a clearance, isn't it? And the doctors have authorised that you're fine, you're okay to drive again. So that's great thinking from the organisers to instigate that protocol. Great idea. And let's hope that Rasoon can get the car back out, because there's still plenty of this race
left. That was interesting, because I've got a yellow wristband to get me into dinner later. So will it get me a drive at the same time?
You don't have a driver's wristband, which the medical team would remove if you're not fit to race.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have that, and if they think you have a concussion or some form of injury, they'll remove your driver's band, which means you're no longer able to compete.
Which doesn't stop Johnny A getting dinner, and B, if you find some Normex in a helmet, might be able to sneak into a car.
That was my plan.
We'd know exactly you're not a driver the moment you put a lap time in, though,
there
JP.
is that, and I would probably cause a code 60, because that's generally the way that this weekend has panned out to this point as well, whether I'm behind the wheel of a car or otherwise. Darren Young in the BMW is on lap 156, and he's trying to hold off Alexei Nesov. Actually, there's a good chunk of time between those two drivers currently, but it's BMW, Porsche, BMW, and then a couple more Porsches. So if you're an Audi fan, only 6th place for that car at the moment, and Mercedes not having a good time at all at this stage, 9th and 10th places. It's been quite some time since Mercedes won this race last time out, 2020, and that wasn't a full race either. So I think of the 4 big manufacturers, it's Mercedes that have waited the longest time for a race win here, but they do have the oldest
2012 Abu Dhabi by Black Falcon was the last time that they were
prior to the 2020 victory.
Let me just go on to the pages are back to front, aren't they? Of course they are. So 24 was Audi, 23 was BMW, 22 Audi, Porsche in 21, Mercedes in 2020, Black Falcon.
Yeah, but I'm sort of not counting that one because it wasn't a 24-hour race.
Well, let me go back a little bit further.
So it's 18, I think, since the last time Mercedes won here.
2000, you are correct, 18, and that was, once again, Black Falcon.
Yeah. So Audi, the most recent winners, as in last year, BMW the year before that, and Porsche are now in a 4-year drought, but the bigger one, I mean, Mercedes will definitely count 2020, but we only did 168 laps.
Caused a flood in that year.
Yeah. But that was the shortest distance record, and by no means was a 24-hour race. So the true last 24-hour victory for a Mercedes was 7 years ago. So it's been quite some wait, and they don't look like they're likely to complete a victory so far, at least, with their cars, their best cars 9th and 10th. But things can spin around very quickly.
In this race, it can spin around incredibly quickly. I'm just looking at the gap between Klaus Buckler in the Dynamic GT running 4th at the moment and Toby Sowry, the Paradigm. 37 seconds. That gap is staying a little bit static at the moment. It did come down a little bit, but I think Toby Sowry may have had some traffic. Currently leading the AM category, GT3 AM. Interesting, Alexander Buksantov is back into fuel. Now, he only recently got aboard that Haas RT. It wasn't that long ago, so in for fuel there. So maybe their Code 60 fueling has sort of upset where their drivers are in regards to their stint times. And it's put it out of sync.
You can plot it all out on a spreadsheet before the race, and then that very quickly spirals out of control by about the 4th or 5th Code 60, and you have to have a plan B, C, D, and many other letters, no doubt.
W.
Yeah, probably.
And then you start putting letters in front of them, and numbers A1,
A2. The alphabet for a second time.
Yeah.
Sami Moutran in the 950 Porsche with its very smart paint job for this weekend, exuding memories of silk-cut Jaguars.
We missed them last year. They didn't race last year, and it was the first time for a very long time we didn't have the Moutrans out.
You're talking about the Moutrans rather than the silk-cut Jags, which I don't think we've ever had in this race, sadly.
We've had them here at the Historic.
I'm sure.
And we have the Historic here. We've had the silk-cut Jags.
Well, that would be very cool. I've not been here for that event, but I'm sure you have many times.
Yes. And it was pretty... well, we have a load of Formula 1 cars, and it's the 992 that has stopped down at turn 10. And just trying to navigate his way around through to turn around.
Hasn't made the tyres in this instance, thankfully. But it's the same place where Dominic Olbert had his moment only 20 minutes or so ago, and the yellow flags are now being displayed into turn 10. You can race
Racing in their 992 AM car.
So there's the potential for another caution, but the 992 is rolling again and heading back towards the racetrack. Let's hope we can avoid it in this case.
Loris Naroy at the wheel of that car, currently running 9th in the 992 AM category. Maybe the bumps caught him out, or was there another car that he was trying to avoid and he just had to get off the circuit? It does happen down at turn 10. It's a 992 car, so the GT3 cars do approach that corner quite a bit quicker. But the flag has been withdrawn. Okay, 30-minute warning, 30-minute warning for fireworks. 30-minute warning for our fireworks brought to you this year by Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai. Get yourself somewhere where you can see. Now, if you're sitting in the grandstand, it'll happen on the right-hand side. If you look to your right, and you'll see where those lights finish, just down there is where the fireworks will be this year. And all 3 minutes of glory.
So, I mean, if you're already in the Apex Garden, is that a good place to be?
The Apex Garden this year has grown 40-fold to last year. It's going to be our podium for the podium ceremony for the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. It's got great food over there. You've got food trucks. We've got a kids area in there as well. A lot of work has gone on with Union Properties, Dubai Tourism to get this area up, because unfortunately, due to restrictions, we can't have the public in the pits anymore. It's a safety thing. So we have to make areas. We actually took a car park down to put this area in for the public this year. And so great work from Union Properties, Dubai Autodrome and Dubai Tourism for offering up an absolutely amazing spectacle for our fans. And if you're in the grandstand, you can get across there. There's a tunnel that goes under the grandstand, brings you up in the building just to the right of the podium, head out the back door, and you can go and visit all of these marvellous attractions.
And that tunnel, I don't think I've ever seen it as busy as it has been so
I said
far
to
this
Joe,
weekend.
next year I'm going to put a zip line up here for us, and it goes both ways, so you can jump in the chair over that and come back up onto the top end of the grandstand.
Yeah, you need a ski lift in one direction and then the zip line in the other, and that would be perfect.
It will be indeed.
It's quite an installation for, what have we got, 6 or 7 members of our commentary team, but I think we're worth it.
Look, in that time in Dubai, we could get a fully lit walkway going all the way across from the top level of the grandstand.
Yeah.
And it'll have a restaurant in it as well.
We'll submit plans at the end of the race, and it'll be done by next week.
Next week? Really?
Slacking.
Wednesday.
All right. Well, the crowd, I was going to say, is growing in the Apex Garden, but it's been very populated in that area from the off today, and everyone being suitably entertained now by some fire jugglers.
And they've got the big LED screen up behind them as well, so you can watch the race as well as enjoying the fire jugglers. Great entertainment here this weekend for the 20th running. We had to make it special.
Yeah.
We had to make it special. You know, it's the longest running race here in the Middle East, and we never missed a year. You know, with all of the stuff that went on in 2008 and obviously in 2020 after the round here. And we've got to remember that Creventic were the first racing series to go back racing during COVID.
Yep.
You know, they developed the strategies and all of the things that they needed to do to work in different countries which had different regulations. It was incredibly difficult to do. We had to learn a new way of broadcasting.
Yes.
You know, everybody had to learn new ways of doing things. So it really expanded what we have now as our coverage.
Yeah, nobody had even heard of Zoom prior to COVID, but we all know now, well, some of us know how to use it. And
some of us avoid using it.
Avoid using it, yeah. And the old classic problem of being on mute. But to go to Portimao, was it not? The first race back, the 24 hours of Portimao. And the travel from the Netherlands down to the south of Portugal is no mean feat at the best of times in a normal world. So yeah, they worked out precisely what they needed to do and how to get so many cars down to that part of the world from the base. And I mean, this has always been a huge undertaking since Creventic took this event over to get this many cars to this part of the world and in containers many weeks before they need to be here. And it's now a well-oiled machine. Mercedes number 96 had a moment a couple of seconds ago, running a little too deep into, is that turn 12?
Just want to see where he comes out. Very dusty.
It's later on in the lap than that. Oh, it might have been 12 actually. 14
it's down the hill, it's 13.
Yeah, 13, beg pardon.
Where the old management building used to be, which is no longer there, but there is the new construction up there, which is going to be the Motor City Clubhouse being built around this circuit, and everything to the left of us as we look, cars running right to left, is going to be built up, so pretty good.
Yeah,
Evo Brokers is down there with Joe Bradley.
Ivo, you've just been watching that pit stop go ahead. In fact, you've been videoing it. Is that because you then take that back to the team and analyse how the 909 pit stop went?
I only show back the good stops.
Was that a good stop?
This was a very good one. I think about 22 seconds, and that's rather good, and all look good, and we are happy with the stops.
The Red Camel team, you've told us many times, Ivo, that they're a bunch of volunteers. They're a bunch of people that just come together for the weekends. I mean, you know, you've got these professional teams that will drill and practice and practice and practice. You guys can only practice when you come to the track on a weekend.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, only practicing basically during the race. I mean, our pit stops are getting better during the race. Of course, in the days before, we also doing some practices. But yeah, we have done it so many times, so everybody's in the same position, and they know what to expect, and also expect the unexpected.
Is it a new car for the Red Camels team this year? Is that a brand new car?
Sorry?
Is that a brand new car you've brought out?
No, it's the car from last year, but last year, as you might know, we had a lot of problems.
finally solved with a half of Porsche Motorsport, and we found the issue that cost us last year the season. But now we are full confident to be back in the battle again.
Here we are at round one of a season. I mean, you have the overall championship that you guys look at. Yes, the European Champions is nice, but the overall championship is what I know you look at. Is that what you kind of, can you focus on that even at this early stage?
Yes, we are really focused on trying to, compete for the championship, to compete for the win. That's something what we want, and to compete with the best. There are a lot of very fast drivers over here from Super Cup and Porsche Mobile Cup, whatever, and we as an amateur team try to join them in the battle for the championship.
You guys are like you quite literally are a family with the adopted son in the form of Fabian Dans. Fabian in for the rest of the season?
Yes, he is. He will join us for the rest of the season. We are very happy to have him. A great bloke. He's very reliable. He never has a crash on the car. And he's a good guy to have in the team. I always say he's bringing energy and not costing any energy at all.
Yeah, and he's fast, isn't he?
And he's fast, yes. Very fast.
Let's not hex anything more, so we'll stop talking, shall we? You and me hexing things by saying, didn't put a scratch on the car. Yeah, we'll stop there, Ivo. Yes. Great stuff. Yes, he's nearly got run down by a Mercedes there. Thank you,
Thankfully,
Ivo.
they avoided that. You didn't, but Seb did. Yeah, but Seb's almost robotic. I mean, the car's bounce off
over it.
And that, he's been in pit lanes operating RF cameras for so long. Not even he can remember the first day at work.
Machine.
Indeed. And I kind of like the fact that Ivo Breukers has used the word bloke there. I don't think that's readily used in the Netherlands, but adopting the UK and Australia as well, which is a cracking, endearing phrase.
Well, for an endearing team who've been part of this since the get-go.
Yeah, too right.
And always come and put on a great performance.
Ben Goethe, meanwhile, in his McLaren, motoring on. And a couple of moments ago, was that his car involved in an incident? Or no, just a simple overtake or a bit of lappery. Passing a Mercedes close to the end of the lap, exiting turn 14 and into 15. So Benji is in 8th place, having got ahead of the Hubert Haupt Mercedes. So that was a move for position, I fancy. Yes. Car 4 is the AMG, driven by Hubert Haupt at the moment. Sergei Sirotkin for the SMP Racing crew in their Mercedes, car number 7, running in 10th place. But Pure Racing now at the head of the order. That is because Darren Young pitted not too long ago, and Young dropping a couple of spots. So thankfully, we've got cars that are close enough at the sharp end of the field to ensure that they change positions every time one of them comes in for a stop.
Indeed, fuel and fresh tyres for Darren Young and the Almanar Racing team. And we're Porsche, BMW, and it's always the way. Those two BMWs always seem to rise to the top. And this has now become a little bit of a thing. At the first hour, 2 BMWs. Second hour, 2 Porsches. Third hour, 2 BMWs. Fourth hour, it's becoming a little bit of a... their strategies are playing opposite each other, which are probably all going to meld together in hour 24.
Yeah. Well, there are so many different pathways you can take to navigate your way to the end of the race. And you might say, well, it's a little bit too early to be working out precisely where you're going to be at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. But I'm sure there is a spreadsheet for each of the teams that has adopted that. But it will chop and change on so many occasions. But some of the strategic programs that are running on laptops and computers up and down pit road will have mapped the blocks to the end of the race, and then it's just a question of how closely you can stick to that plan.
You can map the blocks, but you can't map the drivers.
True.
And so when the sun comes up, everybody gets their second wind.
Yes.
You know what it's like. And a lot of, over the past years, I've spoken to a lot of drivers, Khalil Kabasi, and said, what happens? He said, it's when the sun comes up, part 2 of the race starts. No, that's when we're looking at what we need to do to get to that finish line.
Yep.
That's when we can see the finish line, literally and figuratively, because it gives everybody a breath of fresh air. At 5 o'clock in the morning, you're really struggling. It's just so long in the dark. It just doesn't seem to be getting any brighter. You're getting tireder. It's taking a toll on your concentration. As soon as that sun starts to pop up, all of a sudden that all changes. You get that, you get a second wind.
And just after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, that's probably precisely when you need that second wind, because that will be
6 hours to go.
Just under 6 hours to go, exactly. And there are a lot of endurance races that only last 6 hours. So all of a sudden,
next weekend,
you can think we've only got the length of the Abu Dhabi race to go. It feels a lot more tangible. But also, any decisions you make, they've got to either work, or you'll know that they haven't worked very, very quickly, and there's not a lot of time to recover there.
And well, that's the whole thing. You don't have time to recover, because some of these strategies take place over 4 or 5 stints. And if you're double stinting drivers, etc., etc., so it becomes very, very interesting on how all of these team dynamics play out. Have you got any car damage? Are you nursing a problem? Do you need to baby the car for a little while? We're looking at 12 to 13 degrees overnight. So getting towards 4 or 5 in the morning, it's going to get cold as well. And how are the tyres going to react to that temperature change? And then how the tyres are going to react after about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, because we're going to be at the same temperature and the track's going to have the same amount of sun on it as it did when we started at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So then you'll be in your safe window of knowing where your tyres are. The track's going to have a lot more rubber on it.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's going to improve what the racing, because you can trust the grip a bit more. But how hard can you push that car?
There's so much new for the teams to deal with because of the brand new tyre for 2025 and beyond. We are powered by Michelin from this season onward in the 24H series. Yes, everyone's had night practice to try and assess what the tyres might do, but that only took us to 9 o'clock on Friday night. And it won't have dealt with the temperature plummet that we're likely to have this evening. Track temperature generally is retained in asphalt until later than 9 o'clock, so grip levels would still have been pretty good yesterday evening, but there is a chance that they will ebb away when we get to 2, 3, 4 in the morning. So this is learning on the fly for a lot of the teams that do not have experience of the Michelin tyre. We learnt from the boss of Michelin at this race, the Michelin man, I think, as he introduced himself to some members of our team at breakfast this morning, that we learned before we got going that the tyres on the Porsche Cup cars are those that we see in the Carrera Cup championships around the world. So if you've come here from a Carrera Cup, Germany or France or Benelux, you will have some experience of the tyres on those cars. However, for the GT3 cars, for the TCE cars, that's a tyre from elsewhere in their range, and therefore might be brand new for those running it.
And once again, learning curve. We have been on track since Monday at the Dubai Autodrome with paid sessions for the cars. We had a few cars out that are running down at Yas, not running here this weekend, doing some testing. The Creventic started on Thursday, Friday, with the practice sessions, but a lot of running, and we did have the tyre test back in December, Winwood Racing. We were on top of the timesheets there. So some teams got the cars out early and got some testing in. Enrico Fagenzi has been running in our local series here. Once again, we run on Michelin tyres, so the same sort of thing. And he's getting it and time for his drivers to learn this circuit. So especially when half the circuits in Europe are covered in snow at this time of year. It's a great place to come.
But those test sessions, were they all held in daylight or at least daytime hours?
Daytime, morning and afternoon. That's what they had.
So nothing, again, goes to the point of nothing at 3 or 4 in the morning. So.
Exactly, and we're expecting 12 degrees from 4 a.m. through till 7 a.m.
Great.
Okay, so
which is chilly for this part of the world.
It's absolutely Arctic for this part.
But then again, tyres should still operate or should still be able to create performance even at those cooler temperatures.
Well, no doubt Michelin have done their testing, and maybe they tested these tyres in Europe in colder temperatures to work them out, because they're going to have to run at the circuits that Preventic are going to but for the 6 rounds, I think it is, over there in the European Series. So that's going to be, what it's going to do is give the teams that have come here that are going to compete in Europe, is going to give them a huge advantage.
Yes. On
the teams that are just doing the European rounds. You're going to have a massive advantage. If you're running here, you've got 24 plus 6 down at, plus all the testing time. You've got probably 40 to 50 hours of track time knowledge on those tyres in varying conditions. And two different track surfaces.
Yes.
So you're going to go into the European Series, if you're running there as well, with a massive amount of knowledge.
Yeah. And that rather backs up what we've been saying, that if you've had an issue in the opening 4, 5, 6 hours of this race and your car needs urgent repair, it's definitely worth doing that, because you might still have half the race to at least glean some tyre data from, and other data as well if it's a brand new car for this season. So we may yet see still some cars that aren't currently in the race returning to the track, because it's just too good an opportunity to turn down. Side-by-side action into the first corner. That was 40 Aston Martin battling with the 21 Audi from Haas RT. It was a move for position again.
Yeah, Tom Van Rumpy in the Aston Martin, Alexander Bekantov in the Haas RT Audi. They are running 13th and 14th in the Porsche GT3 category, but as an AM and a Pro-Am. So overall position change, but not a change for category. We've got a slow car in Sector 1 at the moment. That is from turn 1 around to about turn 5. Just keeping an eye out to see where that car is.
And indeed, which car it is.
Yes.
Just literally reported as a slow car at this stage, but highly useful information with this level of light.
I'm not really seeing anybody going slow through turns 2, 3, 4 and 5.
That message has now been removed.
Yeah, maybe it was just a slide off track running out of turn 2, getting it all collected up back together again.
Yeah. Race leader into the pit lane and now into fueling in frac. So Thomas Preining reaching the end of his driving stint. Noting that there's still a 20-second penalty alongside that car, which may be reset, or they didn't serve it.
It still says it's...
Oh, it still says 20, doesn't it?
It does say 20, and he's down in the fuel bay, so that's yet to be served.
Okay.
Unless it clicks over when he leaves pit lanes.
That's what I was wondering.
Give an idea,
yeah, when is that penalty time actually deleted from the screen?
Yeah.
It may well... Oh, there was a spin there. I thought I heard the squeal of Michelin tyres. A half spin may be in the first sector of the lap, but wasn't sure precisely which car it was. Tom Van Rompuy, there it is, the number 1
What's the
car.
number 1?
So the number 1 Porsche of Fabrizio Broggi, the Manamari Energy Porsche, running in 10th place. This is a group of drivers that have, for a number of seasons, been in the 992 division, but make the step up to GT3 for this year's Dubai. And Broggi, a great character when he's not in the car and very talented when he is, but that was a spin through the twisty section.
It looked like turn 6 or 7 that he lost the back end of the number 1 multicoloured Porsche. as he makes his way down to turn 10. May have flat spotted those tyres. Let's have a little look-see here. Oh, he's already backwards on the exit of 5. So he did it at 5 on the exit there. Now, we've seen some accidents there when you run hard over those ripple strips that can throw the back end of the car out. We saw one there quite a few years ago. Boy, he nearly got cleaned up as he was stationary on track as cars were avoiding accident. He was right out near the curb there. But luckily, everybody smiled and walked away.
Yeah, that's always the concern. The spin stops so you can take a breath, but then you realise, hang on, I'm still broadside, practically still on the racing line as well. And how much warning is everybody going to get as they work their way through the tyre stacks there? It's a high-speed part of the racetrack with really only one racing line. Brodgy wasted no time at all in locating first gear and getting straight out of there. Yeah, and
not going into the pits for new Michelins. He's going to drive around and rattle his fillings for a couple of laps after those flat spots. As he heads on down the straight.
Might be able to tell you how long he's been in the car for this particular stint. Timing screen needs another quick refresh. It's
I'm just going at Thomas Preining is on his outlap. That 20-second penalty is still standing.
Okay.
So he didn't serve it on that pit stop. They have 2 hours to serve the penalty.
Yeah.
From when it's put out by race control.
And the other thing is that Preining stays at the wheel of the Pure Racing Porsche, so no driver change. They may well have given Thomas some new tyres though, and clearly not wanting to waste any more time than the pit stop was going to allow, but they'll have to be wary of that 20-second penalty.
I didn't think that. I think they did that to stop going another lap down.
Yeah.
Okay, because they're on 100. They're 2 laps off the lead at the moment. Still quite tight at the top end after the time. 17 hours to go. And our lead 3 cars are on the, looks like they're on the same lap. So we've got 3 lead cars at the moment. Paradigm Competition leading, Dynamic GT in second, Almanar Racing in 3rd position on the same lap, and then Robert Renault in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche leading the Pro-Am category. But once again, we've got an Am car leading the race.
Yeah, terrific.
How good is the balance of performance? Now, the Porsches overnight were handed, the GT3Rs in the GT3 category were handed 20 kilos of ballast to add to their weight to slow them down a little bit because they were pretty quick yesterday in qualifying. And if you're running in GT3, you get an extra 30 kilos of ballast just because you're a GT3, not an Am or a Pro-Am. And you lose 5 litres of fuel on your max full BOP fuel. So they make it harder for the GT3s. And that's why we're seeing the Pro-Ams and the Ams fighting in that top 5 category at the moment.
And it's every credit to Toby Sowery as well, the 28-year-old Brit. He's actually he's from a place in the UK that you might get confused with somewhere else, Melbourne.
No,
never heard of that. No,
never heard of it.
But I automatically thought Melbourne, as in the Melbourne Loop at Donington Park. But this is another Melbourne in Cambridgeshire.
There's a Melbourne in Florida as well.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh, they're all over the place.
They are. They breed.
Very common name.
Breed like rats. They do.
Yeah, so I've heard. But he's a star from single-seaters a few years ago, things like the BRDC Formula 3 Championship. Then he did some racing in Italy as well in Formula 4, but didn't take him too long to find GT cars and single-seaters in Indy Lights as well, and did a lot of racing in the US in 2024. What I don't know is what Toby's got planned for this year, but a tie-in with BMW at least this weekend in the Paradigm Competition crew. And on lap 169 now in the 991 numbered BMW, a very unlikely number 4, a Beamer, but they've adopted that from another brand, and it seems to be going well for them so far.
Indeed, 4-minute warning to fireworks. 4-minute warning to fireworks. Proudly brought to you by Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai. Get yourself somewhere where you can have a good look as it comes into the pits. But, yeah, 3.5 minutes to go. We're going to see those fireworks go off. A 3-minute spectacle brought to you by Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai.
So So Toby Sowry reaching the end of his stint. Maybe he's keen to watch the fireworks.
Possibly, yes.
Wants to get out of the car well in time for that. He'll prove me wrong now and stay on board for another hour. Yeah.
He'll just avoid Joe and go to fuel.
Weren't even called with the team.
No, it looks like he is going in most definitely, as the flagman is waving him to his stop.
The other car that's in pit road is Andrea Girondi's Fulgenzi Racing Porsche, which has stopped from 37th position. That car is 12th when you group all the 992s together. And I make it 8th place. 7th place in the 992s.
Toby Sowry stays on board. Just a tyre change there. 4 new Michelins go on. You may have seen that they can only use 2 guns in GT3, and so the guys have to run from one side to the other with the same gun. The GT4s with the 5 wheel studs, they're allowed 4 guns with those.
Okay, but again, with the centrally locking wheel stud, I can understand why there's the temptation to double stint tyres, particularly overnight, because you can only change 2 at once, and a driver change here therefore can easily be done more quickly than a full tyre change. So there is time to be gained, and that's more likely to be done overnight, where tyre wear is slightly less than it is in the heat of the day.
Well, I haven't been on board with Sammy Mitron for years. Last time, I think we were side-by-side in Clio racing back in the day.
Nice.
The Mutrans have been here since race Clio's here, race Seat, Cooper Cup cars, and now we're running in the 992 category. Sammy told me an interesting story once. He said, in the Clio, it was easy. Everybody was overtaking you, okay? You just keep your eye on your mirror. When he got into the Seat, they were overtaking the slower cars and also being overtaken. He said that was the most stressful. In the 992, he said, you've only got the GT3s to worry about.
Yeah.
Really, really sensible thinking about where they were going to go with their plan for dual racing. They've all raced in our local series. I raced it alongside the Mutran brothers when I was in the Clio Cup in the national series here in the UAE. And what a fantastic family they are, and great supporters of this Creventic event.
Yeah, it's got to be, well, certainly 15 years since their first Dubai 24 hours.
The Clio Cup car.
So that was 2010. I haven't got them down any earlier than that, but
they were racing in the local series from 2007, I think, onwards.
Okay.
They were racing in the last season I did, which was 2009.
Yeah. And that was races here.
Yeah, and Yas Marina.
Yas Marina. Yas Marina started hosting races from what year?
Oh, I can't remember now.
Too long.
I did a race down there. So
okay,
I did
in the first year.
2009. I think it was 2009 we were racing down at Yas.
Terrific. And still looks just as good as it did on the first day of opening.
10-second warning to Big Bangs. 10-second warning to the Big Bangs going off. Stand by for fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by.
We're away. They've started.
It's
bang on 8 o'clock. And let's hope that some of our effects mics can pick this up as well. But let's hope also that you're enjoying our coverage in sound and vision, because one of our drone cameras now will give us perhaps some of the best footage through the years that we've ever had of the fireworks display. And Joe Bradley is not only our expert pit lane reporter, but also reckons he's got a new career in the description of fireworks. So take it away, Joe.
Well, there's a yellow one, now a red and green one. Oh, that's... No, I'm not.
It was actually quite good. That was better than before.
Get annoyed. Oh, that was like a bluey sort of teal-coloured one. Now got orange, green, orange. Fantastic. I love a bit of fireworks.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Joe. He's just about to finish his stint. That's why he wanted to get that in.
Well,
that's the reason why he wanted this stint specifically, so he could do the fireworks. He knows how to work a schedule. Now, the interesting thing, and I'm not going to say too much until the 3 minutes have expired, but we're green.
We are. And let's hope that all the teams have chosen to put drivers in who are not as excited about fireworks as Joe Bradley is.
Exactly.
Because there is a danger that they're going to completely forget that they're at the wheel of a race car. And be too busy going, ooh, an R and a blue one.
Halfway through this, we're halfway through the display.
So enjoy the final 90 seconds, folks. It doesn't really matter where you stood around the racetrack, and even if you're not here, then maybe the best seat in the house is from our live coverage of this race. I pity those that are listening entirely on radio at this moment. It's a great way to consume a motor race, apart from when the fireworks are on.
And it looks a bit misty out there now because...
Well, it's the smoke, isn't it?
It is.
And I've found this as well, even though, we normally have a 2-minute display. It's a 3-minute display this year, but the smoke lingers for a good 30 minutes afterwards.
We don't have much wind here today. It's been very, very calm, and the wind is actually blowing across the track, coming from the sea. So it's hitting the face of the grandstand, coming in from the back straight across to the front straight. Yeah. So it may get blown this way occasionally. Enjoy the last 30 seconds of this, folks. It's been fantastic, and thank you very much to Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai for putting this on for us today.
Yeah, we really appreciate their support and the recognition of this huge motorsport festival. And that's it. That's fireworks done, folks. Done for 2025, but they were well worth waiting for.
Indeed.
And we're very grateful for everyone that was involved in the setup of those, the design as well. A real highlight of this race, something to look forward to when we get going earlier on this afternoon. Everyone's saying, when are the fireworks?
I got texts from people who work here asking when the fireworks were. Brilliant stuff. Good to see you. And once again, thank you, Dubai Tourism and Visit Dubai, helping us celebrate the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai and the 20th year of Dubai Autodrome.
And whilst we were distracted by what was going on in the skies, Klaus Bachler continues to extend the race lead from Darren Young in the chasing BMW of Almanar Racing by Team WRT. It's a 13, nearly 14-second gap then to the Austrian. Dynamic GT, there or thereabouts, dropped to 5th during the pit stops, but then climbing back to the sharp end. Porsche occupying 3 of the top 5 positions, with again those 2 Herbert Motorsport cars almost in lockstep, despite there being 1 Pro-Am and 1 Am car.
Yeah.
And Robert Renauer installed, I think, during the last pit stop in car number 91, pounding round with Kevin Say. Well, is he still on the same lap as the Robert Renauer car? Quite possibly not. Trying to work out how many lead lap cars we have at this stage. We'll need Kevin to complete this current lap. He is somewhere in the 3rd sector right now. And yeah, should still be on that lead lap in car number 18.
Just waiting for the Porsche to click through. And because after this amount of time, having that many cars still on the lead lap with all of the Code 60s that we've had to endure, the strategies are still being played out. But
yeah, there goes Kevin now. So he is on the still just about on the same lap as Klaus Bachler. Bachler's due across the line at end
by about 10 seconds. Okay, the same lap. Yes, 150.
Yeah, Bachler completes lap 173 now in the Dynamic GT Porsche number 24. Sergei Stolyarov, who was an earlier race leader for Windward Racing, now pitting from 5th position in their Pro-Am car.
Looks like a full service for the number 16. It's 58 seconds behind Kevin C, and we're running in 4th. And that'll go out. He's got 1 minute 15 seconds over the Pure Racing Thomas Preening's Porsche, who's currently running in 6th. So the battle all up through that top 10 is ebbing and flowing, as you said before, on their pit stop strategies.
Yeah,
they are really putting in really solid stint.
Yeah,
and with those short Code 60s, the race has had time to evolve, and it's evolving into their patterns. And working their plans.
Yeah, and the now sustained running, and I'll point out that this has happened during the period of time that we're on air, so we're now taking good care of this race. This is what so many of the teams crave, is some good long runs of green where they can establish precisely what sort of pace they can offer and at what consistency. And Dynamic GT are not at the top end of the field by a mistake or error. That is a genuine position,
genuine pace,
genuine pace, particularly from Bakla. The 24 car also has Stanislav Minsky, Loic Hartog, Anders Fjordbach and Thomas Kiefer. So strong across the piece there. There's a couple of AM drivers, Klaus Bakler's the pro, and then the two semi-pros for Fjordbach and Hartog. And that gap growing to the Almanar Racing BMW. 3 Porsches, though, waiting in the wings to pick up any crumbs from the table. And Mercedes, their run slightly better now, but that was because Sergei Stolyarov owed us a pit stop.
Yeah.
He got his car up to 6th position, and that is now being fueled. So naturally we'll drop a couple of spots. Toby Sowery just settling himself in for the second of 2 stints now in the former race-leading 991 BMW. He's in 7th position.
You were just talking about Klaus Bakler there. He's got a first in the ALMS GT ranking racing as well. Last year as first in the FIA Endurance Trophy LMGT3. So a very, very accomplished steerer. And he is looking to move up the leaderboard in the for Dynamic GT. But talking about Anders Fjordbach, we've seen him in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, Asian Le Mans Series in LMP2, European GT2. So you're right, Johnny. A real depth of talent in that team, and. It may still, where they are at the moment, given the depth of driver talent they have, even though they've only got a 15-second lead at the moment, the way that they're managing their drivers has done this.
Yes.
That's what has put them into there. They've been able to get their good, their very, very good drivers or very good drivers in for long stints or double stinting them.
Yeah, it's all about using your pro driver, who is Bakler, as sparingly as possible, but around the required rest periods for the other drivers as well. So try and burn as much AM and semi-pro time as you can in the opening 12 hours. Bakler will be used more readily as we get closer to 1 o'clock. But I mean, he's doing a good job at the moment. May just be single stints for the 33-year-old Austrian. Darren Young, though, won't concern himself hugely about that gap of 15 seconds, because you've got to pick and choose who you're racing.
Yes.
Probably well thinking, well, I've got to up my pace now, but that's comparing a AM pace to pro, and you can't do that.
No.
Rarely do to teams' driver rotation sync, as in, when your rival's got an AM in, you've got an AM in. It doesn't work like that. There are overlaps, and it's all about how the driver combination works across 24 hours.
Indeed, and it's up to sometimes your team manager to tell you you're not racing him. Okay, I need you to block in these times. I just need you to keep doing these times. As the 950 Sami Moutran comes into the pits, currently 4th in the 992 class.
Yep, so that car on schedule, I'm sure, and as it turns right into pit road, a relatively quiet pit lane is greeting for Sami Moutran, and you'd sooner have that rather than a frenetic activity.
Well, you can get fuel, you can get a Bowser. And
yes, indeed.
Once again, that's up to the team to go, do we come in a lap short and make sure that we can, we don't get held up in the fuel bay by waiting.
Mentioned a few seconds ago about the number 16 Mercedes coming in. There was a driver change there. Sergei Stolyarov getting out and handing over to Rinat Salyakov. So he will rejoin in 11th position for Winward. They're ultimately chasing the Robert Renauer Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which is the better placed or best placed Pro-Am lineup.
Klaus Bachler into the pits. 38 lap old tyres on that Porsche from Dynamic GT. And he had a 6.6 second lead over Darren Leung in the Almanar Racing. And that will put the BMW back into the lead again. We came into our stint, Johnny, with the BMW in the lead. It looks like we may be leaving with the BMW in the lead.
Yeah, I think that's right. Well, it's funny how these things tie into our shift changes, but we're doing 2-hour stints, if you like, and I didn't break it this time. John Hindhaugh suggesting over here that I've broken the race. Initially, it didn't go well in this stint. We had a code 60, but I reckon we've had over an hour of green now, haven't we, Phil?
Yep.
Yeah. See? We're slowly looking after this race now. But yes, we're doing 2-hour stints in the commentary booth. The drivers and teams are doing 2-hour stints, so it fits. And
hour and 2 minutes of green flag running, Johnny.
There you go. See? Say that very, very loudly. 6.6 seconds it became. We often find that gap falsely closes because of where the timing loop is in pit road compared to where it is on the main straight, and you're naturally shaving speed anyway because you've got to get down to the 40 kph. It was sitting around 15 seconds for Klaus Bachler, and all things being equal, the 24 Dynamic GT Porsche should have about that sort of advantage when it rejoins as well. But this is important now without that car out on the racetrack for Darren Young to retain focus and try and close the gap, even though the car that he's racing isn't actually doing laps, if you know what I mean.
He's closing that virtual gap.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's closing
and
the
important not to lose sight of the virtual car.
Exactly. And well, if you're a sim racer, you could do that perfectly. It's all virtual, indeed. As Johnny takes a break, and we'll see him back in a couple of hours. Next up, to talk you through the next few hours, it will be a Mr. John Hindhaugh.
Hello.
And how are you, mate?
I'm very well. You're listening to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We've had the fireworks above the circuit
under
of
green
Dubai.
Flag.
Under green flag for the first time in a few years. Plenty of fireworks on the track as well, live on the Creventic Motorsport channel on YouTube and our syndicated TV partners. This is the 2025 Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai with 16 hours and 45 minutes still to go. So change over in the Global Broadcast Centre. I hope Rob Bell is still listening down at McLaren. I haven't had a good chat with Rob for quite some time. Spent a really bit of time with him in that last break when I went down to grab some victuals, as it were. And this is going to really upset Joe Bradley as well if he's listening. I had better knowledge of Newcastle's football strip, and I said Newcastle as well there, which Rob noticed I didn't before, than Rob did. There was a black and white striped Adidas kit that they used in Europe once. I think it was against Monaco in 1997 with centre parks on the front because they couldn't have the blue start. And I'll give him his due, it was only worn once. So Peter Mackay rejoining us as well at RSL_studio as well. Hello to Marcel Duke in box 11C for Milner, one of the collective. Dave Love 50. It's Cincinnati, Ohio, just a mere 7,300 miles away. He's got the Barbie on, and he's doing a bit of grilling there as well. Had a quick chat with Davey Owema as well from Sportscar 365. He is personally on his first leg of the 48 hours of Dub Toner. Is he not doing Dub Ab Toner? Hurst. I wonder if there's anybody doing all four.
Dub Roar Toner.
He'll be doing Dub Roar Toner, yeah. I'm doing Dub. I suppose it's Dub Dab Toner, Hurst, for me. Or Rama.
do sim day and day. Yeah. Don't know. I'm not sure I was cut up at that point when I said that, to be honest. So
all right.
you may just allow you to me.
Damon talk my ear saying, let's go down to Nick for a quick word just in case. Hello. Say that again.
No, I was just saying that I'm doing Dub Sim Day.
The Daytona iRacing.
So I'm doing the iRacing Sim Racing Daytona next weekend with my team.
Driving in, Nick?
We're in the Ferrari, which may be a mistake, but the new 499P, because everyone likes it best because it looks nice. I'm not sure it's the quickest, but
really?
I've ceded my doubts, especially about its wet weather handling, because everyone thinks it looks lovely. And in fairness, Darren, who, as you know, is the man who won the Race of Remembrance livery design back 4 or 5 years ago. We covered that event. Has done a very good livery for it. So
who's in the team?
That's what I'm up against.
Who's in the team?
Go. It's me, it's Darren, it's Naz.
Yeah.
You know Naz?
Oh, right.
JM
Who's raced in this race before,
in the team. Yeah. He's got a couple of his guys in his Sport 21 people in this race. So it's a team. As we say, none of us are sporting the highest I ratings in the world. Though worryingly, my I ratings has gone through the roof recently, and I don't know why. Perhaps it's because of my retirement and the fact that I'm living in Lincoln. That's all I'm doing. But yeah, so we are watching a pit stop, by the way. This is our new cameraman. This is Fabian on the camera. He's replaced Seb. And hopefully he's showing you the Ginetta 495, 7x5 car. With Freddie Thompson getting on board, and are they still the leaders in their class in GT4? GTX.
Mike Simpson brought that car in the lead, and it had a couple of laps.
Yeah, they've been having a really good run in GT4. Have Team CMR. It's very much the Ginetta corporate retreat. You've got Lawrence and Freddie Tomlinson, Mike Simpson, and a certain Nico Prost.
He's driven for them before, hasn't he? Nico.
Last year, yeah, they've got a completely unchanged lineup from last year. They won in the GTX category last year in a Ginetta, but this time they're in the GT4 spec machine. And actually, they've got Lewis Perry, who works for Ginetta in their race department. He's watching it at home. So, Lewis, hello.
Nick Damon.
Mike, so you look fresh out the car. You look quite fresh, actually. I mean, it must be a bit different. I've been off the last couple of hours, and prior to that, everyone was coming out looking like a sweaty mess, and you're looking much more relaxed. Has it got easier now in the car?
It's running really well, actually. We had a good start. Lawrence kept us in contention, and then it's just a matter of trying to break the other cars, really. So we think we know where everybody is on fuel. It's quite tight. We've got good pace. Got a great crew of drivers, so lots of experience. So a little bit more push, and then I think we need to just chill off a second or two and try and manage the car. It's a race of attrition out there. I mean, it's so hard to see the glare. I can't explain in the car. When the GT3s come behind you, they're always 2 or 3 together. And you'd think it'd light up the road in front of you, but you can't see anything. So I just kind of hold my line and give it one of those, really. But
are they dive bombing or are they respectful?
Oh yeah, dive bombing. But the Ginetta has got amazing apex speed, the little GT4 car. So as the race and my stint develops, people realise that actually let's just wait until the straight. The Ginetta's pretty good mid-corner. So it's good fun. The guys done a great job. It's got nice air conditioning and. Fingers crossed, we run clean, I think.
Air conditioning, why are you so relaxed? Have you got if you've got a decent DAB radio as well, so you can perhaps listen to us?
I actually had radio problems, so Yorkshire firm, we've not invented 5G yet, but I'm
sure you can find some valves down the back of the tea cabinet, surely.
Yeah, let's see. I've got Yorkshire tea back there, that'll sort us out. But having a great time. We love the event, and thanks to Creventic putting on a hell of a show. 20 years, it's amazing. I think it's my 5th or 6th, and gets bigger and better every year, and it's a pleasure to be part of.
Because you were here some years ago, weren't you, with the kind of the prototypes, weren't you? We had a prototype race.
Yeah, I mean, I think 2013, 14, we came with a GT3 car in the Pro-Am class, and been on and off in GT4 prototypes. GTX, obviously, we won last year, so it's a great place to be this time of year, and for me, it's the kickstart of the season. Really looking forward to it.
big season for Ginetta, moving into new things with the LMP3 car, with the new big season with the LMP3 car coming on stream. How's that working?
Yeah, we've had a great year testing. Nico Prost has been a superstar with CMR, and we've worked on a current generation car, then morphed it into the new generation, and really pleased to sign DKR, top team. So we've got an entry for European Le Mans Series. Should have 2 or 3 cars in Michelin Le Mans Cup. So they're really excited to be back in that arena, really.
Yeah, I mean, it has been kind of a 2-horse race for a while. I mean, do you think you can avoid it going the way that P2 did, where it became an Oracle class? Do you think you can keep it a multi-chassis environment?
Yeah, I mean, the ACO have welcomed it with open arms. They want diversity. It's such a shame Ades didn't get a car on the grid, but no, we want to come back with a small program, professional program, and our job's to top 5, try and get on the podiums, and we're quietly confident.
I look forward to seeing you at Le Mans Cup.
Brilliant. Take care.
Oh, it's great to hear from that team. They race, genuinely, they race with their hearts as well as their heads, don't they?
Ginetta, big time. Yeah, and they're a small sports car manufacturer who build competition cars, they build track day cars, they build all kinds of things for the true enthusiasts and whatever level you want to go and race at. And yeah, to take on your Ligier, Duquesne, etc. in the European Le Mans Series, that shows real ambition and vision as well. And yeah, great to see the Yorkshire firm. And let's be honest, if you've got Yorkshire Tea, you're going to be powered well. United Autosports, they've always got Yorkshire Tea in their truck, and Ginetta do as well. I think maybe when we get into the depths of our night stint a little bit later on, I think I might go down and ask for a cup of Yorkshire Tea if they've got any spare.
Oh yeah,
I know I'm from Scotland, I should like Scottish blend, but Yorkshire Tea, they've got it licked, I think.
It's Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre. Good to have your company as night has well and truly fallen. There's a real party atmosphere in the paddock at the moment. The Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, there's a children's play area, and lots of youngsters here enjoying it. Just on the way back from dinner there, from supper, we shared the lift with a couple of locals, and neither of them had been to a race here before. And I said, how are you enjoying it? Loving it. We're going away now. We're going to come back later on. They were heading out of the circuit to one of the many local eateries here. It's just after coming on to 8:30 actually in the evening, but they wanted to come back and see some more of the night racing. They'd been across to the Apex area, the grassed area on the infield. That's been extended. There's some concrete bleachers there as well. There's not an open paddock here this year because it is rather busy, but there's plenty of places that you can stand and look over and see what things are doing, and accessibility for those in wheelchairs. I've noticed a few people around as well. Congratulations to Union Properties, who are the owners of this area. They've really invested in this. There was some thought a few years ago, Peter, that with the city coming out to meet it, that the track would actually be lost and would have to be effectively relocated further out. And that seems to have, that rumour seems to have disappeared now. There's investment, there's a lot of new paint around. I've noticed, as I say, those additional spectator facilities. There's some new apartments being built next to the track, and a race club on the other side of the main grandstand. So it's going to be fully integrated into Motor City here. As in the pit lane, Porsche pit stop at the far end of the pits is for the 269 car, and Nick is there.
269 came in a little bit earlier, doing a full service, and we've just also been joined right behind them by the new livery for the Herberth car, this kind of like wavy yellow, orange, red and blue. It's all like they've used all the leftover wrap they had. Renault's got out the car comes off the jacks and off it goes, and this is the car you never bet against. I mean, literally they've had their Code 60 concept stymied by the rule change, but still, car running well. 269 has just left as well, so they're both going to go and continue their run.
Very busy moment there for Herberth, having both of their cars coming in at exactly the same time. There's a driver change going on as well in the car collection, Motorsport number 30 Porsche. And Matej Netz has brought the car in. They've had a difficult time of it, have car collection. They were delayed early on in the race, and they did provide a very useful camera car for a pretty dramatic incident on the outlap of qualifying yesterday, catching the incident between the attempt to Audi, which unfortunately put the attempt to Audi out of the weekend entirely, and actually Hoffer Mercedes were very lucky to escape that one as well. So it hasn't been without incident, that's for sure. I had a very brief chat over message with Ryan Diel a few moments ago, because he was having a massage when I popped into the garage, and yeah, he says the traffic is crazy out there. But we've got another driver to find out how it is out there, and that's Robert Renauer, who's with Nick Damon.
Robert, I suppose my first question is, where's your brother?
No, I haven't seen him now. I went out of the car and spoke with my teammates Ralph and Kai. So
how come you're not sharing the car? Why is just one Renauer driving the 91, not both of you?
We are both driving. We added my brother in the end of the. Yeah, we switched the class from Pro to Pro M category, so we added him as a silver driver.
That explains a lot. See, I've got the official entry list, but that's from yesterday morning, you see, and he wasn't in it. And I actually saw him on the timing sheet yesterday, and I thought, on the timing screen, I thought, that must be an error, but you using the strategy to get the top team. So how do you feel this car's going? How do you feel your chances are in Pro-Am?
For sure, in our class, chances are pretty good, but I think for the overall victory, we need to be a little bit lucky. At the moment, we don't have the pace to match the performance of the leading cars, but yeah, it's gonna, like always, it's gonna be a tricky race with all the traffic and tricky situation out on the track. So let's see what happens in the night.
Now, obviously, to us, you know, you and your brother, and Ralph, you are Herbert, but now this team keeps expanding. Now running 3 cars. Is that really where you're going and becoming a team manager, a person who's going to run multiple cars for other people?
Yeah, it looks like the last couple of years we stepped back more and more, and yeah, young guys are coming, growing up. So like Kai van Berlo or Jake Pedersen, these guys are 24, or Thomas Breining, Maurice Schuring, the teammate in GT World this year, so they are pretty fast. Maybe it's time for us to go a little bit on the team manager or team owner side and a chance to the young guys.
But I mean, I take it surely you must much more enjoy being the guy in the car and the guy watching the car on the screens.
I don't care if I'm on the car or watching on the stream. I'm always and yeah, crossing my fingers for the best result of the whole team. Doesn't matter if it's our car or the other car.
Well, you know, you've won this race these races so many times in the past. I mean, is there a kind of a critical point where you think, right, we have to be in this position with this amount of time to go? You know, we're not in the top 3 with 2 hours, or is it not something you can predict that way?
In Carantic, so many things can happen. You always need to stay in touch with the front, with the leading cars. If a quad 60 comes out and you're pit immediately before, you're a little bit in the shit, but that happens. So it turns around during the hours, and well, let's see in the morning hours. We want to be close to the leading gap, and then we can see what we can do in the rest 6 hours of the race when it's getting day again.
Great stuff. Thanks, Robert. Robert Renauer there. Apologies for the German mechanics language there. It's unfortunately something that we see from the Germanic team. Never mind. Sorry about that. But interesting, that answers my question about why I saw Alfred's name on the qualifying yesterday, which I couldn't work out why, because my sheet, John, was printed at, looking for the time now, 12 minutes past 12 on qualifying day. But things change all the time.
Thank you very much, Nick Damon, down in the pit lane.
Herbert, they actually have only won this race once.
Incredible, isn't it?
Well, yes. This has been their... I mean, if the fact they've only won it once definitely makes it their bogey race.
What was the year they won this?
2017.
Yeah, that was the year they won everything, though.
They won everything last year too. They won Portimao and Barcelona last year.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if they've only won the race once, that definitely makes it their bogey race. But might that change? Well, they've put a really strong run in, and amazing to hear Robert Renauer's attitude there. He's a top pro driver, pro level driver, but he's equally as comfortable being working in the pits or on the strategy or whatever as he is driving, and I think having that flexibility is so important. Well, 16 hours and 28 minutes to go here at the 24 hours of Dubai, the 20th Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, and at the moment it's Darren Leung from Almanar, well actually from Almanar Racing by Team WRT, but he'll also be driving, or also is driving, in the Paradine competition BMW. Stop, and that will shortly put number 92 Pure Race.
In the pits with some bad news for another fan favourite.
Yeah, unfortunately parked behind the shoulder of Rob Huff here is the car he was hoping to be piloting, which is the big green Bentley. We had an off-air conversation when you came in the pits a while ago about gearbox selection. Is that what's taking it out?
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, first of all, huge thanks to Parker Racing, Sean and Max Lynn for having myself and Scott along this weekend. It's been tough, obviously, but amazing. The Bentley's been going really, really well. We had a great start to the race. Things were looking really good. And then the same electrical gremlin we had last year in the race crept back. And ultimately it meant Max couldn't shift gears. It was kind of doing its own thing. We got it in. We changed a few sort of suspect parts that we knew from last year. And ultimately it just got worse. And we were 14 laps down, so I think air on the caution, on the side of caution, and ultimately, we can make it much worse by continuing, and we don't want to get in anyone's way. We don't want to have a major problem on track, cause a massive crash, and we've got to save it, look after it, see if we can get it running stronger.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but you come from you've got a couple of years behind you. Sometimes you think, wouldn't it be just a bit easier with like a stick shift?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, bring back the old touring cars. Yeah, I mean, technology's moved so far. The Bentley, it's an amazing machine. It's a huge crowd favourite. The speed of the thing in the straight line, the noise it makes when it shifts gear, it's just it's an absolute weapon. It's to drive it just puts a smile on your face, and you don't want to give up on that great British history that we've got going with this thing. So we've got a few things to look at for sure. We're already talking about next year coming back stronger. Whether that be with a Bentley or something else, we'll have to wait and see.
Do you know how long this car is homologated for? It's a big old beast, been around a few years. How long can you run it in GT3?
Definitely got a few more years left, we know that. I think it's up to 2027 we've got it homologated for, so we can bring it back, but you know, it's so frustrating and it's so difficult against the much more modern cars, the newer cars. The ABS, the traction control definitely lets it down a little bit, especially when it comes to problems. So yeah, I think we're going to collectively sit down, have a chat and see what we want to do with it.
Well, the good news is you get a decent night's sleep tonight, I suppose.
I'd rather be out on the track.
So what's the rest of 2025 got in store for Rob Huff then?
I'm not entirely sure yet. Definitely a lot of historics, some racing with Sean, some racing with Richard Mines at Goodwood. Got the management company with Will Fuchs that's going really well, and got the coffee business as well. So we've got a few things on the go. But driving myself, I don't know yet. I hope to be back in British touring cars. I had a really enjoyable year back in that this year with Speedworks and the Toyota. So yeah, let's see what comes up.
One of my colleagues is very keen on Nürburgring excitement. Are you doing he's asked me, are you doing the N24 Classic?
Marcus Menden has asked me to pilot with him again in the beautiful 964 RSR, so as long as calendars allow, I will definitely be back doing that.
Just got a cheer in my ear from John.
No, that was
thanks,
me,
Rob.
Nick.
No worries, thanks.
It was P.
Oh, sorry, it was P-Max, sorry.
A 964 RSR?
Not remember it from the classic.
Yeah.
It's the same car.
Oh.
His final stint, it was wet to drive, sliding it around. Oh, I'm even more excited than I already was. Great to hear from Rob Huff there, and the old Bentley, it's still got a few years left in it, but what an amazing piece of kit. It was actually designed by Christian Loriot, who's a legendary rally car designer. He designed a lot of the Pro Drive Subarus in the late 90s. He designed the Focus, which we would call McRae drove, and actually designed a lot of the most recent Houndies as well. Absolute legend of rally car design, and applied that to the Bentley. It is over a ton lighter than the road car it is based on. Just let that settle in. It's a ton lighter than the road car. It's got leather door pulls in there as well, and it was even used as a base as a Pikes Peak racing car. Rhys Millen converted it into a Pikes Peak car, and it was hugely quick as well. The road car actually,
Rhys Millen, as in Rod Millen's dad.
Rhys Millen is Rod Millen's son.
Sorry, Rhys Millen.
Yes, what did I say? I said Rhys Millen, didn't I?
No.
What did I say?
I don't know, but
wasn't that?
That confused me.
It's getting late. So Rhys Millen, son of Rod Millen, converted it into a race car. But the actual road car, the chassis is shared with a Porsche Panamera. So you could theoretically make a Porsche Panamera GT3 if you felt.
Well, you make anything a GT3?
Yes, you could.
You can make anything a GT3 so long as the road car has been in production. I think it's up until 5 years ago. It might be 7 years ago. I know, by the way, we were talking all things Japanese manufacturers. The last of the NSXs has now been, the last team running an NSX GT3 has now stopped running that car. We know that Gradient are stopping it in the States, and even in the home market, the last team stepped away. So what do Honda do next? That's a good question. I tell you what then, on the socials, the least likely GT3 car then, series production, go and look the regs up if you have to. So you can't say a 1979 Hillman Avenger, because that's been out of production many moons. So
Range Rover
GT3.
What time are we at now?
It's a bit early for this.
This is way too
at RSL_studio, hashtag 24H series. Those who've been with us on the Nürburgring 24 down through the years will know that we've talked about weird vehicles for that, and my vote absolutely went to the Peugeot 806, which used to be a Super Touring version of that car, which ran 405 Super Tourer internals, running gear. Well, I've seen another one now, because I've now seen a Fiat Multipla that has been done up as a race car, and I think that's great for the Nürburgring. But that'll fit in a class, you see. If we're talking GT3, it's got to be a car that's a vehicle that would be legal to turn into a GT3 car.
What I would really like to see is the Porsche have built a car called the GT4E Performance, which can run pretty much flat out for 40 minutes.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
That was an all-electric. That was a battery electric.
Sorry, it's an all-electric car. It's based on a GT4 Cayman, roughly.
I saw Jörg Bergmeister driving that at Rennsport. So did you?
So he did?
Yes.
Well remembered. Yeah. Yeah, that would be very cool to see. I don't think we're far away from it, and I think with the garage. What's it, Garage 59 at Le Mans?
56.
Garage 56. I'd like to see a lot more of that sort of thing. New technologies, break the barriers, break the boundaries. Would be really, really cool to see. But here in Creventic, GTX, you can bring almost.
Well, yes, but let's because that really you could bring a 1979 Hillman Avenger to that.
We shouldn't give anyone any idea, should we?
No. Ian McCarthy. Ian, hello. Thank you very much. In 2017, Herbert won Dubai, Paul Ricard and Barcelona, plus the 12-hour, or plus a 12-hour in 2017. So those first three were all full 24-hour races. The final, the only other 24-hour race was Portimao, which Praha won. And Josef Kral was...
They won that 3 times.
Yeah. So 2017 was a great year for the only year that Herbert have won this race in its 20th running. And Nick Damon was in Portimao for that race. And why did Herbert not win?
They did win in Portimao.
No.
Because they had a
2017.
Oh,
no, 2015. They had a freak accident with no other cars involved. They went over a curb in the way that Ralph Bond felt he'd gone over it every single time, but something hit it in just the wrong way, and it punched the suspension through the tower of the front.
The suspension top mounted.
And it's like, never happened before, never happened again. Yeah, just punched it straight out. Just going over a curb as they would normally. I think it was either turn 2 or turn 3.
Turner did that at Corta in an Aston Martin once. Amazingly. The first for the cars that should be a GT3 GGA design with one of Nick's favourites, the Maserati, the latest Maserati super duper thing. What's that called? A GT20 or something like that?
MC20.
MC20.
There is a GT2 version of it.
Yeah.
And Freddie Leinhard has got one.
Of course he has.
Yes. To match with his MC12 GT1.
Or the Gran Turismo, Nick?
Gran Turismo is the coupe. That would be the car you'd probably go for as the 2-door sports coupe. I'm not sure whose toes it would tread on. Maserati not being part of Ferrari anymore, but I'm not sure there's anything in these. Is there any? Is it actually a good question? Are there any Stellantis GT3 cars?
You're not supposed to leave dead air on radio, but my brain is worrying.
Yeah,
not sure.
Good point. Answers on a postcard, please. Or
brands have you got to choose from?
Lots.
Alpha,
but not
Peugeot.
Yeah, but
Jeep.
Not Nissan and Mitsubishi now. They've got to Honda. Because in theory, I think the GTR GT3 is still homologated for Nissan.
Yeah, it will be. It will be. I haven't seen one for a long time.
I know.
Yeah.
Leaders in the pits with Nick Damon, Almanar Racing with Darren Young in the 777 in for his, hang on a minute, let me see, 12th pit stop.
I wish they were with me. They're actually right down the other end, unfortunately, but they are doing a full service. I can see the suited and booted driver hopping in now, and obviously a complete set of tyres of these new Michelin machines, and they will then turn very sharply left, because there's only the Dragon team who's further down towards pit exit. He'll turn sharply left, and then he'll turn sharply right and into fuel. And at that point, they'll go into fuel cockpit, and you should find out who has replaced Darren Young in the car.
James C has looked up the Bentley, and Rob Huff's got more good news coming. It's homologated till 2031, that car.
Very cool.
Well, there you go. Jari, who is Kurski Racing, says in their domestic media in Finland, Galle has mentioned that a test may be coming and that he is considering making an entire switch to track racing, perhaps as early as next year. Now, Peter Mackay, PMAC here, is intimately involved in rallying, and that was his international off-road surprise face that I saw there.
Yeah, it was. I am surprised by that, to be really honest. However, you know, Kalle Rovanperä, he has been a professional rally driver. Although he's a relatively young man, he has been a professional rally driver for a very long time. He won the national championship in Latvia when he was 16. So he's been at the game a long time, and it's the thing is with a rally is that you've got the whole recce before it. You've got several days of recce to write the pace notes, etc. And there are a lot of rallies on the calendar. There's 15 rallies on the calendar, so it's and then you've got testing after that, and they are allowed quite a lot of testing. So he is on the go a lot, and he's maybe just want to explore things. I mean, he's only 24, but he's been rallying since the age of 8. So, you know, maybe he just wants a new challenge, and he's got the car control and the driving ability to really put his hand to anything.
What is the race that everybody wants to do in professional motorsport? It's the Le Mans 24 Hours. And GT3, Le Mans GT3 can take you there now. And if Toyota or Lexus decided they wanted to go and enter the WEC, they would get preferential treatment because they've already got a hypercar brand, and we've seen before what superstar drivers from other parts of motorsport has done, whether it's been recently Mark Webber, Fernando Alonso, Nico Hülkenberg has won the race outright, of course, whilst he was a active Formula 1 driver. That was impressive. Did that in the F1 break one year. And we've had Colin McRae driving the Ferrari 550 back in the day, subject of a very lovely from the fence from our artist in residence, Neil Gardner. That one was snapped up very quickly. Who else have we? I mean, the list just goes on.
Sebastian Loeb.
Sebastian Loeb, very good.
Done it, yeah. And Kalle Rovanperä, the lineup of drivers he's got with him is a really interesting bunch. But the driver in that car at the moment that Kalle Rovanperä is driving, which is the 969 run by Proton Huber Competition, Jani Kakkila is the driver right now. He has a specially adapted steering wheel that has to be changed. That the driver, when they do a driver change, they'll take the steering wheel off and put the specially adapted one on, and Jani effectively has to drive one-handed. And Kalle commented to Sportscar 365 earlier in the week. He said it is just remarkable to watch the onboard and see just how skilled he is. His last lap was a 2:02. That is just off half a second off Thomas Preining's last lap in the lead.
At half
a second.
969 is a Porsche that you need to write a story on. You know the story of the 969. It was a one-off prototype in 1988, I think, which was the successor to the Porsche 930, but it didn't actually get through and be built. It was a twin turbocharged, top-of-the-range model, and basically it is very 959-y, but it was 969.
Wow.
And it was built as a styling concept with, in the picture I'm looking at now, it's got 928S rims on it, which I'm not sure worked on that car. But it's a really interesting project. Peter, by the way, is a bit of a star when it comes to writing about Porsches. He will be having his Porsche Spider racing car book coming out this year.
Can't give you any more specific than this year, but it'll be this year.
It has been a labour of love.
It has, yeah, but it's been amazing to meet so many people. When you really get under the skin of any race car project, I'm sure it'd be the same for any of the cars that are on track. The development team that created them, it becomes a total labour of love for the people that are in the engineering offices and the design offices of those cars.
Steve Grivner, Minnesota-based, missed the first 5. I'm here for the next 19. Looking forward to a great race. And hello to Bullet Sports Management as well, who are obviously tuned in following Benji Gotha and Optimum Motorsports. Nick Damon has a caller. It's the number 69 Audi and Vasily Vladikin.
but that's not the important one, because just a minute prior to that, the 92, the racing car, the Porsche, came in from the lead. Thomas Preining piloted it. They definitely changed tyres. I'm wandering down here to see if they also did a driver change. It's gone in for fuel. As we know, there's a lot of pace in a new set of tyres, so you may as well put them on. But my guess is normally now, at this point in the day, if they're changing tyres, they are changing drivers as well. But that car came in from the lead and will come out almost certainly not in the lead because of the way the stagger is unwinding for the various front-running cars.
Yeah, it's back and forth, really, between the 92 Pure Racing Porsche and the 777 Almanar Racing by Team WRT BMW. If you were to say which car has the upper hand right now, I would say it's the 777 BMW, but it's tight at the moment. It's just that they're on a pretty much split program. One goes ahead as they come into the pits.
Here's the first submissions in. Should have been a GT3 car, or should be a GT3 car. Melvin tweets at RSL_studio, the Subaru BRZ GT300 should be transferred to Europe, become a GT3 car. The base car is a Toyota GT86. Base car being a flat 4. Interesting. I could see that working. 2 from Tom Davies. Hello, Tom. Brabham BT62, which does run a GT3-ish pace, or the GMA T33. Very low production numbers on those cars. Could Mazda be capable of designing an RX Vision style GT3 concept, maybe a naturally aspirated 4 rotor engine in, and make me badly wish it was a real GT3 car?
An MX-5 GT3, it would be like the new generation Z4 GT3.
Yes.
Imagine that.
Yes.
Hardtop one, the RF.
Mazda are a great company, aren't they? Everybody else is going smaller and turbocharging, and what have they just done for their new Mazda 3 update? They've no turbo and gone to a 2.5 litre, and it still turns out brilliant emissions numbers. Jaguar, oh well, there's a story that would.
Want to go there?
Well, do you remember the Emil Frey cars? Not really a full GT3 car. Nismo GT3s from 2018 or so. Loved the post from Paul Ayling. Things to do. Number 1, get rich quick. Certainly before 2031. 2, buy several Bentley Continental GT3s. 3, race several Bentley Continental GT3s. 4, live rest of life in peace. Words to live by, Paul. Excellent. At RSL_studio, hashtag 24H series. Coming up to the end of another racing hour as we're heading towards 9 o'clock. I'm absolutely stunned. I've only been away from this race for 1 year. We have got some slightly different camera positions, but particularly in the dark, I am realising how much the surrounding areas of this circuit has changed since I was here, not last year, but the year before. And that is from the neon signs, the advertising, the hotel blocks opposite our studio. There's a hotel block opposite that's got its name all the way down it. I wonder if we could repurpose that as a timing tower. I think that's something that needs to be done. What does that say on there? Danube, that's right, yeah. That could be repurposed as a timing tower. I kind of like that idea.
That would be very cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Thomas Preining has stayed in the Pure Racing number 92 Porsche, so new boots, but same driver for the Pure Racing team. And at the moment, Pure Racing, they're having to almost fight their way back into the reckoning a little bit as the strategy is going back and forward. But slight fly in the ointment on that one is that the team they're chasing, they've just put one of their hot shoes in. They put Max Hess in the car, the Almanar Racing team by Team WRT. BMW debuting their brand new BMW M4 GT3 Evo. And if you're thinking, wait a minute, the M4 GT3 has been around for 3 or 4 years. Well, you'd be correct, but this is the Evo package. It's an updated package with a new differential, new anti-roll bars, etc., all designed to try and reduce the tyre wear and to reduce the brake wear as well. It's got slightly larger rear brakes, excuse me, to try and reduce that. And at the moment, it looks to be a very strong package. Leading the race at the moment is Toby Sowry in the quite confusingly numbered 991 BMW. That's thrown us off several times. They lead by 41 seconds at the moment, but Toby Sowry must come in, fuel or not, within the next 16 minutes because his maximum stint time will be over. 2 hours is the maximum any driver can be in at any one point. Vlad Angel, another manufacturer that's a bit of a left field for GT. Kia, well, listen, Genesis will come. Once they've got their LMDH car, their hypercar, up running and winning, I have a pretty strong suspicion that that will, somewhere along the line, the Magma Halo brand will beget a GT3 version. Heart of Racing in the pit lane. Ian James has brought in the SPS run number 27 car. That was 12th when it came into the pit lane. No, check that, it was 11th actually. Patrick Niederhaus has just gone through in the Porsche. That puts them 4th in AM. It is an AM car leading at the moment, as P-Max just mentioned. In Pro-Am, it's Herbert Motorsport and Jake Pedersen. They're in 5th position overall, and Nick Damon is changing a tyre. Oh.
Yeah, I got called out by the AA to do something a favour.
I could hear the rattle gun in my headset.
Yeah, I was just turning my head to try and work out who got in to replace Ian James in the harder racing machine, but I'm actually out with the 971, which is one of the 992 cars. That's the Traders Hub. Rabdan by Forgenzi engine. I wasn't sure it's a Forgenzi, it's the Rabdan by Forgenzi. That's having a full service. This is a team that has 3 Emiratis, an Indian, so I'm sure he's getting a few cheers from the massive crowd here, and also an Austrian. So it's mostly Emirati team. And the car eases back off its jacks and runs it, and away it goes.
We have a fire on the GT Racing blue BMW out on the circuit. That's caught on very quickly. The driver's out the car, but he's going to walk away from the number 470. This is turn 2, driver's right, and it's Emily de Heijs for WS Racing. She's not managed to get the car in gear, but you can't blame her for that when there's flames coming out of the bonnet. It's rolling gently backwards down the hill. This will have to be code 60 very quickly indeed if that rolls back onto the track. We've seen this happen at the Nürburgring. A car on fire rolling down the foxhole, and that is thick black smoke coming from the front of that car. Emily doing the right thing to get it off the track and to get out of the car. And the code 60, spot on the racing hour, is out again for now the 6th time. And my goodness me, that is a huge conflagration.
They were in the lead of their class too. I think they were back and forth with the Ginetta, but that is that WS Racing car has got Jeroen Blekemolen in the driver lineup, 3-time winner of this race, but that is race over. Oh, great to see Emily get out of the car in time.
Right-hand side of the engine compartment on a left-hand drive car, but Emily spotted that really early. This, in fact, is the 7th code 60. Fire marshals, once code 60 has been called, they will move onto the track over the wall, and what they will not do is open the engine bay. They are on the right-hand side of the car. We've got a fire truck there as well now, which will have more than just the handheld extinguishers. Now that is very stubborn. That is a severe situation on the front of that car. We're going to keep an eye on that as our intrepid marshals, who have got a rest area close to us, are well done to one of the marshals who's just turned up, who just pulled the kill switch and the engine bay fire extinguisher toggle on that car, and that has done the job. Very well done indeed. He went round to the left-hand side in front of the driver, where the driver would have been sitting on the slam panel. Well done to that, and that is now extinguished, but a very, very scary moment there. If you've ever been in a car, a race car or a road car, when there's any lick of flame, it's only happened to me once, it gets your attention pretty quickly. Nick Damon will watch this. There'll be a bit of clean-up, but I don't think it'll be too long before this WS Racing car is towed away or put on a flatbed. What's happening in the pits? Was there a flurry of excitement?
There was a flurry of cars, including our leaders gone through for extra fuel. But I've actually grabbed a chat with Saif Al-Mehri out of the Rabdan by Fulgenzi team. Saif, you know, as always, must be great to be in your home race.
I will be here as long as I'm alive. I will keep racing.
How do you feel it's gone so far for the first sort of 6-7 hours?
A lot of emotions in front of my people, and it's a home race, and we will try to bring it home. As you know, it's a 24-hour race. Anything could happen. For me, I have more responsibility than the others, especially in Dubai, because I'm from this place, and all of that is watching us.
Well, the thing I would say is the race does seem to be getting bigger and bigger. The new organisers, new owners of the track have really put some investment into it. That you must be very pleased to see that the race is getting such a higher profile.
It is, especially after the Corona time, the motorsport with the young generation, and thanks for the Netflix and some movies like Gran Turismo. It changed the people and the young generation to look after this motorsport, and thanks for the organizers to let the people to know about Dubai 24-hour, because this is the 20th time, and you can see everywhere the attendance of the spectators. I'm really amazed, and I hope more and more.
So, thanks very much.
Adverts running on the radio stations here, in particular Dubai 92. It's one of the big radio stations out here. The tickets were free. All you had to do was register on the Dubai Autodrome 20 website, and you can still do that, by the way, if you are listening to us in the Dubai or the UAE and watching these very dramatic pictures of the GT Tyres sponsored number 470 WS Racing BMW getting already on the rollback. The flatbed was there very, very quickly. If you fancy having a look at this overnight, the circuit will be open. All the spectator areas are open overnight. We'll run the commentary on the PA overnight as well, straight through till 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. All you do is search for the Autodrome website, and there's a special part of that for the 20th anniversary running, and put your details in and print yourself some tickets off and come on down. Parking over by the karting circuit, walking through the front entrance straight into the back of the grandstands, and if you want to go onto the infield, you can walk through the tunnel, get over to the apex viewing area, which is apex of turn 15 all the way back to 14, and there's some new concrete bleachers I noticed there as well on the outside of turn 14, the speedball left-hander. So plenty of racing still to see here. And if you're not here and you're watching this and you're maybe back in Europe and thinking, is it worth the trip? This is a great time of year. Our firework display made possible by the Dubai Tourist Authority, and Visit Dubai involved with one of the cars here as well. And quite frankly, yes is the answer to that. I've been coming here since 2007, even before we were involved in the race, and whilst I've seen an awful lot of change here, what doesn't change is the almost perfect temperatures. Nick Damon is out in the pit lane at the moment, and I've just walked over from there, and it's absolutely perfect. Not too hot, not too cold, but just right Goldilocks. And it's true though. If you're racing and you're thinking about getting involved in a race here and getting one of the teams, there's a ride board that's available through Creventic. There are plenty of excellent hotels within half an hour of the racetrack. Some are even much closer than that. Our team staying just literally 10-15 minutes away. It's right in the middle of what's called DSF, Dubai Shopping Fortnight 2 weeks of very substantial discounts in all of the malls and specialist stores, and there are many malls here, and many more than even the last time I was here. The hotel, the cuisine, their hospitality industry and the beaches are renowned. So for people who don't want to come to the track but might be still wanting to come with, then there's plenty for them to do away from the track as well. So the answer is yes, yes and yes. This is your first time here, Peter, and I know it's been a work trip, but what struck you about coming to Dubai?
I should have brought my golf clubs.
You should have brought your golf clubs. You know you can play golf at night here.
Yes.
There's a floodlit golf course.
That's an experience I've had some great golfing experience, but never that.
Next year.
Next year, definitely. One thing I'd like to say about it's obviously really, really difficult when you see a car catch fire on the racetrack like that, and you think the marshals there, the speed at which they reacted, they've saved a small team. You know, WS Racing, a small team from just over the Luxembourg-Germany border in Germany. They've small independent team. They've not got 6 spare cars sitting out the back. That car could have potentially been saved because the marshals were on the spots quickly.
Been talking to some of the marshals here because one of their restrooms, they come up in the same lift elevator as us. 20 years ago, pretty much 99% of the marshals here would have been from Europe, and the vast majority of those would have been from the UK. There was no motorsport culture here in terms of competition or indeed of volunteers. Now, Dubai, Bahrain, Qatar, their marshals are going abroad to new emerging markets of motorsport and helping train people there. It's a massive success story in marshalling, in officiating, in race control, etc., etc. And this could only have happened with circuits like this being built, obviously Formula One at 3 places now in this area of the world, in Qatar, in Bahrain, and in Abu Dhabi, which will be at Yas Marina next week. The interest in motorsport over here in the local population is bigger. The national championships are interested in coming here if you haven't got the wherewithal to compete, and not everybody has, much like it happens in Europe. If you can't afford to compete, then volunteer and come and help and get involved in other ways. And that's exploded in the last, not only the last 20 years, probably in the last decade, to be quite honest. Let's get back down to Nick Damon and just underlining, Nick, the efficiency of the marshals. That GT tyres sponsored 470 WS BMW has taken the shortcut and is actually already being delivered back to the team.
Yeah, and what Peter said about the fast acting of the marshals is absolutely true. I'll give you an example of how they've managed to stop it. The dive planes are unaffected on the front of the car. You can reuse those. It's melted the bonnet, it's melted the big kidney grille section. There is a hole burnt out the front of the bonnet. Now, obviously, there's a lot of cost in the engine they're going to have to replace. But there is a vast amount of this car that can be reused. And my guess is, and this is if this had been yesterday in qualifying, I reckon they could have got the car back
I hear
again.
what you're saying. Yeah.
Because the fire obviously goes up, heat goes up, so it has burnt very spectacularly a hole in the bonnet, and therefore I'm sure all the electrics you need to get around that the wiring looms. But the actual structure and the chassis, the structure of the chassis is absolutely fine. So they've got to do a clean up. It's obviously game over for this particular event. And I was looking at the fact that it's been leaking fluids. I wonder whether this was caused by something like a broken oil union pipe, which then went onto the exhaust and caught fire. That's my estimation, looking what it is.
Where it started, Nick, is the just right of centre on quite far back. The engine's pushed quite far back. And what struck me there was that was where it was coming out from, very close to the bottom of the windscreen when Emily pulled over. She obviously realised very quickly, and fair play to her for that as well. The bonnet's just been lifted, and the top of the engine round the plenum chamber where the air and fuel mix, that was gone completely. I wonder if that's been a plenum fire. There's been an issue with fuel metering or something like that that has started it, and then it's spread forward from that because it's gone all the way down to the grill, as you mentioned.
Well, I think unless it burnt through the oil pipes, which is less likely because they're metal, I think it's, my guess is, because there's oil on the flatbed, so it's leaking out. My guess is, I think you're right, But I think, as you said, the engine's pressed far back. I think somehow the oil began to leak and therefore went onto the manifold, caught fire, which, as you rightly say, will be underneath the plenum because how far the engine is back. And that's just my guess because of the amount of oil that was sitting on the
Let's have a look at the overall standings with just under 16 hours to go. Under our 7th Code 60, it's the Paradigm Competition BMW leading overall and GT3 AM. With Ahmed El Hati driving the car. Dynamic in second with the 24 Porsche. They've been there or thereabouts. As is the 777 Al-Manar Racing by BMW. Those cars are on the lead lap. That means we've got one more car on the lead lap than the last time we were here, because there was only 2 cars on the lead lap before then. Jake Pedersen is the Pro-Am leader in the 91, the normal number for Herbert Motorsport. I just need to see where he is on the track to see if he's actually just on the tail end of the lead lap. I'm not sure that he has managed to stay on the lead lap, or has he? Not hard to see. I'll have to see when he comes. He's going to have to come round in the next second or two. And I don't think he has. No, he hasn't. So he's behind the leader at the moment in 4th position, first car off the lead lap. Then it's the second. Then it's the Pure Racing pole sitting 92 Porsche. SMP Racing in 6th with the number 7 Mercedes AMG. First of the 3 pointed stars on the timing screen. Winward Racing the second. The number 16 car in 7th position. Michael Porter is behind the single McLaren. The Optimum Motorsport car 8th overall at the moment. Haupt Racing Team's Mercedes number 4, Rima Jafali behind the wheel of the 9th place car and making up the top 10. Jonathan Hull for Herbert Motorsport puts Herbert with just 2 cars in the top 10 as we're still under Code 60. Let's rattle through the rest of these here. It's all GT3 cars all the way down to 22nd position, and Herbert Motorsport's 3rd car is in 13th position. Hazard T back up inside the top dozen as well. Down towards the bottom end of the top 20, we've got Huber Motorsport, Hoffer and MP Motorsport. Bergterhuis behind the wheel of that car. Outside the top 20, picking out the the 992 leader, Luke Breukers back behind the wheel of the Red Camel Jordan.nl Porsche. That's the number 909 in 23rd position. Second in that class, Chopra Panga has just taken out the number 912 Chair Outdoor Racing car. That car led overall earlier on in the pit stop cycle because they run so long. And third in that class is down in 28th position, Cam McLeod behind the wheel of the number 901. That is the Ajith Kumar Racing by Baz Kooten Racing car. That's in 28th position. And making up the top 30, another couple of 992s, including the AM Racer. TFT Racing is the AM leader, rather, in that class. And QMMF by HRT second in 30th position, second in the AM. Outside the top 30, it's a mixture of 992s and the odd out of position GT3 down in 35th position, for example, GWR Australia, Glenn Wood behind the wheel of that car, 10th in GT3 AM, 26th in the overall classification, and in 40th position Baza Kondo for the 7x7 Porsche 992. Outside the top 40, sorry, I've gone past the leader in GTX, my apologies. Leipert Motorsport, I could have recorded this and played this in from earlier. The GTX leader is the Lamborghini. That's a Super Trofeo car, the number 710 in 37th position. Let's head outside of the top 40, see if we can get this done before we go back to green flag racing. The 111 Racing, Jake Camilleri, driven IRC car, is in 45th position with that big V8 from GM. Then the Vortex behind it, but just about a lap behind, actually, having just had a pit stop, Gilles Courtois behind the wheel. And then if we go down to 49th position, the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche, that is in, where are we, 49th position I said. That is the Pro-Am GT3 car, again out of position for a car that was in the pit lane earlier on for quite a long time, and they've managed to get that car back out. Roman Mavlanov in that car, they did some work on it and got it back out. As we head into the 50s, let's go down to 55th. SRS team Zorg Rennsport had to change an engine on their Porsche Cayman Club Sport, one of the older Porsche Caymans. They started dead last on the grid. They have overhauled both of the Asbest Racing VAGs. The Seat Leon Cup car, the 101, the older of the two cars, now in second place and is a full 10 laps ahead of the car that started on pole position in that class. That's the 102 for Asbest Racing. Behind that, everybody has had problems and are still in the pits and have been for some time. Razine, More Than Racing, Porsche, Team Parker Racing, Bentley, that car, as we heard from Huffy, Rob Huff earlier on, they've been having random issues with the gearbox and various bits and pieces. They've decided discretion the better part of valor. We've not seen the wonderful sounding V10 Lamborghini stroke Audi engined Rossa from Graf Racing for some time, and Team Motor Park, well, they pulled down their door a little bit earlier on. The JBR Japanese Porsche Kiwamu Katayama actually triggered our first and quite long full course purple, the code 60, when he came into contact with another car coming out the final corner and had a very, very heavy impact on driver's right on the front straight, right underneath the sponsor banner there, and he's fine, the car not. So we also had Come To You and the Audi of Tresor Attempto Come To You with a bizarre drive line failure in the diff, and obviously the Audi with problems in the first 15 minutes of GT3 qualifying. Again, contact there, sent that car hard into what was, I think it would have been probably a lot less serious had it hit the arm core, but it hit a drive-through gate, which then collapsed, and it was turned around and it ripped off the left rear corner of that car. They are working on that car even as we speak to try and get that car ready for next weekend and the Abu Dhabi 6 hours and be one of the 50+ cars in that.
I doubt it'll be that exact chassis. I think
you might be right.
Require a spare car. There might be parts that come off it which they can use in future, but the extent of the impact, I mean, the car did its job to keep the driver safe. Joby Huang kept him safe. He walked out of the car. Yeah. Massive crash.
That's 160 mile an hour, 150, 160 mile an hour.
Far off that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's scary.
And there was virtually no slowing down.
No, it was a very quick stop.
Yeah.
But it dissipated the energy, and yes, it's expensive to replace, but you know, Joby Huang will be able to, he'll probably be home by now.
and that's what those cars are designed to do. Exactly. Bits are designed to come off and dissipate that energy. That's a good point you've made there. Hello to Carol Brink. And to Kevin Brink as well, if he's managed to tune in our Coachella correspondent, right next to the Thermal Club. Cars are running there in California at the moment, although the skies are a bit smoky at the moment. I'm told that Kevin's artichokes look great.
Make great tacos in their house.
Oh yeah, great. They make great everything. Great cocktails as well. Hello to Carol and Kevin Brink. And to those
driving to their house next time.
That's a very good idea. I would say to all of those of you listening in the States, particularly with any connections to California, we send you all our best wishes after the terrible scenes of the fires out there in the last few days, the scenes of utter devastation. And we hope you and yours are all fine. Again, some severe property losses eventually, I'm sure some of those will be rebuilt. We hope that all of your families and loved ones are safe at this time. And if you are listening and watching, if we can bring you just a little bit of normality and a bit of entertainment, let's hope we can do that. There's been more callers. We can't be too long away from going back. Debris from the track being removed at the moment. Nick Damon can give us an update from the lane.
Yeah, I mean, the major incident was during the rundown was the Team CMR, that's a 795, the GTX Ginetta. That arrived dead stick, no power whatsoever at the pit entrance. Luckily it was pushed down to the penalty box, then it was run down by some very athletic mechanics all the way down. They then did a complete service, changed drivers, and they just put the auxiliary battery onto it, and it fired up. So it's a bit of a weird thing to not work. Just didn't seem to change any sort of, but put a new battery and just use the auxiliary battery, and then of course they trundled it on down the fuel stop, obviously confident it was going to start again. But yes, it was completely dead, and then it was completely living again. So it's suffering from electrical problems. The 24, that's one of the leading Porsches, the Dynamic GT car. I just need you to check something, because I looked and it was trundling down the lane. And I thought, oh, that'll be taking its quarter. Then I looked again, and a Porsche was leading. There's so many Porsches, of course, that it could be a different one. But did he actually stop for fuel, the 24, or did he for some reason just run down the lane?
Changed his driver, I think.
No. He was in the pit for only only for 35 seconds, and last pit time 38 seconds. So no, he.
So yeah, he just ran down the pit lane. I have no idea why.
They couldn't have taken the penalty. So Luke Hartog is back out on the track.
Yeah. Now, whether they just wanted to look at something on the car.
Maybe he boxed.
Because you don't realistically, running down the lane doesn't lose you much time under code 60. It's a few seconds at most. But I'm glad I got that one right, because I watched him thinking, oh, that's a good idea, get some fuel.
Then didn't.
Possibly he came in either on his own initiative, or they boxed and then they've realised the fueling was completely full and thinking we're going to have to sit still in fueling.
No, there's no one there. There's like one car motor. It could have been. If he'd come in again, it might have been, because it was certainly full the first time round when the code first came out.
Was it very recently, Nick? Because, for example, last lap by, Dynamic GT 5 minutes and 12, the leading BMW 5 minutes 19, the other BMW 5 minute 20. So is there a quirk there?
Oh, is it a Donington Park lap record one?
Where they found could you go quicker through the pit lane? I think you maybe could.
What's the pit lane speed?
Well, I don't know is the pit lane speed 60 as well?
It is.
Is it just shorter then? It's just shorter.
It's shorter. You cut off a bit of the
Let's stop talking about that now. Then
maybe we should stop talking about this now.
Yeah. The 710, the leading of the GTX, is coming into the pits now for a full service. That's all legitimate and everything. Driver change and tyres.
Nick, you need to take a walk down to the start of the pit lane and just make sure that we are right about what the pit lane speed limit is, and it's not 80.
Yeah, I'll have a. I think it's shorter, because the entrance was where you cut off half a corner. But I can't believe that's genius. I would think that's something. Well, I think it's something you pull once and you go, oh yeah, sorry, we did. You don't do every lap
because it's 7
obvious,
seconds.
isn't it?
If that is what's going on, and I would imagine even with someone of your journalistic vigour, they might not admit it to you, Nick.
Guess what? They wanted to have a quick look at the front of the car.
Yes. Thought it was overheating.
Yeah.
So
had a change in London check as well.
Let me just go and... No, hang on. It says... No, wait a second. It says 40 kilometres an hour for the
they've done the calculation to think it's actually still quicker.
It's a 34-second transition down the pit lane. Then they did it in 35, so 35 seconds, and then there's 3 seconds effectively on the end before you hit pit out.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is they did a 5 minute 12 last time by, and everyone around them 5 minute 19, 5 minute 20.
It's easy to work out. It's 5.3 kilometres, so it has to be 5.3 minutes on a code 60 lap, right? So 5.3 minutes is
20.
5 minutes 20. So
18,
anybody who does more
18.
than 5 minutes, it'll be a little bit more, because it's 5.3 something. They've pitted again.
Okay.
So have a look, Nick.
IBC Tamil Sports presents Hankook 24H Dubai 2025 Series Endurance Racing. Title sponsor Your Journey, India's #1 all-in-one travel brand. Powered by Q1Q Pharmacy. Quality healthcare at affordable price. Your Journey, India's #1 all-in-one travel brand. Kashmir package starts from ₹15,000 only. Q1Q Pharmacy. Quality healthcare at affordable. Your Journey, Indiaவின் #1 all-in-one Your Journey, இந்தியாவின் #1 all-in-one travel brand. குறிப்பா காஷ்மீர் பேக்கேஜ் வெறும் 15,000ல இருந்து ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகுது.